could be the next Imperial Hal. I've been saying it for a long time. He's been playing in our community Apex Rising Customs, helping players get better. Just a great kid with a great head on his shoulders. Ottery and Timmy on one team, cracked. Playing with Elefante, the DJ. I'm excited for that as I see the total raised going up right below, by the way. This is amazing. Keep donating everyone to Red. On that note, look, it's not just our direct competitors and players. We had a little special note from a very special member of the Apex Legends community. It's Jordan Fisher, who had some words for us going into this event. Let's listen.
What's up, Apex friends and family? It's Jordan Fisher here to sprinkle a little love on you today. I wish so desperately that I could be there with you guys and playing and hugging all of your sweet faces. But man, I just gotta say I'm proud. I'm proud. I'm proud to be part of the Apex community. I'm proud that it's this community that's ready to stand up and fight for what's right and partner with the likes of Red and with the Global AIDS Charity Fund to be change makers. I mean, I've made some of my dearest friends playing this game in horrible Masters lobbies, sharing tons of laughs and brainstorming how we can be change makers in the world. We all know that culture starts where gamers play, and that's here. And you guys are the change makers today. So I want you to give it up for yourselves, give it up for your friends, give it up for your family, your everyone that has supported every step of your journey up to this point, and even those that haven't, because you're making the difference for those that need the support and that need the voice. And I love you guys for that. I appreciate you all, and don't stomp on Hal too much, okay? Peace.
Don't stop on Hal too much. You love the man. Jordan Fisher, Masters level Apex player. I think he hit Predator, actually. He'd be playing in this competition if he wasn't performing on Broadway tonight, by the way, and Todd Sweeney. Let's take a look, actually, by the way. Speaking of Broadway, we'll be right next door to the bright lights of Times Square. If those that missed it online, take a look at our Times Square display. Apex Rising Charity Pro-Am Invitational live from New York City, Times Square. If you are anywhere in the New York area, Manhattan area, go grab a picture. We want y'all to tweet it. We'll retweet as many as we possibly can. Actually, we'll retweet all of them. Are you kidding me? We're in Times Square. Jordan actually texted me saying he's going to stop by and try and grab a pic after his show tonight. How awesome is that? Times Square, the big screen for the Apex Rising Charity Pro-Am. It's a global affair, but it's also a mainstream affair, Q.
Man, it is absolutely beautiful. And we made it as a community, right? Onto Times Square. That's absolutely huge. The first of hopefully many to come. If that doesn't get you excited, Tom, I don't know what does.
Yeah, I mean, it's just unbelievable. And, hats off to Fallout and all the team behind Apex Rising. This is a monumental effort, and, it's for such a good cause. Red is, one of the leading world charities. And as you said at the start of the show, the AIDS epidemic is one of the biggest injustices in the world. So we get the best of everything, right? We get a really enjoyable tournament. We get to give lots of opportunities to people across Apex, whether it be on broadcast, whether it be amateur players. But then at the same time, we also get to make a real noticeable difference. We get to put gaming, to do something good, playing our favorite video game, but really making a change in the world. What more could you want from 2 days of your favorite video game?
Right. Would have thought, something is simple every day. Back when I was a kid and when I was younger, my parents told me to stop playing games and do something productive, like study, etc. Would be bringing people all around the world together, raising thousands of dollars for such a great cause. Again, sincere thank you to everybody. We have players and celebrities playing in this as well, like Jack Falloutt of How to Get Away with Murder. Handsome man, by the way. I just gotta say, I got a little bit of a man crush going on. We got Elefante, a DJ. We had originally had Baker Mayfield signed up. He had a conflicting charity event that had to back out about a week ago, but shout out to Baker. Max Holloway, UFC champion. One of the greatest featherweight fighters, I think the winningest featherweight fighter of all time in the UFC. By the way, he's a Masters level Apex player. Ronnie Stanley, NFL player, All-Pro, Pro Bowl, I think right tackle or left tackle for the Baltimore Ravens, participating in this competition. And then, of course, our gaming influencers and celebrities like Average Jonas and Lachlan from Fortnite. And, of course, I think he originally played Pokemon back in the day. He's participating with the Aussie boys. So, again, a global affair, but it's not just celebrities. It's not just content creators and pros. We also wanted to open up to everyday community members, which is why we had this application process. Anyone in the Apex community could apply. And obviously, it was tough to dwindle down from 2,500 or 2,000 applicants that we got to 80 people that we could select. But with that said, the 80 people overall are 80 remarkable people who have done so much for this community. So big thank you to every single person that applied. Sorry we couldn't select all of you, but guess what? There's exciting things coming. The Apex Rising program, this isn't just the charity event. People think Apex Rising is really just the charity event that we have going on. We're hoping to evolve this into something much greater. Obviously, we're working with EA on details for that, and fingers crossed we get all the approvals in. We want to offer the Apex community a chance to have moments like this, to grow, to shine, to learn, and ultimately to act on their passion for Apex Legends. With that said, I know we're filling some time, or we got some more that we're waiting for 2-3 more teams, so we're going to fill some time, but we got a couple of additional important beats to hit. First things first, our QR code and our donations. Look, you see the number below me raising and raising. We're at $3,500. Please, 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 everyone, bust out your cell phones right now. We'll give you time for it. Hit that QR code, open up the donation page, and please consider digging deep to support a remarkable cause for Red. For those that don't know Red, it's Bono's from U2 and Bobby Shriver's charity that has been working since the 2000s, almost 20 years, to fight global pandemics and injustices, or injustices that help pandemics thrive. The largest of which, well, it's AIDS. AIDS is a killer of so many people. AIDS has been such a brutal disease that ultimately only the elite, the rich of the rich, have access to medication, which used to be really, really expensive. And look, people like Magic Johnson are great stories. He's been living with HIV and AIDS for so many years and treating it. We're trying to find a cure ultimately, and ultimately we're trying to make it more preventable over time. So every single donation goes to an amazing cause. People don't realize this, but the cost of a pill, a life-saving pill that helps someone maintain or get by with AIDS or HIV, costs 15 cents. Your dollar donation can cover someone's medication for weeks, period. So again, every single dollar goes to causes like that, providing medication and treatments to those living with HIV or AIDS all around the world, and of course, places like Africa that don't have access to the same things that we have access to, right? So let's make sure to dig deep here, support this charity in Red. It is a premier charity, amazing charity that does so many great things, and please, please, please consider digging deep and donating for a great cause. Red's going to kill me for saying this because they don't want to set a super lofty goal and then we don't get close to it, but my personal stretch goal, $1 million. I know it sounds actually insane. Let's do our absolute best to hit at least a couple $100,000 if we can, as a community, all get together and rally. And with that said, look, it wouldn't be possible without our partners. So I can hit that QR code, but a big shout out to Panasonic and of course their gaming product, the Sound Slayer headset, which you've been seeing me sport here around my neck. You might be wondering what that is. Well, Panasonic Sound Slayer is unbelievable. Take a look. Surround system and surround sound speaker for the most immersive gaming experiences. I totally get a lot of y'all that are sweaty, trying to pursue Apex esports, want the, as loud as you can. Look, this thing is entirely surround sound. An amazing experience if you're trying to get immersed in your game in Apex Legends. Perfect for Apex, for the casual gamer that's just enjoying themselves a session of Apex or any other games. It's actually awesome, insanely comfortable. I've had it on for like an hour and a half now, and I forgot I had it on. This thing's brilliantly comfortable. I've been using it for the last couple of days. And again, thank you so much, Panasonic, Red, and Sound Slayer. By the way, the Sound Slayer is a Red product. So for those that don't know, there's a variety of brands that Red partners with. Panasonic and Sound Slayer is one of them. And a portion of the proceeds from each purchase of a Panasonic Red Sound Slayer headset goes directly to the Global Fund to fight AIDS as well. So by buying this product, you're not only supporting Panasonic, who supported us, you're supporting Red's partnership with Panasonic, and ultimately you're donating to a great cause and you're helping contribute to help save lives and help end this global pandemic and disease. And again, I know it seems like this is just a sponsor plug. This event would not be possible if it wasn't for them. So please consider supporting Panasonic and of course Red by buying their product and then also donating. $4,000 we've raised, by the way. You see that counter continue to go up. We're at 4K, Q. Isn't that insane?
That's insane. We're talking about we're only a couple of minutes into this thing over a couple of day event, man. I can't wait to see what that thing looks like once we get into 5. You mentioned 6, 7 digits, maybe even. Ooh, can't wait.
That's right. Look, gameplay's around the corner. We just got word. We were buying some time, like we said, everybody, because some players were wrapping up playing Realm, I think. We're going to be jumping into gameplay here in just a moment. It is time for game number 1 here soon. But first, before we jump in, I want your guys' game 1 and first series predictions. You guys are casting Group A, which I know you guys have been studying for quite some time. Who do you got placing top 3? If you had to pick a top 3 here in Group A, who you got? Tom, starting with you.
Yeah, I think, you were right to flag Team Timmy earlier. I think that Timmy is one of the most mechanically gifted Apex players we've ever seen. And then, he's been paired with Voddery, who, not everybody's going to know Voddery because, of course, like you said, 15, not able to play in ALGS, but he is insane. He is so ready. I think you're right to flag him as a future star. And this could be the start of that journey. Imagine coming into this tournament and having that much to prove, and then being paired with someone like Timmy, I think that is a recipe for success. And I would be surprised if we didn't see them at the top of the leaderboard after game 1.
Love it. Q, who you got your eye on?
The team I'm going to be keeping an eye on. I've tagged you about this player over and over again throughout the course of the last couple months. Player K, they're going to be looking to play aggressive. I'm looking them to frag out here.
Oh, Player K, APAC South represent. That's right. We got Waltzy Panay, Player K. I think Strafing Flame was originally going to play. I'm not sure if he is. F-Chan playing from APAC North. We got Bin. We got Artin from South America. We got Hockey's Kashera, JMW, so many more. Guess what? We got gameplay, baby. Listen, everyone in the chat, thank you so much for tuning in. My name is John Kefaloukos, also known as Falloutt. I started this Apex Rising initiative and had no idea what would happen. We have the best team possible putting this event together. We are so grateful for you being here. Like we said, dig deep to support charity, but also sit back, relax, enjoy some great Apex Legends gameplay. Thank you so much, of course, to Airlock, our broadcast partner, for bringing all the action. And, of course, Panasonic's Sound Slayer. But let's jump right into it. Q, Tom, take it away for game number 1.
Oh, I can't wait. We don't normally get to see this Legend Select here screen, Tom. I'm going to be excited to see what kind of changes that we have. I'm already seeing a crypto that we don't normally necessarily see in some Horizon. Tom, what are you looking forward to seeing, and maybe some off-meta picks here over these first couple games?
Yeah, I think that this tournament, is such an unknown because we've got teams that we've never seen play before. So it's going to be really interesting, not only to see who people play in this first game. I'm expecting the picks, as we've just seen, are fairly safe and pretty close to what we would see in a Pro League tournament, for example. But as everybody gets a feel for the lobbies, as everybody gets a feel for their teammates, I think we're going to see that meta and the way the tournament plays out shape and evolve. And we are probably going to see some counter picks. Maybe people who maybe only play ranked, who are maybe specialize in a legend that isn't considered competitive meta, to maybe be allowed to express themselves and play something that's a little bit left field, and that's going to make some really interesting Apex.
All right, well, we've talked about getting down to it. Time to get down to business. First game here in our Apex Rising Red Charity Pro-Am. I'm so excited to get down into it. I know we potentially do have ourselves a couple of contests here heading our way out to Storm Point. I really cannot wait to see these first fights break down.
Yeah, I think Storm Point, contesting on Storm Point is so interesting because the map is a little bit larger than World's Edge. You do tend to see teams slightly more confident to want to fight for something. And then our format today is also very long. We've got 2 days of action. We've got multiple rounds. We've got a double elimination bracket. So it's worth putting the time in to try and claim that spot because you're definitely going to be facing these teams again later down the line. So we're definitely at the beginning. We're going to see teams wanting to stake their claim because, okay, it's a tournament for charity, but nobody likes to lose.
And I'm kind of intrigued here. I thought it had looked like we are potentially going to be seeing a contest going on down at Fish Farms, but it doesn't look like it.
Welcome back, everybody, to the Apex Rising Charity Pro-Am. After one hell of a start, a great show open. The entire generator power went out for our broadcast partner, Airlock. I can't make this up. Can't write this. Swear to God, they're using a local machine right now and trying to find a way to make this work. And somehow got the broadcast back up in like 30, 45 minutes, which isn't too bad. So big thank you to Airlock for doing everything they possibly can, given the circumstances. And sorry, everyone, for the delay. We are back and getting ready to jump into game number 3. I'm Falloutt, joined alongside your boy Q, as well as Tom, as we are ready for game 3. Gentlemen, are we re-energized? You guys ready to go?
Oh, I am pumped. I am ready to go. You know, sometimes things happen and we've got everything back on track. And remind me though, Fallout, when what's that thing called when anything that can happen does happen? They call it a type
Law,
of
man.
tragedy. A type of
or tragedy. That works too.
Yeah. But a type of tragedy, don't they?
Yeah, some type of tragedy. I'll call it Murphy's Law, but yes, it seems like a little bit of that going on. But hey, hopefully we got all the gremlins out of the way early. We're ready to get back into the action here. And wow, in the meantime, Lachlan donated himself, Lockie, $2,500, which is absolutely insane. We have gotten to $9,800 already raised. We're almost at the 10,000 mark, everybody, just $270 away. So thank you, everyone. Despite no mainstream, y'all are still going huge for charity and for a great cause. Appreciate that. Take a look. We do have the leaderboard. And even despite all this going on, guess what? We have the leaderboards ready. Let's go ahead and take a look at the updated standings and leaderboards to the competition here. As it currently stands in Group A, it is Team Nocturnal after dominating game number 1. Game 2 is won by Team Waltzy. They sit on top of the pedestal here to kick this one off. And look at that. Team Foot's very own Taylor, Europe represent in third, Tom.
Yeah, I think that, you know, what we're seeing with Team Nocturnal in first is that, you know, IGLs that are at the top of their game in the Pro League are able to translate that even in an amateur tournament. But I've been keeping an eye on the pick rates as well today, and we're still seeing a lot of Seer. We're still seeing a lot of Valkyrie. Seer's pick rates at 87.5% across our first 2 games. But that doesn't mean we aren't seeing some off-meta picks. We've missed Octane. We've missed some Octane. We've missed some Pathfinder. We've missed some Revenant in the first 2 games. So I'm really excited to jump into game 3 and see exactly which legends we see roaming around Stormpoint.
Right. And I think I just got word from our producers. I may have misheard, but I think game is just about ready here. So we'll be jumping in to the game here. Game number 3, our last and final game on Stormpoint here in just a moment. And feel free to cue that up. BMIC, whenever you're ready to roll, we can throw it right to gameplay, whenever it is ready. But with that said, as it stands, Nocturnal game 1 was insane. Obviously, we were watching, just like every single one of y'all as fans. What they did to close out game 1 was brilliant, Q. But hey, real quick, before we jump into that and break things down, let's give some love to Red. Once again, everybody, a reminder for why we're here. We're raising money for a tremendous cause, bringing the community together in support of Red, a remarkable global charity contributing to the global fund with the fight against AIDS, obviously prevention and treatments for those that live with HIV and AIDS, helping mothers make sure that they don't pass along one of the worst diseases to their children with pills that cost 15 cents a day. That's it. By the way, every single dollar that you donate can help provide hundreds or thousands or hundreds of thousands of pills and treatments to people who need it around the world. So please, please, please consider donating just $5, $10, $20, $50, $100. Oh my gosh, it just updated in real time right there. We're close to 10,000. We're $6 away from $10,000, which is amazing. Scan the QR code you see on screen right now to donate. And please, everyone, support this amazing cause. Take a picture of it if you want it for later. But look, gameplay is just about ready. Hugh, walk me through what happened with Nocturnal there.
Well, I mean, honestly, in the first game, we just saw Nocturnal doing what he does best. I know Tiffany said on the main broadcast recently, just built different, right? Able to kind of take the lead, take the reins, and also worth noting, went absolutely crazy with the Sheila as well. So able to really put on a show for those who were able to watch it.
That's right. And certainly putting on a show is Team Nocturnal. He's playing with Selen Tatsuki, by the way, is a VTuber. It's insane to see. You'll love to see all types of people from all walks of life getting involved here. And look, gameplay is ready. Let's go ahead and jump into it for the very first time. Finally, let's give these two a chance to call the action. It's game number 3, our last game on Stormpoint. I think the last of the games that these guys are going to be casting. So Tom, Q, take it away.
And you had mentioned it, Fallout. We had seen some, or I think it was Tom who pointed out, we had some off-pick metas. We're still seeing that Revtane down there at the bottom. Can be really interested to see how that plays out here. But let's go ahead and do it one more time here for the one time on Stormpoint. Tom, are you ready?
Oh, I'm so ready. We've been watching and waiting on the multi-stream and people's Twitch chats, and now here we are back. We're fixed. The problems are, fingers crossed, resolved. Shout out to production team, like Fallout said, for getting everything back, and now we're all guns ahead for this fantastic final game.
And here we go. We can see the teams getting ready to go ahead and drop on in. Now, we have seen a couple of more southern zones. I'm going to be interested to see if we might see one that ends up more ending up towards that top side. I mean, I guess you can still consider like more mill like southern for game 2, right? But of course, on our zone point here, a little bit bigger of a map. I don't think we have the contest that we were thinking that we were going to be seeing down at the fish farms area. It does seem like earlier teams kind of being a little bit more content with making sure that they can get looted and booted and then let their boots hit the ground.
Yeah, we were just talking about when we lost power at the studio about, you know, where teams are landing and how people were playing it a little bit safe, because even though this is, you know, a tournament for charity, they're still wanting to win. And when you're a team that aren't really comfortable with the lobby, when you haven't had time to practice, that, you know, playing it safe, being calm, just making sure that you land uncontested, get your loot, get into zone is, you know, much better, not only for your chances of success, but just for your confidence. You know, you're not taking that big risk right at the start of what is a very long 2-day tournament.
And we had mentioned, you know, before last game was more ending over here by Mill. It does look like we do have Team Designful is actually contesting over here with Team Waltzy, who did win that last game. Zona with some beautiful shots here with the car to be able to open things up. You can actually see going to turn the corner, try and chase this player down. They have gone to the high ground, but Zona with some beautiful shots going to try and close this distance.
Yeah, Zona showing perfect Wraith play there. You know, you can be confident on that character. You can push things, you can open. But, you know, these fights are just off drop at Mill. You know, we've seen so many times across the Pro League, but Team Waltzy's only got Lackey Dacky left. Can he clutch up on the Bangalore? He's got a Mozambique and a Spitfire to his name. I'm not sure they're the weapons that they would have chosen if they were picking their loadout here.
Yeah, I mean, if I'm having to pick between one of these guns or the other, I'm definitely doing like Locke's doing here and picking out that Spitfire. But with only a Mozambique, there is a second. This is going to be tough. But we do got to remember, with this being one of the teams that was sitting up at the top of the scoreboard, with them pretty well mostly going to be getting eliminated here. If not, they follow up and do find that last player alive. It's going to be hard for them to add to that tally. I'm going to be interested to see what teams might be able to capitalize on that.
Yeah, Team Designful obviously, you know, not had the best start so far. They're sat currently down in 16th place, and they're going to be really pleased that they've got a couple of KP. They might look for that, you know, last person alive from Team Waltzy. They do have that seer, so they can use that heartbeat passive to check out, maybe, you know, find where that player is and pick up another kill. But it looks like they're just healing up and trying to play the game out from here.
And also seeing a lot of stagnance as far as in that kill feed makes me believe that this is probably still the only place in the map where we have teams potentially looking for a contest. You can see the hands coming out there, trying to see if we can detect the heartbeat, knowing that there's still one more player left alive here from that team that they landed on here at Mill. But as far as for Team Designful, sitting on the blue, purple here, looking pretty good. Looks like we're going to take a quick look over at Mirage Etoile as well and look at the beautiful lay of the land out here.
Yeah, you can see we've got Team Yanya flying in, so that makes it mean that the zone is probably potentially pulling back here as Team Fichan and Team Yanya are going to go head-to-head here and battle for Mirage Voyage.
Calling Mirage Etoile like we're out on World's Edge. I'm an absolute nutso here. We're actually down here, obviously, down towards the fish farms. Team Yanya is already down a player. Remember, Yanya, of course, being one of those players we know has high fragging potential. We can see here trying to close things out. We do have a second player down, and unfortunately, it's going to be left all to Yanya, who's got the purple shield. But can they finish this fight?
Yeah, and, you know, if there was any player that you think could pull this back and maybe turn this fight around, it would be Yanya. He's an absolutely unbelievable mechanical player, and, you know, he's going to feel confident. Look at him pushing in, being aggressive, taking that Horizon Q into the air to be aggressive, and it looks like he might be able to take Fichan down here.
Yeah, the only problem, though, is ain't no party like a third party. I believe that was Team Verholst rolling in here behind, heard all the commotion, decided they wanted to come in here and take a little bit of lay of the land, trying to chase down this last kill as well. You can see aiming down sight there with the Nemesis. Not sure if they're going to be able to finish that off, but they will be able to ping it to at least have all eyes heading that way.
Yeah, and Team Verholst just going to be laughing all the way to the bank here. They get potentially maybe, I don't know how many KP they actually snagged, but if they have snagged some KP, then that's even better. But what they have got is a really strong position for zones that pull down here. Yeah, Mirage's ship has unbelievable high ground. You have, you know, full sight over essentially the whole of fish farms, and they have the loot from what is 5 players. And, you know, they haven't even shot the ball out yet in Mirage's ship, so there's so much strong loot for Team Falloutt, and I'm not sure that Yanya is going to be able to grab these banners back, but maybe he's going to surprise us here.
Yeah, we definitely see Yanya trying to make sure they can move over this way, at least to try and see if they can get an idea if it's possible. We see even going to go to the sky here, trying to see if they might be able to make the play. Too many gunnies, though. Wait, no, where Yanya gets out of this. No, yeah, unfortunately is going to fall, which leaves Verholz here atop of this high ground. And you'll notice, since we are still in this ring, I wonder if maybe we do see yet another southern pool, which might actually work to Team Verholz's advantage here.
Yeah, and setting up now with that sniper, double sniper for Team Falloutt. That's a very strong strategy for playing on a high ground like this. And there's been a lot of discourse, in the Apex community about how strong snipers are, especially in these competitive lobbies. You just see so many teams flying into fish farms. Verholz's team don't have to worry about their leveling up their evos. They're just looking for damage. They're looking to weaken the opposition, drain their heals, and potentially pick up a couple of kills without taking any risk. Sniping means you're not involved. You're not getting in the thick of it. You can potentially snag, 3, 4, 5, 6 kills a game that way if it's a busy zone. And there's basically no risk for you at all.
Yeah, and you had mentioned before, too, with the fact that they're sitting on that triple purple there as well. They get to kind of get free pickings as teams seem to be rotating in this way, which does lead me to believe we're going to be seeing more of this fish farms ending. I'm guessing teams are starting to get that information, which honestly puts Team Verholz in a beautiful spot for the next several minutes here as we see Team Timmy going up in that top right-hand corner.
Yeah, a little bit of a surprise there to see Team Timmy eliminated. I think that I don't know exactly how they're playing these games. Obviously, we've only been watching the multi-stream for the last couple of games. But it looks like they might have been running into a little bit of trouble potentially on the edge of zone there and not been able to work their way into zone. But we still have 17 teams alive as we pull to a map. You can see there's a couple of teams. Team Design, Team Taylor, in zone, playing that strategy of playing edge, potentially hitting armories, potentially, hitting crafters and really, juicing up their loot. But on the other hand, look at how many teams have worked their way towards fish farms, have worked their way towards Gale Station. It is an absolutely packed zone, and we're seeing so many teams work their way in. Fish farms are so many buildings and can really house a lot of teams.
And you know what's interesting here? When I'm looking at this map, let's not forget that Team Designful, they landed, they were the ones who landed down at Mill, right? And had the contestant rotate up towards Beast, and they're still sitting back here in zone. They're going to be coming in late. Yeah, they have the benefit of still having a couple of KP to their name, but when we talk about trying to move into this zone that's already so packed, I do have just a couple of worries for them.
Yeah, exactly, and we can obviously see now the next zone appearing on the map as well with that dashed line. It is just pulling all the way into fish farms. The zone's going pretty deep, I would say. There's a lot of teams now jamming on that eastern side. We can see obviously Taylor's team running into Team Hal. On the edge of zone there as well. Looks like they're maybe just going to try and rotate past, but Team Design, they're working their way to crafter, and they're playing that strategy of knowing that this zone is difficult. When you're contesting, you can't rotate very quickly. I think it's a good decision from them just to take their time, get some loot, and maybe fight their way in as the zone gets smaller as we jump on board here with Team Sweet Dreams.
Yeah, and we know that the zone's pretty packed down here. Now, Sweet Dreams team, he does have some cover, obviously, with these little donut buildings. The important thing is when you're locking them down, though, there are multiple ways to get in, not just the doors, but the windows. You need to keep that head on a swivel. So you talked earlier about Team Imperial, how they have notice FUT Taylor's team rotating in. They're going to end up chasing them down here. There's no reason not to. You can actually see Imperial Hal leading the charge here, letting that Nemesis sing as well. Nice first knock, which gives them all the reason more to push forward even more up this hill.
Yeah, I mean, they're just smelling blood as soon as they see anybody, an IGL as confident as, Hal, with a teammate as talented, maybe not, with Apex experience, but, back in his Fortnite days, with 72 hours, and probably also scan that player beacon. They have that seer, so they can use that new survey beacon, which now scans all the players on the map. They will know that it's an isolated fight, and they are just going to chase down those kills. They know that there is no danger of being thirded, and they are just hunting points. They're triple purple, strong weapons. They are going to be feeling really good about being aggressive and working their way towards zone.
And I do see, I do love seeing Hal kind of getting back more with the comfort. We know with the season 16 changes, there was a lot of different changes of people trying to figure out what meta made the most sense. We saw Hal kind of switching around on some different legends, having some troubles on the ALGS side. Now on the horizon, seems to be right back in his bag.
Yeah, and this tournament could do wonders for his confidence. Sometimes it just takes something to shake you out of that rut, just to get you out of what is a little bit of an unfortunate streak for the TSM roster right now. But one thing that's never in doubt is their talent, and maybe if Hal can have a really good showing across these 2 days, he's gonna you know, be able to revive their chances at qualifying directly for LAN and not be relying on those, you know, worryingly RNG-filled regional finals with match point.
We are hanging on board here with Team Avidly, one of our several teams here that has representation of some players that are in the Celestial Cup competing in that Soul League. I know that they just had I think it's like 11 game banger as far as for their grand finals. Love seeing the diversity as far as for events like this. I'm really looking to see how some of them turn up. I think Miss Dopey's team was actually, I think, top 4, top 5 last game.
Yeah, I think this is a great opportunity for those people to, you know, silence some of the criticism that sometimes gets thrown, you know, to people, not just women, but people who play in smaller tournaments. That, you know, can you handle playing with the, you know, the best players in the world? And this is, you know, the whole Apex Rising tournament format is really fantastic to give not just, you know, people who've been competing in the women's leagues, but just amateurs in general an opportunity to really shine, to show that they can hack it at the top level and to really make a point. And, you know, they've called the zone really well. Team Avidly are in a fantastic spot. You know, they have that charge rifle. You can see, you know, Pretty Bon Girl getting a knock there on Josh across the map, proving that, you know, that the strategy of playing the zone, picking up kills, using snipers, and, you know, playing a low risk and then high reward game as we move towards the final circles here.
Yeah, I mean, especially while we're still at this point, I mean, these teams are doing a very good job of kind of duplicating that ALGS style, right? A lot of teams piling into these end circles here. I mean, with second circle still closing, and still, you had mentioned earlier when we had that overhead look at the map, all the teams still piled in. So where they're at right now, in a great position, you've got the cover, and you mentioned being able to get some free picks with those snipers. It's going to be in an excellent situation, but I am kind of curious how some of these other teams are finding their way, kind of trying to share this space out here.
Yeah, working your way into fish farms from the edge can be really, really difficult. There's so much open space. Some of the rotates are really, really difficult. And teams can set up and hold you out. You know, if your team design, who we saw rotating, you know, this way towards Gale Station side, we don't know if they've maybe changed course. You've got two teams in Gale Station, you know, Team Genos, you know, and Team of Prizzy are going to hold you out. And you can guarantee, in fact, Team Design, we don't know where they are right now. We haven't seen them up for a small amount of time, but they are fighting in the kill feed, so maybe they aren't coming this way. But Team of Prizzy with that Octane and that Revenant. What was it? Season 9 called? It wants its legend composition back or something like that?
I mean, honestly, I love to see
nightmare.
it. Seeing the adversity here, we saw actually a couple of nice plays from a prize here, actually being able to use that Rev ult to their advantage to be able to knock out some teams. I think it was in game 2. It might have been game 1. Regardless, though, we've been able to see them be able to make some good use of it. And I think also when you come in with those off-meta picks, you're probably also going to be coming in with some off-meta like ideas and strategies, right? Which could allow you to catch some of these teams out of position and off guard.
Yeah, that's a great point. And I was going to say that, you know, doing something like this in a tournament where, especially at the beginning, where people are nervous, there's a lot of pressure. People don't really have a feel for the lobby. We've got a lot of players that are adjusting to the standard for the first time. As we see that Death Totem and that Octane pack go down. Here we go. This is a throwback push from Team of Prizzy. Getting slightly punished here, but, you know, it's very low risk and very potentially high reward using this ability, and they're just going to now reset and get their flesh health back before they maybe try and push again.
Yeah, just pushing a little bit, letting them know, hey, we're still over here. We're not afraid to push, but we will see, obviously, as the circle had changed, this squad will eventually need to leave this perch that they're at. And they also have a team that is firing at them when they take that high ground as well. And I think we're starting to hear a couple of footsteps above them potentially, too. So they might have to potentially worry about some teams moving in on their location here.
Yeah, and round 3 is about to close, and neither of these teams are in zone. So we have got a little bit of a stalemate here. Are these teams going to be pragmatic? Are they going to move to zone, or are they going to keep fighting and potentially all die to zone? We will see exactly what happens here, but, you know, somebody has to make a move, and quickly. It looks like Team Genos is going to make that move, combining that digital threat with that smoke. We are breaching into the building, and we are pushing through, and they might just be clearing their path to zone here.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, you might as well tuck tail and try and rotate out here. I think the thought process, too, was to try and see if maybe you can find yourself less competitive rotation in. If you leave early, you don't have to have the fight. You know, so many teams are going to be coming in here. If you start having that fight outside the circle, someone's going to gatekeep you out. You're even seeing here as far as for Genos, they're taking shots, trying to rotate in, and just to no avail.
Yeah, and Team of Prizzy have obviously, you know, decided to take a slightly different path into zone, and now they're being held out by Team Imperial Hal. And I tell you what, that is not somewhere I want to be, with a horizontal flying towards you and a zone pushing into your back. And You know, Hal's cooking that team to medium rare right now with that thermite grenade.
And this was exactly what they were trying to avoid by rotating out early. Just unfortunately, the CEO was ahead of the curve. It was able to wait for him at the top of this hill. You can see they're trying to hunt down the last player here. They haven't been able to find him just quite yet. They do need to be careful to not overpeak these corners as well. Of course, with 13 teams still left in, you have to realize that there are going to be people looking over this way with all the gunshots.
Yeah, and I think the team Hal have done a really good job here to clear their backs and give themselves some space, but they've still got a long way to go to zone. That zone is still pulling in. You see excellent charge rifle shots here. You know, picking up and what is essentially a really easy kill. They are gonna clean out what I think that's a Prizzy, right? Making some moves on Revenant. Nice little tap straight around the box. And if Team Imperial Hal are just out for blood, they're trying to grab KP, but that one is just denied to them by Sweet.
Yeah, now at this point here, obviously knowing that they've got a team that is pushing into them, you can see those Nemesis shots ringing in. That's going to knock down Steffi. Imperial House trying to get the bat off. Unfortunately, not able to do so, at least for now. 72 Hours also going to lose all of their shields here. Not sure if this team that's firing across the way, there's one that's over there by the actual man cannon, might be pushing and trying to find an additional angle. That's actually why Hal pushing out with the Nemesis itself, trying to head him off. But now with just one player left, Hal just going to rise to the sky and just really going to be a skeet target, just going to end up getting shot down.
Yeah, and I think that that's still a successful game from Team Imperial Hal. They had a lot of KP there, at least 6. 6 points plus an extra placement point there is still a decent game when the zone is pulling so far away from the wall where they landed, and they just didn't have any real cover. They didn't have a Bangalore, they didn't have a Catalyst, and they didn't have even something off meta like a Gibby to rotate into zone. So I think that game, considering where the zone has gone, is a pretty decent innings.
And we're seeing here again, kind of outside of this little building that TSM and Belly's been in, and the rest of the team, they've seen another team. This is Team Noco that's landing right out in front of them. They are taking some shots, but of course down here in this area of the map, they have a whole bunch of these little kind of pools that teams will be using to try and give themselves a little cover. The only problem is when you have other teams that happen to come in as far as on those Valcolts, which we still might have another team or two trying to rotate in, they can land right on top of your face and start a fight.
Yeah, obviously we're seeing, a number of catwalls down now on the edge of zone. Everybody being forced in towards the actual farms of fish farms, and we're going to see teams set up inside. And a Nocturnal there with a fantastic sniper shot across the map, and it looks like Team Verhulst, I think they're going to be able to reset. They're in a strong position. They're on height. They've just got to play it safe and not be too greedy. We see Sweet running for his life. That boy is very healthy right now.
Yeah, unfortunately, Sweet down with 1 HP, and a Dream is getting hunted here. It does look like might be able to get the heal off, but it's still one person hanging out underneath the team of 3 here for Team of Valley. You have to be concerned, obviously, for Sweet when you're underneath these donuts here, especially because you are in this little area where other teams are going to be rotating in. You're a solo. I don't know if it's obviously the best spot, but there's really nowhere else to go if you're Sweet, because everyone else is already over here.
Yeah, I think he is going to get a little bit of protection in that spot, because obviously there's still 9 teams in this tiny zone, and I don't think that anybody can, as Nocturnal there, getting a little bit of a taste of his own medicine, getting sniped across the map. But Sweet's going to be able to get a little bit of protection here, and there's so many teams around. As you can see, the second that Selen peaks, they're just absolutely annihilated by several shots, and now they're getting pushed for it as well.
Yeah, I believe that was Bin moving in here, and they're going to actually be able to get the white. Bin now back on board with Team Singularity after some changes in the little break in the splits there, able to get themselves a kill. You also see Noco going to be rising up here, getting some shots away over at those donut buildings, and unfortunately Noco also going to be eliminated. We had talked about this position for Team Avelli being really strong when they were over here in just Zone 2, and they're still able to hold it down.
Yeah, we just see Team Sweet eliminated in the kill feed. Sweet was able to rack to 6. That's going to get him a couple of extra crucial placement points. So pretty good innings considering that he was on his own for a pretty significant amount of time there. As Team Avilia, they're going to co-share this building, it looks like. I think they're happy to coexist. They have that Watson, so they've got fences to hold space. They don't have to necessarily be, hard staring. But the angles in these buildings now are just so difficult to hold. There is barely anywhere that is safe besides this little corner behind those boxes.
Yeah, but I mean, the good news for you is you do have that pylon down as well, right? So you don't have to worry about that so much as far as the ordinances rolling in here. I didn't happen to notice if Team Verhulst is going to be able to stay up on that elevated angle. I'm guessing by the fact that we do see Big E dropping up onto the roof there. I'm guessing probably now, yeah, there's the rest of the team now dropping down. We even see Team Hawkins across the way trying to let off some warning shots, trying to make sure that they're able to kind of keep their space over here as well. This is the 5th ring closing. 5 teams left. We have 4 full squads, I'm thinking of duo.
Yeah, I mean, there's just so many teams, but I think the Team Hackers here are in a really good position. The zone is not too far away. They do have that catalyst. They also have a pretty significant amount of space here. And they have a Hemlock as well, you know, a really strong weapon. That thing can shred in absolutely no time at all. So I think they are the team to watch right now. They don't have a lot of pressure on them. All the other teams are going to have to fight as they leave their relevant positions. So I think this is Team Hackers' game to lose.
Yeah, I definitely like as far as where they're at, but I do got to say with where Team Verholst is, they've got two teams that are fighting up under them that I think they're trying to wait to see if they can find a way to move in and get some of the cleanup on it. There's the duo that we are looking at there as far as for Team Taylor, trying to see if they can hold them off at least for now. I think actually trying to prevent a knock pickup actually here. Now, unfortunately, Team Taylor's opponent or their teammate also needs to get picked up, actually getting pushed in here by Team Verholst, or no, by Team Avelli. Team Taylor going to be taken out.
Yeah, and they've got literally seconds now until the zone starts closing. They are going to have to get out of that building, you know, ASAP Rocky here. Team Verholst on that roof, as you said. I think they're getting focused. So I think a lot of teams can see them right now, and I think that they are facing a lot of pressure. They're obviously down to a duo, but they still have that Bangalore, and those bank smokes and Bangalore's rolling thunder, if they have that available to them right now, they are going to be massive, just as that mobile respawn beacon could be as well, providing some much needed cover on that roof.
And you had mentioned that spot that Team Hackers was at. You know, they're going to have to try and move here, getting shredded as they move. Or no, that's not Team Hackers. Team Hackers' spot is the team that's actually getting rotated towards there. Still in a pretty decent position here. But for Team Verholst, as we see Team Ben now taken down, we're into a final three. Team Verholst is going to have to drop down.
Yeah, Hackers, they're picking up so many kills as they essentially just watch these last two teams fight, see how many kills they can snag there as Team Avelli are going to wipe Team Verholst, it looks like, with some assistance from Team Hackers. And now we have a straight 3v3. Team Hackers versus Team Avelli. Yeah,
this should be an easy push. I thought we were going to see Team Hackers just putting up some shots. Yeah, that's going to be the first player down here for Hackers. It's going to be a 2v3. You are going to be seeing a shield battery coming out for Royal before they try and swing out and around. There is a catalyst wall that is down, cutting off some line of sight here, at least for now. They're not going to be able to make a play as far as for the pickup. They're still just left as the duo. One player actually has no shields as well as they start to make the swing in.
Yeah, I think this is just Team Hackers. Yeah, Team Hackers, easy win there. They just had such strong positioning. They were able to, you know, earn a spot that just had no pressure on it, and essentially everybody else was mashed. Essentially everybody else was just, you know, mashed together on that other side of zone, and they had what was a really free win, and they were also able to, you know, just pick up a load of kills as everybody else fought.
And what a game there, Fallout, man. Talk about the ending. What are you thinking of there after game 3?
You love to see Hockey's waking up. You knew it was a matter of time, man. He's one of the greats. And look, we all knew what Hockey's is capable of. I love this squad. Blood Reyna playing with Blood, and of course playing with Arc Royal, one of my favorites in the community. Things you love to see. Massive shout out to Hockey's for a huge dub in game number 3. But outside of that, you know, Hal was able to farm as well. And here we go. Here's the kind of championship graphic, which is sick, by the way. Hockey's takes the dub. But a couple other things, obviously, to talk about there. Hal was able to farm with, I think, 8 or 9 kills. So I think he's doing just enough to get the kills needed to earn maybe a top 10 spot. But what's important to realize in the macro of the story, Tom, top 10 is all that matters. There's no difference between 1st and 10th place.
Yeah, exactly. And, you know, this goes for a lot of the smaller Apex Legends tournaments, you know, like the Challenger Circuit, where there is no prize for blowing through the lobby. If you can get into that top 10, if you can, like Team Hal just did, make the best of what is probably a worst case scenario zone, and at least post a few points on the board, we'll see exactly how many, you know, they manage to rack up in just a second here. You know, if you can get in that top 10, it doesn't matter. 1st, 10th earns you exactly the same thing.
That's right. So one game, you know, one of 6 games, a pop-off game like Hockey's had, or like Nocturnal had game 1, or Team Waltzy had in game 2, might do enough to sneak into that top 10. Looks like we do have the game results scores ready to go here in just a second. We'll pull those up. Show you guys the results from game number 3 here in a moment. Of course, Hockey's takes the dub, but you know, look, second place right behind them, Q. You love to see our women competitors on top with the guys. Team Avelli in 2nd place, also looking solid.
Yeah, Avelli looking really, really good. They're able to get into their position early, able to do what they need to do, just play their game, right? Nothing flashy, and it doesn't need to be. As Tom was talking about, you don't need to aim for 1st in these lobbies, and by getting yourself a solid placement, picking up a couple kills on the way, that's the formula to do what you need to do.
Right. Obviously, in the grand scheme of what we're seeing here, gentlemen, I want to hear your thoughts. Obviously, we have a couple teams that are pretty darn strong, but, you know, look, I want to make sure everyone's aware. We're balancing Team Waltzy's team because they will be playing with a sub 50% of the games. I think Jen Burton may have played on keyboard and mouse that last game. I don't know, but they got dropped on by Designful, who was not the happiest about 2 ALGS pros on one team and decided to take matters into his own hands, Tom.
Yeah, you got to, I mean, and I love when you see players take that. Sometimes you got to take into control what you can control, right? You know what? I'm going to go ahead and make sure I go over 2 mil. I'm going to handle business myself. And when you're able to win that contest first thing around, a little bit of an option, a little bit of a chance to be able to puff your chest out a little bit.
Right. We will have the, actually just got an update from our producer. We won't have the game results. Well, the overall leaderboards, obviously, they're still working with, I believe, a generator or no internet or no power or something, a backup PC. So not the full graphics package, but we do have the total amount fundraised down here, which is pretty sweet. I thought we were going to lose that. 10.8K just updated to $12.5 thousand raised already. It's day 1. I have to refresh my screen here. Who did that? I wish. Is there a running list? That's view all leaderboards. Let me see if there's a running list. I can't find it. Oh my gosh, that's insane.
12.5, and we're not even 2 hours into this thing, Fallout. That's dope.
Insane. Team Waltzy with the lead because Lachlan donated 2.5K. We have Team Imperial Hal, I believe, in second. They donated 1.8K as a community. Shout to Hal's community. Team Nocturnal with 1.5K. So it's a competition within the competition here. But look, everybody, even Team F-Chan with 232. Team Drumbum 256. Team Rambo 155. Team Verholz 270. This is amazing across the board here. I think I am hearing we're not going to have the leaderboards ready, y'all. I think they're trying to get that sorted for everybody here as soon as they can. But Tom, pretty insane to see what we're seeing here. In the meantime, let's take a look at our donate page and the QR code. If you are wondering at home how you can get involved, make sure to take out your phones and scan the QR code on your screen right now. Focus your lens. It will work. I promise we tested it. And you can open up our main page to see where the donations are at and how you can donate and participate, help us raise money, bring the entire Apex community together in support of Red to fight AIDS and hopefully in our lifetime end the crazy and terrible injustice and disease that is AIDS. Again, scan the QR code on your screen right now. Even $10, $15, $50, $100, anything helps. If the entire Apex community donates $20, gosh, we can do something miraculous for the global fight against AIDS. So again, big shout out to every single person that's donated so far, that's contributing, that's willing to help this remarkable cause, Tom.
Yeah, I mean, look, the Apex community is unmatched. We've seen the Apex community come together for, so many occasions. Just the other week, it was, slightly lesser known player Zedo was saying he might have to give up gaming, and the Apex community steps up. I remember 100 Thieves signed Professional Scurry, nearly, was made homeless. He didn't have the funds. He was, in a really difficult situation. The Apex community came together. They, backed him. They gave him the money that he needed to help him and his family out, and he went on to win the LGS Championship in 2021. The Apex community has a track record of stepping up, doing the right thing, and supporting great causes, and I'm not surprised that we're raising so much money so soon into this fantastic tournament.
Yep. Well, look, we're going to jump to a very quick break. Obviously, getting the new high-performance lobby set up, I believe, so we'll be right back with some more Apex Legends action at the Apex Rising Charity Pro-Am right after this. Welcome back, everybody, to the Apex Rising Charity Pro-Am, all getting the Apex community together in support of Red. 2 new casters. We got some stunner shades. Are you kidding me? Look at Tenrek with the stunner shade. Did y'all match outfits? I didn't even see you until I looked down. I'm impressed, Tenrek.
You know, we were prepped for a little bit of a longer vacation, I'm gonna be honest, so we were getting a little bit comfy. But it's time to really get serious, I think, at this point, as we head into World's Edge. So a little disappointing that I won't be able to wear those for the rest of the cast, but alternatively, I get to watch 3 more games of Apex with all these amazing teams. So
That's right.
A good balance.
And Ash, listen, y'all can get serious, take the hats off. Ash is locked in with face paint that is permanent. I am loving the vibes right now. This is the entertainment we need in Apex Legends, my friends. Ash, you're bringing the heat. Was that? I thought you did that. I'm like, more tricks up your sleeve? Oh.
We got alternate dimensions in here?
Ash just flipped the switch and became a different person. I've never seen
that. Was incredible.
I've never seen that happen before. Unbelievable. Ash is going to refresh. So it looks like someone jumped into Ash's VMix call link and stole their identity there real quick. But look how fast production was to get things fixed. We'll get Ash refreshed and back in the action here in a moment. Until then, just Tenrek and I on screen as we get Ash up and running. But Tenrek, look, people are meeting you for the first time. You're casting Apex in for a major tournament, I believe, for the first time, right? Give us a quick introduction.
It's true. I've been doing mostly challenger circuits for the past couple months with the help of some of the more amazing people in the T2 scene like Mello and Dia and Zephyr. And before that, I got to work with a couple other great events, especially with Knights, before they stopped doing their gauntlets. So I've gotten a good amount of Apex experience up to here, but this is on a whole nother level, and I'm so excited.
I love it. Well, we're lucky to have you. Thanks so much for all the passion you put into Apex Legends. Ash, people don't know you. They've been living under a rock. Casted LGS with me about a year and a half ago. It's good to be casting and working another show with you, my friend. Do a quick intro for those that are watching.
Yeah, absolutely. For those of you who don't know, I am your #1 caster Vok, Asher Vok. I did a little bit of ALGS Pro League and moved on to Celeste Cup and Risen Rose. So definitely been around in the Apex women's scene, which was definitely a major thing as well. And honestly, really glad to be back in the seat too.
I love it. We're lucky to have you back. For that exact reason, the vibes, the swag that Ash just brought to that intro. Little Dr. Seuss dropping bars live on stream, things you love to see. It's going to be a lot of fun working with the two of you. You're already bringing the flair. You're already bringing the personality. And it's funny. I don't remember if it was y'all or someone else. Was it you, Ash? That someone asked me for this. I recently did a Orbis Caster Clash. I was like the host, a judge for a caster game show. Did y'all see that on Twitter?
I believe so, actually. I watched or heard a little bit about it.
It was amazing. It was so cool. And I feel like part of what we're doing here is like similar. You know, we get to bring new talent in, or talent that have been kind of grinding through challenger circuit. That's what we're trying to do. Is there's so much hidden talent out there that you know, just need a chance to kind of show themselves and show what they got. And here you go. Y'all are showing so much personality already. So again, it's an honor to be working alongside the two of you. I believe we have something ready. I can barely hear my producer in my ear, so I got to get that fixed. But it looks like we do have the leaderboards. Let's take a look at the updated leaderboards as I just cranked my boy B-Mick up in my Discord. But let's take a look here. Overall standings. After 3 games, we got Nocturnal in first. You love to see EU's very own Taylor. He's, I believe, Norwegian, coming from Scandinavia, in second place. Taylor's showing up big time. Team Waltzy in third. Hal is in 5th overall because they've been fragging out via kills. Sweep breaking into the top 10. So this is kind of cookie cutter what you'd expect to see, 10.
I'm so glad I'm seeing Taylor hop up in the rankings by the tail end of this. His team has been looking so good over the course of this tournament. They've just had it a bit rough with these rotations, but they've still been able to make it to Final 2, or the top 5 rather, those past couple games. Really great spacing, a couple unfortunate run-ins with some teams that were able to cut them short enough to the point where they couldn't really last in those final circles super long, but clearly they've made enough groundwork to make it this far, and I'd love to see what they continue to offer.
Right. And we also are, gosh, this is amazing. Shout out to production. We got the overall elimination leadership as well. We can not going to have a graphic for it, but we'll walk you through it. Nocturnal in first with 16 kills, tied with Taylor with 16 as well. They are both fragging out. Waltzy, as you'd expect, in third. Hockey's right after. Hal in 5th. Then Ben from South America showing up. You love to see it. And Verholst in 7th. That's kind of your top 7 in terms of overall eliminations as well. Ash, any thoughts for you on this leaderboard here?
Man, any thoughts on the leaderboard? I mean, #1, I was really rooting for Team Yanya because, let's be honest, adopted into a Chicano neighborhood here in Los Angeles. So, of course, I really have to support any teams that come from here in NA, whether it be Mexico or wherever as well. But #1 team I definitely wanted to watch out for was Avali. You have to remember that Team Avali, right? Ava herself did sign with TSM involving Janie and Sabs, right? And that was a whole nother roster, an absolutely wild one that's been tearing it up in Celeste Cup. But when it came to our top 3, which was pretty interesting as well with Team Nocturnal, Team Taylor, and Team Waltzy. Listen, I don't like to be biased, but when it comes to Moist Esports, listen, I gotta give it a little bit of support there. But one thing I'd like to call out too, Revtane in the lobby was not what I was expecting here.
Hey, listen, this is a content tournament at the end of the day. I know it's competitive, but you like to see them bringing the heat. Look, let's take a look. Speaking of bringing the heat, we got to bring some heat for Red, everybody. It's so important that we do everything we possibly can to bring the heat, to bring the noise. So please, please, please whip out your phones, take a picture, bookmark the website, and let me know what the donation account is. We hit 14K already. It's day 1. We're at $14,000 raised, which is amazing. A big thank you to every single person for supporting the Apex Rising Charity Pro-Am, bringing the entire Apex Legends community together in support of Red and for a great cause. If you would consider donating or spreading the word, Instagram post, bringing people to this stream, or to the donate page, it would be greatly appreciated. And not only Red, of course, all of our partners who have made this entire experience possible. And of course, one of them, well, it's Airlock GG, Space Station's very own broadcast production company. They are remarkable. I mean, the amount of talent that they have, the fact that they're running a 2 broadcast production right now with 20 plus casters, any single curveball I've thrown their way. I've told them all types of crazy ideas. I want to bring 20 casters on a show and help them learn how to cast Apex Legends. They said, bet. We got you. 5 premiere videos that they produced for Hal, Sweet, Nocturnal, Hockeys, and Timmy. They've been crushing it. Big shot and thank you to Airlock and Space Station for supporting the Apex Rising Charity Pro-Am. But we did just get word that gameplay is about ready to roll here. We're about to head into Legend Select. Let's go ahead and jump right into it for the very first time in their debut here in a major Apex event. It's Tenrek and Ashervok, the duo. Take it away.
Oh man, Tenrek. You smell that? It couldn't be. It couldn't be the smell of sulfur. We're not heading to the map, are we?
It's time to go back home. It's time to go to World's Edge.
Oh,
and we've seen
boy.
we've seen how these teams can do on Storm Point. We've seen how these teams interact regardless of what tier you want this tournament to be. But heading to World's Edge, it's going to be a whole nother ball game. We've seen the dominance from the Valkyr, but this meta is about to get really interesting, and there are 2 contests, at least prospectively, that we have to look forward to in this first game.
Yeah, absolutely. And when it comes to those contests, I mean, let's be honest here. Team Imperial Hal versus Team Waltzy on Lava Siphon. Let me tell you something right now. I have not seen a hotter contest since the days of TSM versus Lust. And let me tell you, those used to get spicy. But besides that, and when it comes to Legend Comp, what are some we could be expecting here now that we shifted away from a more open map like Storm Point and into something more compact like World's Edge here?
Well, we saw a couple of people try and go balls to the wall with that aggression, with the Path, with the Awk, with the Rev, but most people tended to stick to that classic Cat Seer Valk or the Bang Seer Valk that we're so used to seeing most of the time. The chemistry that these characters get away with is nigh impossible, but the anti-meta we've seen rise up over the course of these last 3 games at least, and hopefully going into Storm Point, has been really awesome to watch. Like I said before, the Rev Awk core that a Prize wanted to run before, I'd love to see how he shifts going forward this game. I didn't get a chance to see his comp going into this game, but really excited to watch the choices. I know you've been toting a couple legends that you really want to watch, Ash, that I may or may not have a little bit of beef with or a couple preferences against.
Oh boy, man, oh man. When I tell you the names of these legends, I am probably going to get flack for, but you know what? I don't care anymore. It is about time we insert a new counter pick meta. And bear with me here, Tenrek. This might decide our relationship as friends. Hear me?
Okay.
Mad Maggie, because of course you can't spell problematic without M-E. Rampart, because we've been seeing more and more Rampart, whether it be APAC or SA. And the last one, Walter Fuse Fitzroy Grenado Tornado, the mullet haver mustache wearing Australian himself.
Look, I know that you're going to be making the argument for Fuse today. I know you are.
Yes,
but
of course.
I hate to be the bearer of bad news. I still am not convinced. We've talked about this a good couple times in the green room, and I can't wait to hear what you have to say about Fuse, considering how these players will act going into these next couple games. But I think there are a couple better options, especially if you want to do the kinds of things that you want Fuse to do. Mounting that aggression that some of these teams may be searching for, I feel like Ashe is such a more obvious option. That immediacy in taking space rather than having to use your ultimate out the gate in order to take it, it seems so trivial to me.
I mean, true, not gonna lie, with Ashe, I remember some teams like XSET running Ashe back in scrims long time ago when Ashe first dropped, and now that we had the nerfs and the buffs come out, I mean, you're right. When it comes to Ashe, you have the infiltration, and you have exfiltration, especially with her ultimate. It makes her very aggressive in being able to get those much-needed kills, those much-needed pushes. But hear me out just for a second on Fuse, and I am so sorry to bring this back up. But when you think about it, I've been arguing for it. Scott's been arguing for it. And dare I say it, we're going all the way back to when Kay Swinney used to experiment with Fuse way back in the day. And honestly, when you think about it, it kind of works now that you have Rampart, you have Catalyst, you have Seer to worry about. You have your double knuckle clusters, you have the ability, the availability, and the urgency to be able to sling out those grenades at much needed times, and the extra inventory as well, and the mother load. It makes Fuse the perfect combination between recon and assault, considering you can see people in the mortar fire now, and it stacks on stacks on stacks on damage. But besides that, moving on to Team Verholst right now in a little bit of a sticky situation for themselves, possibly crammed between multiple squads here, but with a white paper napkin on, I mean, really, this is going to be risky for Team Verholst to kind of navigate, especially once you have a limited number of shield cells and so little room to navigate here.
And this is a Verholst team that was actually the ones to rotate onto Overlook before Player K's team made it back up to the surface to hopefully cut them off, but the shield advantage and the other pairs of eyes looking at them appears to be too big of an issue right now. Verholst is going to try and take this Sky back. That's the perk of having this Valkyrie online for this border that they're trying to play, as the circle will once again pull south, which is a trend we've certainly been seeing so far today, Ashe.
Man, a southward circle, and if I remember correctly, we did have some teams like, Noko and It's Timmy landing a little further southward than usual, as well as Hackies, but what really worries me, is that when it comes to these circle and ring pulls as of late, Tenrek, you can agree with me on this, they have been in the most obscure, the most unknown places to a point. You go back to Charlie Brown, I have a chocolate bar, I have a nemesis, I have a rock, I have a cliff face, I have a house even, and it is the most unusual thing possible.
Income inequality ravaging the Apex servers. So sad to see. But as you said before, a good couple teams, including actually Team Waltzy, who decided to go Dome instead of Siphon, not contesting against Team Imperial Hal, may actually benefit them because their rotation is going to be the tiniest bit cleaner along that edge, only having to watch It's Timmy as a worst case scenario from the sidelines, as meanwhile we see quite a bit of a fricas where Hal has rotated to now in Siphon, as we have a couple more occupants heading in as the game matures. Excuse me, launch site.
Gosh, that is true. And over here on launch site, getting very busy. If I remember correctly, Waltzy and Hal landed themselves smack dab in the middle of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 different teams, whether it be Killing Post, Taylor, or even Abilene. So really, this is a major risk, but you see with the Dark Veil coming up, and oh my goodness, a Hull Pan's labyrinth of Watson fences to worry about. And Team Timmy right now trying to find proper fortification and trying to find a proper place to bunker down, but right now with Vatari down and out, no Seer, it's going to be a major issue if they can't get this res.
It's so awkward and taking so much time as well while these other teams start to find better positioning, or worse yet, take these shots. It's the same position we've seen Timmy in time and again over the course of today, unfortunately. This is a team that we really wanted to pay attention to. Vatari has been looking amazing lately, a great personality and a really great player. I was excited to watch this this team really shred it up, especially with Elefante on the team, but they were not really able to get it going, unfortunately, over on Storm Point, currently sitting at 17th with only 2 KP. They want to fix that, and there's a lot of potential opportunities, a lot of potential prey to do so, but heading back over, Yanya looks to be feasting as they find some outskirt players.
Man, absolutely. And if it's one thing that Yanya appreciates, it's a feast for El Presidente right now, as it looks like Yanya did manage to get shields back up, and Dockles versus Vato, right, did get a bit of a rotate in, and with the Nemesis might be able to get in a little bit of damage as yet another engage popping off for Team Yanya, but unfortunately for them, Kuko is going to go down, as it looks like Yanya does get third party themselves, and of course Miss Dopey goes down, but now they have another team to worry about, which looks to be Designful.
Yeah, and they're going to head in deep for this. This is essentially where they already were. They know that this area is barren, and they also know it's quite a ways away either way for you to get out of. So Design's simply going to breach this 3P, not necessarily worry too much about getting back in just yet. Repair themselves, get their loot, head back in without too much consequence, because again, this northern edge is already quite dry. We've seen only about 3 or 4 teams at a time decide to take Edge or Storm in this lobby, and it's led to a lot of chaos just waiting to brew until somebody happens by another team. Of course, far more common in Store Point than World's Edge. I mean, we saw Ring 3, 20 squads left. I wouldn't be surprised if we get halfway through that with the same amount this time. Yeah, I also think it'll head to launch site. It seems to be pulling that way, and most of the teams seem to be aware of that fact, as well as Lava Siphon will start getting breached. 2, just trying to take that space and make that space from the teams behind you. Make sure it is impossible for anyone outside of your realm to touch you. As Stunny is going to get approached by a team or 2. They should be expecting this, though, because they just had that presence in Harvester and above Lava Siphon, which is where these teams already were, essentially. Up against Fian in the same building, or Lava Siphon in the same POI, as this circle closes in. 17 squads to go. Here's Avali once again righting themselves for the oncoming slaughter. Again, a team that we've spoken to no end about, but for good reason. A team that's been making so many waves, specifically recently in a scene that has been making so many waves recently. I know that everyone else has said it, but I love saying it. It feels so refreshing to see a team like this have such dominance now and such a great time here in Apex Rising too.
Man, it really does. And if we look at Lava Siphon, things are looking a little quiet, but the shots going out against Vatayan and his team right now, getting in this early rotate. But it looks like Team Stunny have managed to hold themselves down over here in Lava Siphon. It's one thing I've noticed, Watson kind of going up when it comes to pick rate now that we switched over from Storm Point into World's Edge.
Yeah, I'm not surprised by that. The changing elevation and, of course, all the buildings that World's Edge boasts comparatively, you're going to see a lot more potential for these fences to go up. And the synergy that we've already seen Watson carry with that Valkyr has been so lethal and so tempting. Even able to throw in a cat on top of that or a bang if you really want to. Everybody getting ready. Less Edge teams starting to really form this border inside circle number 2, as it will be closing quite soon. But those few scraps that were picked off the table, a little bit uncharacteristic compared to Storm Point, but also now we're entering that lull again that we did see beforehand, because again, less encounters, less potential to 3P, and a lot more silence between POIs and even between the spaces in those POIs.
I mean, true, but now that we are on World's Edge, I mean, less room to maneuver, a little more room when it comes to verticality, especially if you are using Horizon and Valkyrie. But what is this I smell? It couldn't be the smell of death. It couldn't be Reinhardt's voice actor voicing an absolute murder machine. Yes, you guessed it right. We are getting Revenant yet again. It looks like a Prizes team, rather than switch off the old Fable Revtane combo, decided to take this in the World's Edge and create a nightmare scenario for everybody involved, and forget Seer. I'm thinking they could be competent enough to maybe get a push in real quick.
This is Player K's team that they've locked out, a team that's already kind of struggled with where they've been able to be this entire game, and doesn't look like that's gonna stop just yet. Is, like you said, that Rev Core still pushing through. I can't say I'm awestruck by Prize's choice to do this, but I may be awestruck by the performance they're about to put on because of it. In they go with the Death Totem, and already 2 players expiring it.
Man, 2 players expiring it, but at the same time, can you really stop a prize and the team? That is 100% for sure. It looks like a quick hunker down, but that is going to be Revenant coming in to haunt your dreams and possibly take you out. But if a prize isn't careful, it's going to turn into a nightmare for him in this exact moment. And really, that's something you need to watch out for right now. Getting a quick view of Bridge right now outside of Lava Siphon. And here we go. Verhulst, my favorite words that I've said multiple times. Third party coming in from TSM Verhulst.
That was such a masterful Dark Veil from player K to be able to stall things out. A Prizes team, they had no choice but to continue contesting, but there was no crack that they were able to really bust down, and they still survive with now Verhulst applying that pressure. It's not exactly a great idea for a Prize to kind of try and twist that knife again, even in a 3v2, because they know Verhulst is going to have that better angle the second they turn around. Awareness, now key again, that one moment, that one chink in the armor, already gone.
Man, and that one chink in the armor could be enough to really take down the entire Kingdom of Knights right now. You see the kill feed lighting up like an absolute Christmas tree even here in April. Forgive me, I almost forgot the month in California. Time has been slipping by me like an absolute freight train, but besides that right now, and on the Bangalore play from 2-piece, this could be very smart, especially if you have Rolling Thunder coming up in just a bit. Can make for some amazing plays and could make for some amazing escapes, but in this case, Verhulst looking to hold their own right now, and this is going to be a 3-2-1 launch coming in from Team Verhulst. And in the feed, Avali eliminated, putting us down to only 16 squads left in this lobby, with the circle getting shorter and shorter. No way. This could be pulling towards Tree, could it?
I mean, it still has the potential to. I still doubt it. I'm gonna be honest. I don't think it's gonna get all the way to Tree. I think it'll be close. But Verhulst getting burned to a crisp after the landing. Not too many eyes in the skies, but the second they hit the ground, everyone has been pouncing lately when it comes to these skyward dives. 2-piece, the only one remaining from this squad is Team Stunny. Will fall next as well to Team Imperial Hal, who has found their place once more. 2-piece still scurrying away, only at half health. Somehow able to avoid LOS all of a sudden. It seems like there's a little more pressure on player K's team. Will finally get thrown down as well. I don't think they had a Valcult to get out, and if they did, they only had 2 people to hold them up after the fact, so either way, not likely they were able to make it that much farther as 2-piece continuing to just try and make it around, but Verhulst, fully on the prowl, will finish off the squad.
Man, and unfortunately for 2-piece, there will not be a meal, chicken, or even a biscuit to go with that combo, as unfortunately that order did get lost right then and there, but Team of Prize also as well eliminated, and it looks like to a Nemesis, which I will tell you right now, the Nemesis, right? If you are a Titanfall player like myself, you will remember the Nemesis being the splitter rifle, and back in the day, it was an absolute monstrosity of absolute nasty proportions, and it's meant to be the antithesis to the R301 and the Flatline as well, but when it comes to play, we haven't been seeing that much of the Nemesis compared to R301 or even the Prowler, interestingly enough.
This has been hopping up on Nocturnal after Fatayan already was able to lob a nade. This is the easiest kills in the world for Team Bin, unfortunately. But now does Fatayan decide to actually make the entrance? Oh, they're alone! And Hal is following Fatayan!
Oh my goodness, I mean, Hal is really like a shark in the water right now, but now when it comes to Thales right now, having to worry about this, and Fatayan eliminated at the hands, oh my goodness, yet another knock coming in for Steffi against the Less, and right now things are heating up here on World's Edge. It's Team Imperial Hal swimming along quite fine right now, and shields-wise looking very healthy when it comes to that as well.
Fatayan unfortunately running into Designful as well, so just proving how crunched this is getting to be. Rat Nation maybe getting exterminated by the end of game number 4. And either way, this leaderboard is about to be dramatically shift. You can tell Hal is so hungry in here on World's Edge. He's feeling good about trying to crack out of that top 5 and make top 3. It is really close between those teams.
Man, I can guarantee you that Hal has pretty much had enough of the comments of TSM, what happened? And is taking charge and taking the name back right now. Listen, we may not be in ALGS, we may not be in competitive, but even for charity, Hal is going to get these kills in, even if it kills him. But for Team Noko right now, that will be a very unfortunate loss, and you are absolutely right. This leaderboard is going to shift so dramatically. I have a feeling that Team Imperial Hal is going to break top 3 at the end of this game.
Well, it comes down to whether or not they can win it out, and now one more of those candidates has been taken down. Team Designful has been eliminated. Down to your final 6 here in the lobby that has indeed pulled mostly. Dude,
oh, no.
It's perfect. It's so perfect, isn't it?
What is this ring pull? Tenric, I'm scared. I haven't seen anything like this since 69
It's so in the middle of just nowhere. It's beautiful, and
Where's
yet
Zephyr when you need him?
I'm
You would
just-
love this.
we are, constant surprises when it comes to Apex. I'll tell you what. Whatever you think of them, you think of them. And I think that's one of the better things about a game like this. And a lobby like this. Man, I mean, these players make you just question everything. Shout out to the amateurs. They've been stepping up so much. I didn't have to read anything that players were saying or that the community was saying going into this. I know what people may have thought, but everyone has stepped up for such a good cause. And it's so exciting to see all of these pros also bringing them up there and taking them on this wild ride that has got to be so different from the lobbies that even these high-tier players that are hopping in experience.
No, absolutely. You have a lot of players that I know personally from the women's scene of Apex as well, playing in this charity tournament as well. I mean, you have Abilene, you have Sabs Bear, my personal friend too, you have Light Years. Just got signed to Aftermath with the Morosis roster and has been tearing it up like crazy as well. But right now, Team Imperial Hal find themselves in a fairly interesting situation, looking to third party yet again. But what's that? It's a bird? It's a plane? No, it's looking to be Sweet, coming in with a Valkyrie ult on top of everybody.
And this is so much space that you've immediately been able to breach. Now Sweet gonna take a perfect vantage. Good burn to start things out as now Hockey's fall. And you're down to your final 4 with Team Sweet, a team that has also been trying to climb for this top place. They found so many good vantages. Sweet has been out of his mind on Storm Point, but they have not been able to put together a W. From here on the low ground, that may not look to be an option once more as 2 have fallen. It's just down to the pro on absolute scraps. And there's no way he's gonna get left behind. We have a final 3.
Oh boy, oh boy.
Wow.
I mean, Sweet Dreams to Team Sweet Dreams right now. Unfortunately, they do go down and out, leaving us at only 3 squads. One of them being It's Timmy, as well as Team Waltzy. Okay, looks like we are absolutely going to get a shakeup in the leaderboard after this game. That is 100% guaranteed right now, but Team Waltzy looking to hold God spot right now. And Timmy down there between a rock and a hard place, or I should say, in between a rock and possibly a 1,000 degree Fahrenheit ring. Definitely one thing you need to watch out for.
You see there, it's Koala holding it down in Waltzy's stead this game. And yet, top 3 anyway. Potentially their second win without even Waltzy. How now, Brown Cow? Imperial Hal attempting to find a little bit extra space there in such a precarious spot against these remaining 2 teams that are also just kitted to the nines. They cannot get out of jail just yet. They need extra disruption, but what is the calling card for either Team Waltzy or Timmy to kind of press the trigger against the other side?
Gosh, this is really such a risk, and now with Lackey with no ammunition in the R301 whatsoever, and you only have so much to use in the Peacekeeper, but it looks like Koala did get a knock on Elefante with the Arcstar as well, so looks like Waltzy might be in a better position than they originally thought right now, but Jen Burton really in a pinch, and the risk taken with all reward, but now we have the Catalyst Dark Veil, and I told everybody ages ago that Catalyst was going to be a problem, but Hal does get the knock, the kill feed lighting up yet again as Team Timmy eliminated, sent out of this lobby, packing an Imperial Hal looks to be down, and Team Waltzy taking the W and taking this lobby all for themselves.
A little too close to call, I will admit. How being able to pop off and not only approach Timmy above them. I don't know who decided to start that fight, but either way, how being able to not only make that space, but overcome it almost immediately. So impressive. And then from then on, you kind of just have to accept what's going to happen. And that is Waltzy having every advantage they could have asked for. It was going on from the jaunt, and it will lead to them taking their second win of the day.
Right. Massive performance from Team Waltzy, and it made me so happy, y'all, because Sweet was complaining about 2 pros on one team, and then Team Waltzy does it again, this time with a koala bear, aka koala, Masters level player here in North America, I believe. So you'll love to see Team Waltzy, aka Jen Burton, Lachlan, Waltzy, and koala. They're gonna be playing with Break, an Aussie player, tomorrow. Still performing despite the double ALGS Pro team comp. You already know Jen's gonna let him hear it. Really great stuff overall there, 10. What did you see outside of Waltzy, of course, winning it? What did you see from some other teams? Break it down, what you saw there.
I mean, it's got to be Hal for me. He was such a highlight this game around. Just going in, absolutely shredding wherever he really wanted to. He was getting to a point that Nocturnal was to an extent in Game 1 of Stormpoint, where you're starting to recognize both the skill floor and ceiling of your lobby and figure out how much you can exactly get away with. And Hal, he got away with so much that round. I wouldn't be surprised to see him make top 3 this time around.
Right. Massive performance from Hal. Again, the high kills coming through, and that should secure all but their top 10. Let's take a look at the results or overall leaderboard. I'm not sure which one we're going to be taking a look at, but I think it might be the overall leaderboards from this competition. No, it's actually last game results. I take that back. So Team Imperial Hal with a 24-point game, Ashervok. Are you kidding me? They go huge.
Let me tell you one thing. If Hal wants to get those points and get those kills, Hal is going to do it. That is 100% for sure. And this performance was a major step up from the last couple of games over on Storm Point right now. But of course, you can't forget other teams, say like Yanya or even Stunny, who did manage to put in more work and more performance as well. But one thing that I really like to point out, that when it came to those Valkyrie rotations, that Sweet was also on those like White on Rye. And really, now that we've switched over to World's Edge, it's like Tenrek and I were saying earlier that this leaderboard is going to take a massive shift to unknown proportions, and it really, really is.
That's right. And on top of that, just a quick status update for everybody in the fundraising competitions. We got a little competition within the competition overall. As it currently stands, well, $15,000 raised, everybody. And not only that, Team Waltzy, not only in first place in the game, they're placed in the fundraising comp as well. $2,700 raised overall for Team Waltzy, courtesy of a huge $2,500 donation from Lachlan. The fact that he's taken his time to play in this competition and donate $2.5K is wild. And on top of that, Team Imperial Hell in second with $2,000 raised. So a lot of great things going on for charity as well. As we do have our overall leaderboards ready, let's walk and take a look at our overall standings to see who is top 10, who will make it to the winners bracket final, who will fall. Tenrek, walk us through it.
It's Waltzy back at the top again. Is there really any surprise about it? But Hal has finally made his approach. He decided to I don't even know the name of the thing you do when you're like in a bike race or NASCAR and you suddenly decide to gun it around like 13 other cars. Hal did that this game. There's still 2 more to go. There's still a lot of fodder for Hal to make sure he gets through to this winner round 2. But that was the ticket right there. Nocturnal holding it down, Taylor holding it down. Not really too many huge breakthroughs except Timmy more than anybody else. Having a really solid 7-point game there, going up to 12th place now.
Yep, and one thing I got to point out as well, Ash, Team Bin South America, stand up, vamos Brazil. 6th place overall, Team Bin showing what he can do on a global stage.
I mean, yeah, absolutely. Like, listen, right? Me coming from a mixed family, I am unbelievably torn between multiple regions, whether it be NA, whether it be APAC, or in this case, SA. Most of my family comes from Paraguay, and I really cannot stress this enough how much untapped potential that SA really has in this case, and really, it's starting to show.
Yeah, South America can play. They can shoot. They got some gamers, that's for sure. Bin, of course, has been doing it for a very long time in South America. We also have Artin playing in this competition, one of the best IGLs in South America. So again, the Brazilians having a chance to represent here, which you love to see. And speaking of representing, I've been representing a Panasonic Sound Slayer all day on broadcast. A massive thank you to Panasonic, a partner of Red, and their gaming product Sound Slayer. Look, if you are a fan of immersive surround sound gaming without having to buy a ridiculous surround sound system for your 85-inch TV, I gotta go wrong way. 85-inch TV that you see back there. Buy one of these instead. Support the brand that is supporting us with Apex Rising. It's the Panasonic Sound Slayer. And of course, not only that, but if you buy the Red version of the product Red Panasonic Sound Slayer, a portion of those proceeds go to fighting AIDS and helping to save lives. Again, a massive, massive thank you to Panasonic for supporting this tournament in such a big way. And of course, partnering with Red on the global stage to do so much good for the world. Tenrek, what is that? I would love to get your perspective if you don't mind. You know, you signed up for this competition right away to support. What does it mean to be supporting a charity like Red for you?
I mean, Red has been a charity that I've always been around in general. A lot of other places that I've been able to do volunteer work at and community service at have partnered with Red too. So they're definitely a charity that's very close to my heart, especially being around a community where a lot of people have also suffered from HIV and AIDS from my personal circles. So it's really nice to see the Apex community being able to come together on such a gigantic scale. I mean, this is so unprecedented to fight for such an incredible cause. It really shows what we can do, and it inspires me to no extent.
What a brilliant message. And look, we keep talking about how awesome it is that new casters or casters that haven't done kind of major events have a chance to do this. Y'all are crushing it. Y'all are as good as any ALGS caster I've ever casted with, and I've had a chance, the honor, I've been blessed to be able to cast with most of them. So thank you so much for killing it. It's been so much fun working with y'all on this broadcast. And look, no more talking heads, okay? Shout out to Panasonic. Shout out to Soundslayer. Support Panasonic and our partners by buying a Soundslayer Red product and also support the fight against AIDS. Let's jump into gameplay, huh? Game number 5, our first series has been insane. So much fun to watch. Team Imperial Health ragging. It's Legend Select. It's time for game number 5. Ash, take it away.
God, why do I have a feeling we're not going to be seeing Fuse? Listen. No. You listen here, Tenrek. I'm telling you.
I'm smoking that Fuse pack if you ask me.
You know what? I'm just going to say it. Fuse needs to be meta. I don't care. I'm putting it out into the world. It's a curse now. If you know what? Raven warned y'all. I warned y'all. When it happens, it happens. It happens.
Well, until it does, we're stuck here. And I did see a couple new choices. I believe our first Loba in our A lobby has entered the battlefield, which is super duper exciting because that was one of the anti-meta picks that I was specifically paying attention to. I know we have a couple Loba mains here in this lobby. I know a lot of them switched off to work with their teams, which is very understandable, but seeing some players taking the jump back with a character that I think is just so out there and so different to this game, and yet so healthy for it, it's going to get really interesting.
I mean, absolutely. When it comes to Loba, you do have plenty of abilities to use, and not gonna lie, with Loba being a support legend as well, now that support has the added ability of being able to get those much-needed respawn beacons from crafting, makes her so good when it comes to being able to get those rotations in and being able to get those steals as well, which, let's be honest, we still need crafting banners out of the Loba ult, but you didn't hear that from me. That was totally Tenrek.
Yeah,
it wasn't me. Respawn, don't kill me for that. But
that.
Besides that, it looks like we are getting our first contest already with Team Miss Dopey. Able to get in much needed punches, but as well as the damage. And what really worries me here is that Silence Knight taking plenty of hits and no health to go around, and that's already going to be a knock at the hands of Celine. But Sweet Sage able to get those much needed picks with the Nemesis right now, and Team Nocturnal in a very bad spot of themselves, leaving only Noct stay alive and possibly try and get this clean up, and that's the melee with Team Miss Dopey eliminated. And already, Tenrek, we're getting some pretty early action here. 19 squads left, and it hasn't even been a minute.
In that first game, we were looking for the Waldsea Hal contest, but it did not happen. Waldsea's team decided to head down to Dome, which is probably for the best, all things considered. But this Sky West Trials contest finally comes to a head between Team Nocturnal and Dopey. They both claimed both of those spots, and they didn't meet as quickly previously, but having that opening is huge for both of these teams because it also means that Stunny can't take any more space in Skyhook this immediately either. That team is over on the eastern side of this POI, so we'll see a little less immediacy in these attacks, at least in the first ring here. We'll see even more neutrality coming through. We had, I think, 17 circles by the end of first, or 17 teams by the end of first circle, not 17 circles, 17 teams by the end of first circle. And as we pull north for one of the first times today, I don't think we will have that few this time around.
I mean, true. If anything, I'm imagining maybe even a Skyhook or Trials ring, but Tenrek, I probably need to update you on our pick rates, and I hate to be the one to say this, more and more squads are going with Revenant Noctane.
Yeah,
we're gonna like this.
It's happening more. I don't know. I mean, I do know why, because it's fun, and it gets in your face, and it's a great way to throw off people who have been practicing for an event at this caliber far less than other players have. It is a composition that is able to get in quick and get out potentially even quicker if you compose yourself properly. And with a prize at the helm, I wasn't surprised that they could do it, but if there are other teams that are trying to take that moniker, I'm interested to see how they handle it.
I mean, absolutely. When it comes to these pick rates and when it comes to Legends in the first place, of course, we're going to see some counter picks to our top meta picks, I should say like Valkyrie, maybe even Seer, Catalyst. What we haven't been seeing is the one Legend that has been experimented the most of. It's Mad Maggie. Usually a good counter pick to either Catalyst or Seer right now, but nowhere to be found.
Yeah, it's true. One of the Legends we have yet to see, and it is real. I do agree with you. It is a bit strange that no one's committing to using that with the cat dominance that we're still seeing. Over a third of the lobby is still going with her right now. And Maggie being such a great way inside those comps, and also, again, such a great way to just push that aggression, which is something that a lot of these teams are starting to waver towards, at least towards the tail end of this first winners round. Then she might be able to become a much bigger part of this event going forward. But right now, people are sticking with what they know. They're sticking with what they've had to go for as long as they can remember at this point. They're going with meta. And right now the Jenga tower is at that point. We're only 5 games deep. And once that Jenga tower has a couple more blocks out of it in maybe losers round 1, losers round 2, or even GFs, we could see the off and anti-meta get more and more interesting.
Gosh, I mean, true, but when it comes to the meta, I'll be honest with you, 10rec, and I hate to be the one to say it, the meta already, for me, it's starting to get stale. And sure, this is a pattern that's happened before, time and time again, whether it be with the Gibraltar meta, whether it be with the Valk Gibraltar and Caustic meta, but now I can only handle seeing so many Catalyst Dark Veils for so long before it stops being exciting, before it's like, you know what, we need something new. And now that we have teams picking out Rampart, I have a feeling that we might see Rampart even more and more beyond just Apex Rising, and that's what has me worried. Is I love Rampart too much for her to become meta and for the staleness pattern to repeat over and over again, which is why, listen, I love Fuse, and it would be cool to see him in meta, yes. But I don't want my boy to get nerfed. That's the horrifying thing. Listen, I love my double knuckle cluster. I love my mother load. But looks like right now that we have moved on into Skyhook, one thing I've noticed, getting a little busy, getting a little crowded when it comes to real estate. That is running out. Team Killipo is down one player in particular and leaving only Newman and Killo to try and run this out themselves.
This circle pulling north means that Frag is going to be a far more populated checkpoint for more of these teams than perhaps some teams who would rather rotate through something like Countdown, through something like Overpass. And we'll see more teams use those Valk ults to get out because of it much earlier here as Timmy makes that rotation with that skyward dive. It is already getting shredded! Might get burned to a crisp before he even gets a chance to act.
Man, and right now this is such a risk, but of course Timmy does manage to recover and get the reset with a much needed shield battery, but how long can they stay alive? That's the question right now. Still have plenty of med kits and those resources available to Team Timmy, but now that we move on to Team A-Prize, actually, interestingly enough, moving off of the Revtane combo and into more of the Octane, Valkyrie, and Seer comp, and with the Kraber in hand, oh, somebody's about to get their cap locked off, and that's going to be 140 damage, and one down to player K as a prize, looking to move in and capitalize on that much-needed knock over here in Skyhook.
I mean, it's so formulaic, but it is so beautiful. A prize hits those every single time, and on to player K, no less. A fulcrum for one of these teams that, unfortunately, a prize will only use as a way in rather than a way into a fight, which, honestly, I respect even more, because you see that as a prize wanting to play for that last ability, now being off of that Revenant, and it's very admirable, seeing that very sudden shift to that entire team's playstyle. They are working with it so great so far.
Man, it really is, and on a map like World's Edge, I mean, sure, meta can be a thing, but then you have to change your legends to really fit that specific playstyle you're going for, or in this case, you really need to fit the playstyle of everybody in the lobby, because God forbid you don't want to be the one team to go out in dead last. You really need to stay ahead of the curve and make sure you are staying alive in order to get that much-needed KP as well. Now this ring shifting further and further northward right now, looking more and more like a Skyhook/Trials ring, as Team of Prize looking to wrap this out for now, and it might be the play here.
This is my favorite. I love Skyhook Circles so much. They're so fun. They are so silly. All these buildings, all these little crevices that these players love finding. It's such a great excuse to play stupid. And when teams get to play stupid on Skyhook, it gets crazy. I don't know if we'll have a lion's share of teams in this final circle. I don't know if everybody's going to be that patient, and understandably so, because again, Skyhook, while having all of these buildings, can still be quite barren in the in-between. You see a lot of dead space that these players will have to manage in their rotations / skyward dives / portals if we have any wraiths. But the rotations into them are a little more igniting to me. As Trials is a bit of an argument for some of these teams right now. Some opting to stay, some opting to leave, as the rest of the pack begins to close in for the most part upon this Skyhook circle. Nobody even really stopping in countdown.
Gosh, I mean, true, you should recognize right now TSM team Verhulst right now outside of Skyhook right in the train, but at the same time, do not tell me I'm still seeing a team over in Fragment. The ring is about to pull further and further towards Skyhook. Oh no. Okay, so we have gotten some breaking news that yeah, Tenrek, we lost Hal. Thunderstorm happened. And power is out.
Well, it looks like Hal's teammates will have to carry the torch if he doesn't get this sorted out. Unfortunately, Space Station not the only one affected by this storm. It's going everywhere. It went to space, and then it went back down to specifically Hal's house.
Yeah.
That's really unfortunate. This storm must hate Apex.
I don't know who's writing the script right now, but I'd really appreciate it if you just get rid of the thunderstorm. Maybe,
Can we just write that out real quick?
Yeah. But besides that, right now, moving on to Team Yanya right now, able to take out Team Genos, putting us down to 18 squads. That's the one thing I've noticed. We should be usually down like, what, maybe 17 or maybe even 10 squads as the ring is pulling further and further northward. We are still at 18.
I'm telling you, it's the beauty of the Skyhook circle. Everybody gets a building. You get a building, you get a building, you get a building, you get a building. Everybody gets to have their own little hovel, and it is awesome because there is so much multitasking that comes with these Skyhook buildings. The amount of weird LOSs that you have to deal with, the off angles with especially nades that you have to worry about, and of course, with the cat meta, how are you ever gonna approach dry? There is so much in your way and against you the second you move. It is a crazy stagnation from normal Apex pace that at this high tier, you have to manage. You have to get over it. And when you move, you have to not die. That is going to be the difficult part for so many of these teams the second the circle decides which part of Skyhook we're rotating to.
Man, at this point, forget thriving in Apex. At this point, it's all about surviving. In this case here on World's Edge, and with the amount of teams left in this circle growing smaller and smaller, you really need to worry more about longevity rather than going in for that much needed KP, because in the end, you could risk it all and there could be little to no reward. And right now, the shots coming out from Beetlejuicer and on the Nemesis, fully charged in a Dark Veil to worry about. This could actually be turned in their favor right now as Team Hockey's eliminated, netting more KP in for Team Designful. It's like I was saying earlier, where there's risk, there is reward. And it was such a major risk having to go through the Dark Veil, knowing that the debuffs that come with it really did net them some much needed rewards.
And it looks like they've been able to throw elbows enough to make sure that this is not a contested space again, but that doesn't mean that this team is not going to search for more, as Zona will hit 263 bombs on this charge rifle into the ether that is Skyhook. This is technically safe area for Designful, and why would you ever want to abandon your post to try and touch them? They will have to move first, but they will also have to move some of the least, and that could prove to be super beneficial for them. As looks like Noko's trying to get a touch in on Team Apprise, who is currently shieldless, but also in that high ground and able to potentially fortify themselves, but not if Noko gets up there quickly.
Man, and Noko possibly looking to get a little cuckoo for Cocoa Puffs right now in with this push, which could be risky, but let's be honest, you really need to risk it for the biscuit. And in this case, Team Noko possibly looking for a little gap to move in here, which would be really risky considering we are on Skyhook right now. Then again, with 2 blue shields and 1 purple on Model Morgan, it might not be the best idea, so maybe fortifying might be your best possible approach to maybe keep from avoiding those much needed, or really in this case, much hated third parties. So right now, forget Caustic Trap. Do not tell me that's a caustic I see over. Okay, I got very
No.
worried. I saw the lighting and I'm like, please don't do this to me. I don't need another. We don't need any more caustic in these lobbies. I had a heart attack there, Tenrek. I really did.
Honestly, I would have been so excited. I know you're tired of caustic. I understand why you're tired of caustic. I am certainly not.
Gas man for so long.
See. Well, it's not very fair to other people because I came more into Apex when the heyday of caustic was like sort of ending and like the caustic Jibby meta was like kind of on its last legs. So I haven't gotten enough of caustic in the meta. I need to see him more because I haven't experienced enough of how he operates. Of course, I know I could get a good couple ideas from his kit in general of how he will work. You put a couple gas traps in your building and then you do the same thing that you do with a Wattson or a Rampart. You hold it. But with caustic specifically, in World's Edge here, I think it'd be a great, again, slightly off meta pick to kind of roll with the punches and also just make contests that much more interesting instead of having those cat cues that are so ubiquitously placed only on buildings. Having the gas traps be so inconspicuous in potentially other places on those outskirts that the circle may drag us to in Game 6 could be helpful. I'd love to see a caustic.
I mean, now that I think about it, I'm kind of savoring it a little bit. You might be onto something here. I mean, caustic back on World's Edge, right back when I originally remembered it, was not at all that bad. I mean, really in this meta, in this day of age, I mean, pairing caustic, say, with somebody like Rampart or Wattson would be such a risky move. But then again, as somebody who used to play the very much dreaded and hated caustic Rampart Wattson comp entirely, when I tell you the amount of rage and flack I used to get for that was off the charts insane, off the charts raucous even, but hey, it worked, and it really used to work in the end. But right now, Team Stunny did manage to get themselves set up with plenty of Wattson fences and a pylon to go about. But can they keep it safe? That's the question, because let's be honest, last thing you really need to worry about is a crypto coming in to mess up your day with an EMP. But considering there's barely anybody running crypto, maybe even not at all, I don't think they have anything to worry about right now. As if you look at this last to final ring, Tenrek, it's interesting.
We're just leaving Skyhook, aren't we? We're just
we're leaving Skyhook.
The Storm in Apex hates me too, because they didn't want to go to all the buildings, man. We're already down to 13, and now there's only like 2 more to hold. But on the contrary, that means that these next 45 seconds are going to be so entertaining because now everyone's either on the roof or in the room. There is no in between. There's everybody on like 1 or 2 buildings, and I'm so excited, but also so disappointed because now it means that the rest of the teams from the other side are about to walk into this wall of bullets that the end in this circle has been able to set up. There are ults at the ready, there are eyes on you at basically all times, and here in Game 5, so much is beginning to be on the line. Gotta remember, bottom 10 into the losers bracket after the game, after this one. There is far less time to act than there ever was, and because of that, you're gonna see the teams at the bottom play very differently. You might see them go balls to the wall. You might see them start to frag out. We might see that Revoc core come back even to try and just go for frags. See what you can get away with again. Or do we see even safer play? That might honestly be the more savory option than anything else. Just play for that trap setting.
Gosh, really true. I mean, it's really a matter of, okay, do we get aggressive or do we stay safe? And in this case, one thing I have noticed that this leaderboard, it's about to change again because now you have Team Yanya added into the equation, usually placing either top 5, even top 10 throughout most of these games, looking to possibly make another run at top 3, maybe even top 4, really. Who knows? They're down 1 team member, which is Kuko. They're going to have to deliver them to a beacon, which are very few and far in between. You see the last one sitting right there just outside of the ring, and even trying to get to that is going to be a death sentence. But Team Yanya trying to get in these much needed shots and trying to play this safe as Yanya, the last one left alive, getting in these shots off at the R301. And with a quick reload, this is going to be a very big risk as the cancel coming in from the Seer Tactical as well. Getting in the shield battery, and forget health right now. Yanya is looking to end this before any enemy team gets a revive, but can they make it possible right now? Maybe, maybe not. And unfortunately, in this case, Team Timmy will be the one to take that KP. But if it's my favorite words that I like saying, third party, third party, third party here on World's Edge, as Timmy down, leaving only Vaudry and Elefante to try and salvage what is left of this, in the KP going to them.
Yeah, that was Kilo getting third-partied by Timmy, and then Timmy just kind of turning around to Yanya trying to 5P it and being like, no. And it worked, but now comes the next one, and who else but Team Nocturnal to finally take over this plane with the help of Elefante as well as Celine. Such a good squad, such a consistent squad so far today, and at the helm of it, Nocturnal performing out of his mind all day. Certainly seen a slight tapering in clippable moments, but the consistency from this man just never dies.
Man, absolutely. Nocturnal, they are looking smooth like butter right now. We're down to 8 squads left, only 20 people to take account of, as Verholz really putting himself out in the open, having to worry about charge rifles, R301s, and prowlers. Oh my! As unfortunately, Verholz will go down for the count, putting us down to only 7 squads left, and in such a small circle to take account of. I mean, really anyone who's able to hold this bridge might even have Godspot, but now that this ring is moving further and further into a place of unknown proportions, Team Ben looking to hold this down for as long as possible, get this cleaned up and into tip-top shape. Been going in with the R99 flatline combo, and on Bangalore, Rolling Thunder is going to be a factor to take account of.
Every team screaming, we need a vantage somewhere, and I'm not talking about the legend. Trust me, no one is. Designful attempting to find some space onto Sweet at the moment, is all they have is a lone vehicle, but that is still the magic of these teams finding cover any and everywhere, even in simple one-ways that it looks like Designful is going to try and take advantage of now from on high, as everyone else has decided to GTFO. A double exhibit that Designful just gets to stare blankly into, trying to see what they can find, trying to see how many teams can get shredded away while they just sit prim, proper, gaining those placement points again and again and again.
Man, this is about to turn into an art show with the amount of seer exhibits that have been dropping left and right. But what really has me worried is that Fatayan really in between a rock and a hard place and multiple other squads. But Team Nocturnal in a shocking elimination, putting us down to only 3 squads left. It's getting intense. Team Ben does go down and out for the count, but now Team Fatayan down to only 2 team members. And maybe one is Team Designful coming in, drawing all over the place, and able to get that much needed KP under their belt, and this leaderboard is going absolutely nuclear.
We saw it from miles away, and to be fair, so did Designful's team. They had sightlines basically everywhere they walked, and they had basically every corner of the circle on lock the second they wanted to as well. They barely had to move from Skyhook, and the second that they did beautifully, and then they barely did. And then they had all the sightlines they could ask for, all the 3Ps they could ask for. They just happened to choose the one that ended the game.
Right, what a game for Team Designful, and boy, oh boy, did they need that. They were in 18th or 19th, I think, in the overall leaderboards. A massive game of high potential, as you know, Designful can do. A really huge overall performance from them, Tenrec, as we take a look at the game results here as soon as we have them ready. But what a performance, Tenrec.
Yeah, really, just wild stuff from Designful. Always the cutoff man for a lot of these potential 3Ps. Again, big shout out to Yanya for trying to outlast. A really great idea that we saw, but it just got a little too crowded in that tail end, and not enough people had rotated as they may have thought. There was still a little bit of a ruckus going on, but now up to 12th place here, not too bad at all. Waltzy's still sitting atop things, but Designful has made that climb himself and has brought them to top 5.
And what a climb that is. I think, like I said, they were in 16th or 17th, maybe even lower than that. So that is massive. Must have been a 25 plus kill game for them. Point overall. High kills overall. Great performance overall for Team Designful. And they sneak into that top 10. Look at Team Verholst in 10th. Team Avali, Team It's Timmy, Team Yanya, Team F-Chan, and Killapose right behind them. Going into this 6th and final game, Ashervok, keep a close eye on those teams. If you had to pick 1 or 2 to perform, who do you think it's going to be? Oh, lost Ash.
Uh-oh.
Henrik?
Oh, is Ash gone? All right, yeah, I do have my predictions, unfortunately. It's Timmy and Stunny for me. I think Timmy and Stunny have been killing it lately. On Storm Point, they had a little bit of time that they needed to get going. Stunny had a little more control than not, but Timmy has been lighting things up on World's Edge. The kill feed has been filled to the brim with his name. He's been getting so much farming done for his squad, and I'd love to see the positioning make up for it to grab them a win.
Let's see if Team Is Timmy can do it. We got Team Yanya, Team Avali, quite a few squads on that edge, on that bubble. Top 10 will do it. Guess what? We're going to jump right into gameplay. No delays, my friends. We're jumping right in to game number 6.
Man, game number 6. Okay, We need predictions off the bat, 10 Rec. Who do you think?
One more chance, Ash. One more game for these teams to make their way through.
Gosh.
We'll be paying attention to that kill feed like a hawk, as should you.
Okay.
To see what teams will crack that threshold and which teams will be sent down to that first round of losers. It all comes here. The apogee stands on World's Edge. Ash, we've seen contests, but there's only one that came of it last game. It was Dopey and Nocturnal up in Sky West and Trials. Dopey is currently sitting in last in this lobby. Do we see that first fight come out against one of the best players in the world? Or does Dopey hightail it?
Man, if anything, and if it's one thing that I have lived by for ages, you swing at the king, you best not miss. And in this case, if I were Miss Dopey, man, I hate to be the one to say it, it might be time to turn tail and run, maybe strategize a little bit, because in that last case, it did not work out very well. But now that we've moved on to our next game, being Game 6, now is the time to panic. So maybe, just maybe, there might be somebody else trying to come for the crown that lays on top of Team Nocturnal's head, and it looks like that will be the case indeed, as it looks like Nocturnal with the Prowler able to take down Silence Knight, and my goodness golly, it's Miss Dopey's team again. They are actually going to risk it and for the biscuit, but in this case, they're going down, dropping like flies, and this was such a risk, like I was saying, and it might not even be able to pay off in its entirety.
Dopey got really close last time around, but this seems like a better draw for Nocturnal this time around. They got some solid weapons, including Nock, and look, it doesn't really matter what weapon Nock is holding. He's going to use it well, and no one from this squad will fall this time around in this first firefight of Sky West. Once again, dealt with pretty swiftly, though, so Stunny will not be able to 3P this immediately.
Man, and that is going to be really unfortunate right now, as already we're down to 19 squads, and Stunny going to be down and out for the count as well. I mean, right now, my game card, my leaderboard, my predictions, they're in shambles, 10 Rec. I was expecting so much, only for it to go up in flames. It's worse than March Madness, but when it comes to this ring right now, I mean, at the very corner, Mirage à Trois, but it looks like Harvester, Staging, Thermal Station, all look to be in the very center of this. But if I had to get a poll prediction, I'm going Thermal Station on this one.
It's gonna find a way to pull Trials again.
Oh,
Mark
God,
my words.
Don't
gonna
start.
somehow this circle's going up there.
Oh, no.
I don't know what it is. No, but back down south, this is where a lot of these teams like to call home anyway. Particularly Team Kilo is actually in a great spot with that Harvester pull. We'll back out, though, pretty quickly to make sure that the funnel that they'll be receiving of teams is not too heavy. They would rather deal with that single file line in chunks, and understandably so. They don't want to get caught up in that chaos. Instead, they'll just head over to Thermal and play things a little bit slow against their neighbors there.
Yeah, I was going to say, when it comes to teams, say, like Team Nocturnal right now, they do have a good, clean shot at rotating into this next ring, but then you really have Designful in your way to worry about over in Countdown, and like I was noticing earlier, barely anybody has decided to touch either Fragment West or even Fragment East besides Team Yanyan. Out in Climatizer, I mean, Team Verholst slowly making their way past Overlook. But if I had a feeling the next engage I am predicting might be over at Tree with Team Imperial Hal, possibly getting in those much-needed shots and much-needed KP as well.
Yeah, here come all of those teams who don't want to play Storm this time around, who want to get in on that action. Leading the charge, Team Bin, heading over from Harvester, member of Team Singularity, a player who has been doing crazy things today, but will it show enough in the kill feed this time around? They currently sit in fourth. They are very secure. But you can never be too careful, especially with players, with teams as explosive as this. And unexpected is right. I mean, the speed at which we've seen some of these teams fall has been unprecedented. I truthfully thought that a prize would find a lot more connection here on World's Edge. Unfortunately, they really haven't been able to find too much, but they are not out this game. They have time. They just have to do a lot in order to crack that top 10, which again is that cutoff point to get into the second round of winners and to escape losing your cushion in the first leg of this very, very long competition.
Gosh, I mean, true. And of course, here we go with the Wraith Escape TP coming out from Alliance Hockeys right now. It's Team Hockeys looking to possibly, just maybe set themselves in a bit of a rat position right now over in Thermal. I could be wrong, as it looks like this ring might be pulling further and further over there. Or maybe, just maybe, we just get April Fools and Apex servers absolutely crank out some absolute BS to a point where it's like, I'm sorry, we're on Kings Canyon all of a sudden? We're on Broken Moon? The ring transported us to an entirely different map? Again, would not at all be surprised if that did happen. But right now we are down to 19 squads, and it looks like Team Hockeys do spot another labyrinth of Watson fences off in the distance. So they know that they are in the middle and possibly might get into yet another engagement with maybe one, maybe multiple squads. But looking to hold it down right now might be the smart move and maybe stay silent.
Yeah, it's Kilo hopping into the POI itself, but behind them I'm actually unsure of who that may have been. My guess immediately would be Noko, who just, in theory, would have just looted really quickly at tree and then rotated over from the bottom, which is understandable if you know your circle, which it looks to be dragging here. So Hockeys, and potentially at least one other team, in a sublime position for at least these next two circles. They may still have to move, it may still pull back, but Hockey's team doesn't have to worry about that right now. All they have to worry about is just making sure they keep that building alive, keep themselves alive, and keep themselves in this top 10, which they also are. Currently in 8th place with 31 points, so holding on to that, very, very crucial for them.
Man, I mean, true. I mean, right now over in Thermal Station, looking to be a bit more crowded than originally thought right now. Again, 19 squads and crafting might be the best decision here. Really stack yourselves up on plenty of shield batteries, but you see Zona coming in with the Sentinel. And trust me, last time I saw some insane Sentinel shots, it was long time ago over on Celeste Cup with Team Veneer. And trust me, that was absolutely nutty. But moving on from that over into Harvester. Stunny, possibly seeing someone, or maybe not. They are crafting for themselves and making the smart decision of getting out of here, going vertical, and getting some fly time is Team Avali right now. But then again, you may not be able to hear footstep audio in this game, but you can pretty sure hear Valkyrie audio, and it is loud for everybody to hear. But getting a double flyby, especially coming in from FUT Taylor. So we might see yet another contest here.
Again, another team that I've really loved watching so far. Taylor's team has been so good at rotations. Shout out Grandma Forfeit, I think might be the oldest player in this lobby. Has been popping off herself as well. Been the last line of defense all too often for this team. And now continues to hold it down as they are currently in 6th place. So also attempting to keep their spot to get to that next round in winners, which also, again, is today. These teams will not be done after this first 6. It is a test of skill to start things out, but going forward, it will begin to become more of a test of endurance as well. And a big question will be how a lot of these players, how a lot of these teams can continue to hold up and weather out the storm that has both knocked out the studio and Hal already.
And that storm that knocked out Hal, I guarantee you, has to be a 100 Thieves supporter.
That storm must have had such big arms to get him like that.
Yeah, I'm telling you, that storm must have had to have been... You know what? That storm... We'll talk about it in a minute. I have some reservations about thunderstorms.
Oh.
But right
that's probably 4th circle type storm that Hal's in right now, unfortunately. But we'll get rezzed with the help of 72 Hours. He's back. Like he never left. Well, he did, but like he never left. But also shout out 72, who's been doing incredibly well, coming from Fortnite, and has also been quite often doing a lot of the dirty work on the few occasions in which Hal goes down. So another player that I've really enjoyed watching step up in a scene, in a community in which he absolutely did not have to.
Man, let me tell you one thing, right? When it comes to transitioning from Apex into Fortnite, might be a bit of a struggle. But look me in the eye and tell me that going from Fortnite into Apex is hard. I mean, right now, 72 Hours proving that going from Fortnite into Apex, looking like child's play right now, making it look too easy even. And honestly, I'd not be surprised if we see more 72 Hours in the Apex scene, which honestly, I'm here for. I'd absolutely support. Team Stunny still on Harvester near Thermal Station. It looks like TSM, actually, excuse me, Team Imperial Hal. I'm way too used to ALGS right now. Listen, no.
Them's fighting words, Ash.
You know what?
TSM, I mean, just Imperial Hal.
I'm being bullied.
That
here.
wasn't a mistake.
My you know what? I'm a 100 Thieves fan. I'm just going to put it out there right now. 100 Thieves till the day I die. And that is 100% factual. But right now, Team Imperial Hal looking to maybe get more KP, noticing the fortified doors coming in from a Catalyst, which would be a very big risk. You have no idea what or even who is behind those doors. Could be just a Catalyst, it could be a Watson, or God forbid you might find yourself toe-to-toe with a Caustic. But in this lobby, possibly not. Maybe not. As right now, Team Yanya, including Tacos Ritzvato, and Kuko right now, possibly finding themselves in yet another engagement. It looks like Nocturnal looking to engage that as well right now. This is about to get tricky, and with Yanya in possession of an L-Star. That is something we rarely see in comp, or for me, even in Apex whatsoever. I'll be honest here.
Yeah, no, that's true. It belongs in a museum, I think, more than anything else. As Avali's team will fall next. Unfortunately, no more points able to be acquired by them. So they will be relegated to that loser's bracket, I believe, but just means you get to watch more of them quite soon. Can't wait to do that. Very close to that threshold this time around, and I'm sure that team is only going to get better with time. Can't wait. Like, I know that everyone's been hyping them up, but there's a good reason for that. Everyone loves this team, and I personally am no different. As man, this circle's more South by Southwest than the festival. Like, this is ridiculous.
It really is.
There is literal parts of the circle that don't have map. That is the level that we're at. It is amazing.
Okay, Tenrek, look at the circle and look back at me. This is pulling further and further away from Thermal Station. We are getting to the very edge of the map.
Dude, Designful was right again.
The map. Oh,
dude, it's Hockeys. It's Hockeys all the way, baby. Let's go.
My God. I mean, right now, Team Yanya really trying to focus down yet another Valkyrie squad, but looks like they're going to let that one go away for now. Maybe rotate definitely into Ring right now, because I can't get over how it's not even anywhere close near Thermal Station. But now Team Yanya has another Valkyrie to worry about the stun going against Yanya and able to get back those much-needed shields, but you do have something to worry about, considering only one purple and 2 blue napkins. This is definitely a risk.
Yeah, and they've been given away already by this slight bit of altercation that we saw with Nocturnal. If everybody else could, or did, acquire that context, then there's no telling how many people will be staring at this squad the second they roll out, which they will have to soon. Difference is they do still have this Valk to do it, so they will probably simply burn and get to a more favorable position, probably near that eastern side of the bottom of the circle. But it is going to be a tight squeeze no matter what. Is already, this party is getting so crowded. Thermal Station is a hodgepodge at the moment. Got Bin on top, Design on the bottom, Timmy in almost a scuffle with Team Genos as well. They might actually begin to fight here if a prize doesn't have something to say about it on the other side as well.
Man, and with Team Genos, they better hope, they better pray they have one punch to be able to get in and get these much-needed kills. Listen, I love my anime references, and I love anime especially. That has to be the cleanest segue I have had in a hot minute. But, moving on, Team Timmy, hiding in the midst of a mass of catalyst spikes right now, and heavily fortified to a point where if anyone tries to walk in here, it's going to be worse than a caustic death trap. It's a catalyst death trap you have to worry about. But at the same time, you've really boxed yourself in, considering the top spot of this is so open and so available, so free. You really need to worry about your exit points and entry points for other enemies as well.
All these sear attacks, all these windows. It's like it's Timmy is stuck in a laboratory. They're getting like viewed for scientific purposes. Teams are gonna study these guys and see how they perform in this building, how long they last without desperately wanting to get out of there and get fighting, because Timmy, a team that still has to grapple back and make an effort, currently sitting at 14th with 20 points as of the end of Game 5. Team Verhulst, a team that's found stability from time to time, but also just on the cusp, on 10th outside of this game, have already lost Cryo. Verhulst with blues, about to get shredded, and who else but his own teammate to do the talking? It's down to just two-piece atop is Verhulst in the kill feed, and Hal will continue their excursion. Oh man, the Discord server is going to be a little quiet after that one.
Yeah, the Discord server, you know what, Tenrek, I'm just gonna say it. Instead of TSM, what happened? Verholst! What happened? I had to get that off my chest. I am so sorry. You can already hear the TSM fans coming into my DMs after that one. But, moving on! Team Taylor right now. Now we are down to 16 squads left, really. In a bit of a pinch, but my god, the Catalyst Wall, the Dark Veil, beautifully placed, giving Team Taylor more and more of a chance to possibly fight back here, but at the same time, less room to maneuver and less wiggle room, but plenty of debuffs to go against an enemy squad as Fissure able to get it down against Milo, and a prize in the kill feed as well you really need to worry about, but Arcstar galore, and you cannot forget the fact that Taylor still committing to Seer, but also committing to the revive as well. And Team Yanya eliminated.
Yeah, that approach will now have to come without a Dark Veil though, and that's going to be definitely difficult, but luckily they are now at least out of that first fight. Designed for the next team to fall here in Thermal Station. The carnage is beginning to climb, and a prize, maybe the next victim of it as they search around these death boxes, maybe the ticket for Timmy to dip out, but Elefante has fallen in the ruckus, and now there are only 2 members of the squad left to take on the world, and the world is still quite big with 14 squads still in this lobby as we approach the apex here of this circle. Thermal Station, we will be saying goodbye to it in the coming seconds, and we'll head on down to Hockey's house, see how he's living.
Yeah, Hockey's house right now has to be a little bit cramped considering no free real estate left in question right now. But if I see that smoke, I see that glowing, something tells me we might be able to see Rolling Thunder here in just a second right now. Bin holding their own, and it looks like Timmy, formerly the kill leader, will go down and out. Very unfortunate, but Bin staying alive as Team Genos unable to find themselves some proper footing, and Team Timmy going down and out as well. We are heading further and further into uncharted territory, but Bin, and now it's only down to 1 person. That's going to be the lesson. Team Taylor, Team Bin, both eliminated. We are down to 9 squads, as Team Apprise, Team Nocturnal. Oh my god, the Bins are falling all over the place as Team Imperial Hal in a rock and a hard place, or in this case between death boxes and between crates as they go out as well, leaving only 7 squads left in Tenrek. I don't need to explain to you what we just watched, but we just saw, what, 5 squads go down all at once? Almost 6?
That was probably the best ending I could have asked for, because no one won on that rotation. With Thermal Station rotates, and with rotates in general, with a circle like that, you tend to see the right team establish the right pace either way too early or way too late, and kind of make it through just being that straggler, and may not win, because they definitely don't have an advantageous position by this point, but their last ability is a lot better than that. But god, what the hell was all that? There was like 1 player left on 6 teams at once, and then it all came crashing down simultaneously. I mean, Vamo, Bin, and Thalis for going for it, chasing the bag, and eventually getting those KP. I mean, you're in a secure space anyway, why the hell not? But now we're down to 6, and no one, I would argue, is in an optimized position. It is nothing but pure, unadulterated chaos in the last game of this round, where so much still matters.
Not only that, I need to remind y'all that when it came to some of our top teams, whether it be Hal, whether it be Bin, gone in an instant. And that is leaving some of the most unorthodox, unseen comps and some unseen dark horse teams as well. Most of them, to nobody's surprise, running Seer. But you see, in the very top, oh my goodness, Sweet still alive and to be found as Team Hockeys get themselves out of their little house and letting themselves some more room to maneuver right now. The Arcstar going out from Hockeys themselves right now, but this is such a risk, and I have a feeling that a Wraith TP is going to have to come out momentarily in order to avoid any more damage. I mean, really right now this is a risk, and of course called it, but for how long can they stay alive? That's the important question, and a much needed Catalyst Dark Veil going up, but Hockey's last one left alive, and now you have Team Waltzy to worry about, but Waltzy being the only one to try and salvage this. It's Gent Burton down and out for the count.
Goodness, poor Hockeys knew that was going to happen too, but had to find a way to drag them over to that high ground he'd already taken beforehand, and they did a really solid job with that Dark Veil, but unfortunately too much presence on the roof by the end game, and now it is indeed Hockey's standing alone. Sweet continues to go uncontested from this high ground. A petty sear tack, the only thing thrown their way, and it doesn't seem like anybody really wants to throw hands with them right now, as Lisa has overextended. Callie has started to ISO. Fatayan is down. Jen Burton's team has only 2 players. Is anyone even equipped to handle this squad? Or are we already at a decided top 6 like we were last game with Designfulness? Sweet has found a way in and will finish off yet another, looking for just one more in this crevice, and you know for a fact Sweet's gonna go hunting for it.
Oh my God, and sweet dreams and good night to Team Kefaloukos right now, as it looks like Sweet and the remainder of this lobby right now. I mean, the world is against Team Sweet Dreams, and Team Sweet Dreams is against the world with only 5 squads left, including them. This is looking to get very dangerous, as now the ring is moving slowly and slowly closer, further into uncharted territory, or in this case, NRG territory. As Team Sweet Dreams, they have Godspot practically, but now you have a Catalyst Dark Veil to worry about to your left, or in this case, to your right. I mean, whichever direction, it does not matter, but it's going to matter in just a second now that you have so many other factors to worry about. Monomorg taking plenty of damage, but able to recoup and reset with a shield battery, but the Arc Stars go flying and no fuse to be found. Am I upset about that still? Absolutely, but a grenade is a grenade, and I cannot complain.
Their choice to commit to this Veil early was unfortunately one that will not pan out. They have no way forward after the fact, and unfortunately, they had to gatekeep their own space too that they had just left as rotations were coming in there too. They did not expect that. They were not equipped enough, as Fatayan playing for last ability with the help of that portal will finally fall, and it is down to our top 3. Now, with Hockey's also trying to hold it down alone too, it is gonna be Sweet who will indeed keep it held down the entire time against rat after rat after rat, and will take the W for the first time today.
Man, somebody call the exterminator. His name is NRG Sweets. That was absolutely nutty, as Team Sweet Dreams will be able to close out Game 6, and in the words of Sheamus from WWE, with a banger after banger after banger.
Goodness, what a beautiful series of games. I mean, really, John. After watching all that, after watching that series, look. We all want to see the scoreboard, but we got to talk about that chaos that Sweet was just so on top of.
That was insane. I'm literally typing in Sweet's chat right now saying, Sweet, best IGL confirmed. Honestly, I'm realizing in this competition, y'all, if there's a big debate discussion, Sweet, Hal, Nocturnal, who's the best IGL? What better way to prove it than giving all of them a bunch of amateur players and saying who can truly lead their team to success? The fact that Sweet is doing it, pretty darn impressive, Ashervok, don't you think?
Man, absolutely. I mean, it's like we were watching another game of ALGS in that exact moment. It absolutely went nutty. And I'll be honest with you, I had a feeling it was going to go in Team Sweet Dreams' favor once they had Godspot. I mean, let's be honest here. Beautiful. And as we move here on to our game scores, I mean, Tenrec, that game was wild. But when it comes to these game results, even crazier.
That's right. Yeah. Team Hockey's with 12 points. That's going to secure them top 10. Team Sweet Team Dreams will do the same thing. This is going to be an insane finish. Team Waltz, you got to think, is there as well. Noko shows up with 10, though. Gives them a breathing chance. Team F-Chan with back-to-back solid performances. They might secure the top 10. This is going to be a crazy finish. You wonder, will Team Imperial Hal make it 10?
It's going to be close, but I do think Hal is going to be okay. It was a bit of a lackluster game, but only because Hal got caught after a ridiculous bunch of rats were also collapsing. I mean, at that point, it's just getting caught in the snowball, and that snowball became a good 14 teams big by the end of that game. It really just did not stop. And like we said before, Sweet's team orchestrating the entire ordeal on top of it the whole time. It may not reflect in the points as heavily, as the gap is only 8 wide, but it surely reflects in the VOD.
Yeah, it absolutely does. And I can't wait to watch back that VOD just to learn a thing or two about how to IGL. Because, gosh, I was listening to his stream. He was IGLing and calming his grenade placement, saying, I'm going to drop a grenade at this spot to drop them and stop them from coming. Never mind, I'm going to hold on to my grenade. That was the level of IGL comms from Sweet Dreams. Really, really brilliant stuff from him. And I know we're working really hard to calculate these final leaderboards. But guess what? Oh, my God, they have it ready already. This team is cracked. Shot to production. Without further ado, the overall leaderboards after Game 6. The top 10 teams that will qualify to the winners bracket finals are versus the bottom 10. Team F-Chat makes it by 3 points. Are you kidding me? Oh my goodness. Team Noko quals. Team Designful quals. Hockey, Spin, Sweet Dreams. Hal certainly makes it. You were definitely right about that. Nocturnal and Waltzy on top. What a showing, Ashervok.
What a showing indeed, but because of it's Timmy's placement, I just like to say I'm returning my 100 Thieves jersey, but I'm just kidding, of course. Besides that, I mean, it was to no surprise, like you said, that Team Imperial Hal would make top 3. But one thing I was not expecting out of nowhere, it's like Team Designful decided to kick things into high gear and get themselves back into top 10. That is 100% for sure right now. But Team Waltzy, in first place, listen, I'm not saying put your trust in APAC and maybe bow down to Moist Esports here, but it might be time to do so.
Wow. Actually insane what we just saw right there from the 6-game series. What a start. What a start to this tournament. What a 6-game series. Tenrec, congratulations on casting the last 3 and bringing us home. Y'all both killed it. How was the experience for you?
I mean, it's obviously been life-changing. I've been so excited for this event. I was the most nervous for this event than I've been for any other. It's just been such an honor to watch the best, to cast with the best, and just to do it all for such an amazing cause.
Wow, and honestly, I never would have guessed you were nervous when you came in here, rolled in with the stunner shades. You're like the kid from Big Daddy, you know, put the glasses on, you'll be invisible, no one's going to know you're here, and you know, all the confidence in the world after that. It clearly showed. You crushed it. Ashervok came in with the swag. I love the face paint as well. Y'all are doing this. Was this your first time casting together? Or you said it was, right?
Yeah, first time.
I like this duo. Chat, what y'all think? You like the duo of Tenrec and Ashervok representing Apex Legends, up-and-coming casters, or what? I hope to see both in ALGS one day. Something tells me we just may. A lot of talent here. Y'all absolutely crushed it. But look, Ashley, post-game broadcast breakdown here. Walk me through. Actually, hold that thought. We're going to actually take a look one last time because, look, Game 6 just ended. We're going to take a few-minute break here in a second. But before then, please, 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 everybody, we're about to hit the $20,000 mark. I don't think we've gotten there yet. What are we at total? $19,175 raised. Please, please, please consider digging deep. Help us hit that 20K mark to wrap up the first 6 games. And before we get into our second 6 games, it would mean the world if y'all really, really could dig deep here and help us get to that 20K mark. Any donation, small or large, would be so appreciated. Scan the QR code on your screen to help Red and the Global Fund in their fight against AIDS. Obviously, with treatments and preventions, you could help a mother not pass along HIV or AIDS to their offspring. You could help those in Africa who don't necessarily have the same access to things or resources have access to medication to stay alive. Like people like Magic Johnson, with all the money in the world, have continued to thrive with their disease. So with that said, please, please, please consider donating, supporting Red, and ending a terrible, terrible global pandemic, and ultimately the injustice that comes with that. As I say that, someone just hit a $200 dono. I think we're at $19,400. All of that going directly to the Global Fund, directly to AIDS prevention. Oh my God, another $30 donated or $20 donated. Thank you so much, everybody, for doing this live on screen. This is insane watching this timer go up, Ashervok.
Man, absolutely. I mean, 19,431 is beyond nuts. And honestly, when it comes to charity like Red, I mean, you just saw it went up yet again. But when it comes to charity, like, what? I can't even have a chance to speak. It keeps going up. It keeps going up.
Are you kidding me? Are we going to hit 20,000? Are we going to keep this graphic up? No, okay. We're like, producer's like, we got to move on. Listen, almost $20,000. Y'all are insane. In that little spree right there, Tenrec, we just raised $400. Thank you so much, whoever just did that and moved the meter in such a significant way. We are at $19,646. Team Kashera has broken the $1,000 mark. Team Sweet Dreams almost at the $1,000 mark. Team Waltzy with $3,000 raised. Team Imperial Hal with $2,200 raised. It's insane what's going on right now. Thank you so much to everybody for stepping up in such a significant way. Team Nocturnal with 3.8K. Tenrec, are you kidding me?
Oh my goodness. I mean, it's so, I mean, I wouldn't say it's unprecedented, but the amount of love and money that these people have been bringing as we crack 20K is absolutely unreal.
We just hit 20K.
And to do that halfway through day one. Halfway through day one.
Did someone just donate to $1,000 to help us get there or something insane like that? Because we are halfway through day one, just like you said, Tenrec. $20,000 organically raised by this community. Apex community, you are the best. And look, we all know that Apex is the most welcoming, supportive community with pros that have no egos. And I'll tell you right now, I've come from 5, 6, 7 different esports. I've never met a group of professional players ever in my life that are as down to earth, supportive of one another, and willing to help this esport and this community grow by welcoming new people in. Apex is the most diverse, inclusive community, people of all backgrounds, everything that Apex does, of course, to support minority groups like LGBTQ and BIPOC and others. And it's showing right now. Y'all are stepping up in such a significant way. And that's why Red is the perfect charity for this event, because Red really does the exact same thing. They support those in need and underrepresented communities around the world who need the help. Because look, when you live with HIV or AIDS, it's expensive. It's hard to pay for daily pills and treatments to maintain a healthy and quality lifestyle. And every single dollar raised here is helping people do that all around the world, by the way. $21,700. Did pros start watch partying this stream? Is that why this is happening? Because what is going on right now? We have 21K raised, Asherbach.
Is this what it's like to have like follow notifs on if you have over 100K followers on Twitch?
Good Lord.
This must be what it feels like. Oh, thank you so much for the. Oh, thank you so much for the. Oh, thank you so much for the donation. Thank you so much.
That's right. I'm experiencing that for the first time here, apparently, on the stream with, $2,000 raised in the last, 2 minutes? Asherbach, you're lost for words.
Yeah. Huh? What?
Wow. Wow.
This is
I'm at a
actually
loss for words.
insane.
Keep it rolling, everybody. Maybe we'll hit 25K before we start the next broadcast, the next 6 games at least. I don't know, but 21.7K is insane. I'm just going to refresh my page and one more time read it out here. Team Sweet Dreams just got to 1.9K. It was Team Sweet that did it with a $1,000 donation. They were at $900. They were below Team Kashera, and they just skyrocketed to 4th place overall in the fundraiser. Only $300 behind Team Imperial Hal. Almost 2K raised. Waltzy's in 2nd place with 3,000. Hal's in 3rd. Sweet's in 4th. Guess who's in 1st? It's Team Sellen's Angels or Nocturnal's Angels. 3.8K raised for Team Nocturnal. I am lost for words right now. Thank you, everyone, for supporting. And look, speaking of support, a massive thank you to Airlock GG, our official broadcast partner, for supporting the Apex Rising Charity Pro-Am. This is the first ever charity Pro-Am, and it would not be possible if it wasn't for Space Station's Airlock, our production broadcast company, who's brought you so many great productions like the Macdown a couple weeks ago and Spartan Showdown and Halo. They are truly world-class. We are so grateful to have all of their brilliance, all the amazing, hilarious, inspirational videos they made for Nocturnal, for Sweet, for Hockeys, for Hal, for Timmy. They're doing an amazing job. So thank you so much. Please send love to Airlock. Give them a follow on Twitter at AirlockGG. And everyone send a big, big heart and love on Twitter. Just a quick tweet, if you don't mind, to at Space Station. Maybe even their CEO, Shonduras. Show some love and appreciation for the brand and the organization that's supporting this tournament as our official broadcast partner. Thank you to Airlock. Thank you, of course, to Panasonic and Sound Slayer. You see me repping the surround sound speaker, immersive speaker and gaming experience, gaming product. It's also a product, Red product. So make sure to show some love to Panasonic and Sound Slayer as well, as it is an official product, a Red product, which means when you buy the Sound Slayer, a proceeds go to AIDS and to helping save lives through Red and the global funds. With that said, everybody, we're going to take a very short break. Originally, it was going to be a 30-minute break, but because we had the broadcast drop for 30 minutes at the beginning of the show, we're going to make up for that. So we're going to jump right into our second series, Winners Bracket Finals and Losers Bracket Round 1. It is go big or go home. 30 teams will advance to tomorrow. 10 will be eliminated. We'll find out who they are when we come back from this short break. Thank you again to Tenric and, of course, to Asherbach for absolutely crushing it as a duo. Hopefully, we'll have him back tomorrow. We'll see you again in just 5 minutes here. Everyone go grab some popcorn, stretch your legs. We'll be right back. What's up, everybody? Falloutt here, and excited to finally share that after 2 months of an insane amount of hard work and preparation from passionate community members, The time is finally here. It's the week of the Apex Rising Charity Pro-Am, where 40 top players and names in Apex Legends from around the world will be competing alongside you, 80 amateur or celebrity community members, for a chance to raise money for a remarkable cause in Red to fight AIDS and bring curable treatments to those around the world with AIDS or HIV. Look, it's going to be an amazing event. It's such a testament to the hard work that's gone in from this team. And really, at the end of the day, we have a pretty lofty goal. We want to raise a lot of money for Red, as much as possible. And it's not going to be possible unless the entire community rallies around this. And, kindly I ask if you'd be so willing, anyone in the community who streams Apex, plays Apex, enjoys Apex, if you could donate or get, 3 or 4 or 5 people to donate $5. If everyone raises 20 or 30 or 50 or $500 for Red, we could hit an insane goal here. So that's the goal. And we're going to have a crazy graphics package for anyone in the community that wants to stream and wants to support this initiative. You can do a fundraiser, you can do a watch party. Everyone is invited to participate. Yes, we could only select 80 amateurs and a few coaches and casters and 80 analysts. But at the end of the day, anyone can join this effort. Anyone can watch party. We don't want to gatekeep at all. And the whole purpose of Apex Rising is to give everyone a chance to rise up and pursue or act on their passion for Apex Legends. Whether you're an aspiring caster or player or coach, we want you to have a chance to compete and experience the joy that is competitive Apex and pursue your passion for Apex Legends. So that's the goal of this event. Hopefully everything goes amazing for Red and for this charity, and we can continue doing amazing things like this with the Apex Rising program. But for now, this week, we need every single member of the Apex Legends community to join us. Here's a quick message from Hugh about the impact that you could have on Red. Please do join us on Thursday, April 20th and Friday, April 21st from 6 p.m. to midnight Eastern. Raise money on your own stream as you're playing Apex Legends or watch partying the event or doing anything throughout the week. Post on your Facebook pages at work and try to raise as much money for our campaign fundraiser as you can on Tiltify. We would appreciate any support you have and anyone that can dig deep to support our initiative and try and raise as much money for Red. It would be in the absolute world. On behalf of the entire Apex Rising team of 7 to 10 very passionate community members, as I mentioned earlier, thank you from the bottom of our hearts for supporting this. Thank you to all of the pros who are volunteering to be part of this content tournament. And of course, thank you to Red for making it all possible. The best darn charity that we could have asked for as our first partner for this event. We'll be on the front page of Twitch, which is crazy. And we're going to make this an absolute moment in Apex history that I hope we can remember forever. Let's all rally together. Let's raise as much money as possible for a great cause. And again, here's a message from Hugh Davies, the Chief Communications Officer of Red.
Thanks so much, Fallout. We are beyond excited to be a part of Apex Rising. It's really an honor. Red was started in 2006 by Bono and Bobby Shriver to solve a very specific problem, and that was getting a sustainable flow of money and heat to the AIDS fight. So for us to be able to partner with you and your Apex teams, your captains, your players, your fans, for an event like this does exactly that. It enables us to raise money, to make a disease that is preventable and treatable, to actually make it preventable and treatable for everyone, everywhere. Every cent that gets raised goes to work on the ground. When I tell you that a life-saving pill costs just 15 cents a day, and that pill keeps somebody living with HIV, it enables them to keep themselves alive and healthy, 15 cents a day, right? So you can see the impact of every dollar raised, right? $15 could buy 100 days worth of treatment for someone. That's kind of amazing. So I urge everyone to dig deep. But it's not just treatment. Red funds. We also fund prevention, testing, care services, counselling. The full gamut of help and support needed to fight this disease. So I really encourage you to dig deep. We've raised 700 million to date. We've impacted the lives of more than 245 million people. The progress has been amazing, but there's a lot more to be done, which is super important. We get to connect with a young, vibrant gaming fans around the world and amazing creators, all doing what they love and also helping us, do what we set out to do, which is end a disease that can be ended. So we're super grateful. We love the energy of the Apex community. This is our first around with Apex. We've done some work with Minecraft in the past. We've done a couple of tournaments ourselves, and so I encourage everyone to turn it up, do your best, and do some damage on Thursday and Friday night this week. But thanks again for supporting. We're super grateful.
We had to give you the best possible teammate, and that teammate is Imperial Hal.
Oh, no way.
Hey, Hal, can you hear me okay? Can you turn on your video?
Yeah.
There you
Yeah,
go.
what's good, bro? What's up, man?
Look left, we're gonna kill left.
Look left. I got one.
Oh man, I'm ecstatic. You know, I've been watching Hal since Apex started. It's been really exciting watching him and the TSM boys just kill it time after time. And
I think this is like a great like opportunity to have fun, but also focus on winning. And obviously, you know, like I can even get to play with a 3-year sub too. So which is also sick.
With that said, you're gonna have fun. You're gonna index more towards the fun, which means you will not be yelling at Steph or your teammates.
Hey,
nah,
you know,
yell all you want.
I'll do a little bit of both, you know?
Don't get down here. Don't get down here. Do not get down here. Back up. There's no batteries. You guys took them all.
Sorry, man. I can't just run at them and just fucking aim assist them.
Yeah, I mean, shit, I could fucking pull out my mouse and hit better shots.
Why? You're bubbling like a... There's no Gibby ult or anything, man. That was so stupid.
I mean, we've seen what the yelling can do. We've seen Nick Merckx, you know, taking on the Howl role in Realm and doing better. So clearly something's working there.
Exactly. People don't understand. Just wait until you have to, you know, you start filling in the shoes in IGL, and then, you know, you're going to have to start raising your voice.
You're so bad! Oh, we can win that so much better! Oh my god, we're so good! Oh my...
Oh my god.
Thanks so much for doing this. You're a legend, man. The fact that you're willing to take the time for this video, it's gonna be a fun one.
I got the magic. Feel like I'm a greyhound looking at a rabbit. Finish line so
Hello.
Hello.
That's so sweet.
I am so excited.
Yeah, I don't know what's going on. My track record in content creator tournaments is insane. So it's not so much about everybody's individual skill level as it is coming together as a team, you know?
I think Sweet is the only person I will ever give IGL to. I respect him that much.
Hold it, Reach! Hold the door! Hold the door! Hold the door! Hold the door! One guy in Reef 40 on him. Down here, cracked. Dead. One more inside. Closing door and armor swapping. Swing him. Nah, I'm actually different.
Having good vibes, having everybody play a character they're comfortable on.
I'm so excited to actually learn how to play comp Apex, I'm not gonna lie.
You're not trying to play it like competitive, although we will, and the games will probably be extremely competitive. You're there to have fun, and fun creates the byproduct of success, and that's kind of the goal here.
And I play pretty much anybody, Watson, Caustic.
So listen, we got 3 M and Ks, so there's that.
Oh, we're playing Bangalore.
Yep.
People who are amateurs in Apex are most likely fans of watching Apex, and the more people who are interested in the esport as a whole not only helps me, helps you, helps everybody. So giving back to people and connecting with people who make it all possible is really important, because without people like you who not only aspire to play competitively but really respect the esport and watch it, none of this would be possible.
God dang. Sweet Dreams, the official spokesperson for Apex Rising, officially. Sweet Dreams! Sweet Dreams! That's awesome, man.
I'm ready to win it.
Yes, sir.
Same. M and K for the win.
MK for the win. That might actually be our team name if we can. I don't know.
Know your place at the bottom of the food chain.
I'm not even kidding. I went to college with this kid where he wants to be a rapper. It's his dream. And I think this is going to be the montage to your IGL Taj. You ready?
Play it.
This song is called Sweet Dreams.
Sweet dreams, sweet dreams, sweet dreams, sweet dreams, sweet dreams.
Close the YouTube video, bro.
You're going to love it, right? You could change King Sosa's life.
That actually hurt me, hearing that. That video, like, actually pained me, but you can use it.
And this is the part of the video where we start cueing the IGL montage that goes a little like this. Sweet Dreams!
Sweet dreams, sweet dreams, sweet dreams, sweet dreams, sweet dreams, sweet dreams. Girl, I got some sweet dreams, sweet dreams, sweet dreams, sweet dreams, sweet dreams, sweet dreams, sweet dreams. Baby, I got some sweet dreams. Baby, I got some sweet dreams, cause you make me famous. Girl, what you doing? Trying to keep me.
Thank you both for applying. Thank you both for being awesome members of the Apex community. You have no idea how much we appreciate it. We've obviously done like a screening, kind of dwindled it down to a last few, and now we're trying to decide, who we're going to accept to be part of the tournament here. If you don't mind just giving me a quick introduction, Blood, and ultimately kind of what your involvement is like in the Apex scene, that'd be awesome.
I've been streaming forever. I started on Call of Duty, but I came to Apex because my dad invited me to play it. Yeah.
Definitely a fair. That's awesome.
Yeah, right? And I have been watching a lot of the comp girls play because I'm hoping to be involved in some of the all-women's to start. Yeah.
That's amazing. Arkwell, I know you pretty well. And actually, this is all fake. You both have been accepted. Congratulations.
Oh my god. Oh my gosh, I was so scared.
I was thinking, like, what's going on? Something ain't right.
With that said, that's not the only surprise. I got one more surprise for you. Is that okay?
Oh.
Sure.
You are the first two, and I mean this, the first two that are going to find out who their IGL is, and we're going to do it right now. We're about to drag them into this chat.
Oh my god.
Hold on, let me get my suit on real quick.
You are going to be IGL'd by a top 5 in-game leader in the Apex Legends Global Series, and it's Hockeys. Top 5 IGL in the world, the assassin, the leader, the general of Apex Legends Global Series.
I'm excited to be here. Thank you for having me. Figuring out all the roles within a team is going to be super important so that everybody can be comfortable and we can enter fights while, you know, everybody's on their toes.
Let's start to kind of figure out how y'all are going to play as a team. Ark, who's your main character? If you had to pick one character to play, who would it be?
I mainly play Valkyrie, Watson, Catalyst. I can be that anchor, but also be feeding information.
I'm a pretty hard Loba main.
Like, where's my ramp? I need my Yuki 2.0. No, I'm just kidding. Okay, from what you hear, you got a Loba, hardcore Loba main. You got a Valk. You think you can work with this team here? What's your thought?
Yeah, definitely. Like both are good in the meta right now. You can make it work for sure.
This is a top team. Blood Reyna, Arc Royal, Hockeys. That's your team of 3 for the Apex Rising Charity Pro-Am on April 20th and April 21st. What's up, everybody? Fallout here with a really special announcement today. I think a lot of you have seen the hype on Twitter about the Apex Rising Charity Pro-Am Invitational. If you don't really know what it is, Apex Rising is a brand new community-inspired initiative aimed at solving the gap that exists between kind of the pro tier of Apex Legends and the amateur tier, and how hard it is for aspiring shoutcasters or players or content creators or tournament organizers to grind their way to the top in Apex Legends. And it all starts with the Apex Rising Charity Pro-Am Invitational. We're pairing 40 pro players with 80 amateur players or celebrities and giving a chance for anyone, run-of-the-mill players or VTubers or celebrities to have a chance to play with the pros and experience the joy of Apex esports, all while raising a lot of money for charity. Our charity is RED, aimed at fighting AIDS and ending global pandemics like AIDS. So we're really excited about that. Alongside that, y'all probably know Space Station, right? Space Station is one of the most beloved brands in Apex Legends. Sadly, they exited the Apex esports scene with their pro team, but they're still really involved in a variety of things. Their values are so aligned to us, how much they care about charity, great content, community, very similar to what we're trying to do. And with that, I'm really excited to announce that Space Station's Airlock will be the official broadcast partner of the Apex Rising Charity Pro-Am Invitational. They'll be doing not one, but 2 professional broadcasts. In addition to that, also they'll be making content throughout the entirety of the next 2 weeks or so.
Hey guys, my name is Sam Morris and I work for Airlock, the broadcast branch of Space Station Gaming. We're super excited to partner with Apex Rising, and we believe 100% in their mission of elevating the Apex community and helping bring a lot of people that are just trying to get their starts within Apex and bringing them up to that competitive level to really nurture the Apex scene. Make sure to tune in, and we can't wait to see you guys in Twitch chat.
A massive thank you to Airlock and Space Station for supporting the Apex Rising Charity Pro-Am Invitational. Follow us at Apex Rising Up on Twitter, and we're excited to see you on April 20th and April 21st. Meet Nocturnal, top 3-1 arguably right now. He's dominating the Pro League IGL in the world.
90 at 45 wide on him. He goes one. You're dog shit. Get the out of my game.
Ash, I'm sure you know who Nocturnal is.
Yeah.
IGL, but how do you feel about being IGL by Nocturnal? How are you feeling?
I literally think he's the best.
Oh my god, you're boosting his ego right now. His head doesn't need to get any bigger.
Oh, Underbagger! Oh! Underbagger! Yo, we take it. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. Take it back. Take it back.
Y'all have a pretty stacked team, Nock. How do you feel about your team here leading the 2 ladies?
Feeling like a pure hell right now. I'm cheating the system. Like, I'm ready to play. Honestly, maybe play more aggressive and not, give anyone time of day. Just frag out.
I love it. Let's go.
Oh, let's go.
to call you Nox Angels. It's nocturnal and it's great. It's like Charlie's Angels. No, you don't like it? No. Welcome back, everybody, to the Apex Rising Charity Pro-Am. We got two new faces. You might recognize them, two absolute legends in the Apex scene. It's Zephyr, ALGS caster extraordinaire himself, alongside Artie. Welcome, gentlemen. How are we feeling? Zephyr, start with you.
Hey, man.
I've been excited to lay across my talent, gift it over to the Apex Rising community, and of course, help out with such a great cause here. And it's a pleasure to join you once again, but all the other talent that's come out today to make this happen. I mean, seriously,
absolutely.
John, pat yourself on the back.
I appreciate that so much, man. Not about me, though. It's about you all. And, of course, it's amazing to have so many casters here. It looks like games can be starting, so let's quickly just zip through the broadcast graphics. And Artie, we'll give you a chance to intro yourself when we get started with game number 1. But first things first, format. I'll just walk you through it real quick for those that aren't aware. Double elimination bracket. We, of course, wrapped up winners bracket round 1. The top 10 teams from both groups advanced to the winners bracket finals. That's what you're about to watch on screen right now. Bottom 10 teams went down to the losers bracket round 1. Only 30 teams will make it to tomorrow. The top 10 teams from both lobbies, and of course, the bottom 10 teams from the winners finals, of course, all the way to the grand finals, where, take a look at the points and scoring, we'll have a 5-point advantage. We didn't want to do an OP 10-point advantage, but we wanted to give the winners bracket team something for coming from winners bracket. So you know the points and scoring, 1 point per kill, 12 points for first place. That's the standard points and scoring for every game. But for the finals, not a match point final, but 5 starting points for the number 1 through 5 seed from the winners bracket final. Without further ado, it looks like gameplay start and legend select should be here. So enough of my talking self. Let's, of course, please raise as much money as possible for Red. But for the very first time, it's a pleasure to introduce Zephyr and Artie, your casters for the winners bracket finals.
Well, with that being said, as you guys can see, we are already into our first game here. The dropship has made its way through, and the 20 teams now join together in our winners bracket. Before that, though, we might have some action to start out. So, Artie, maybe potentially almost time for you to take it away.
Yeah, for sure. And one interesting thing actually I want to talk about is in Group A, most of the zones actually pulled towards the south in their group games. Meanwhile, on Group B, most of them were more in the middle and towards the north. So maybe we might see some advantage for the north side or south side, depending on the groups, because they got some practice on it.
Ooh, practice may hold its own warranties here for so many of these squads. But I'll tell you what, Artie, there is a lot of teams towards that north side that you've already brought up here. We're looking at, I don't know, 8 or so squads centralized between Stormcatcher and up here. Just a sheerly insane amount. I will say, though, before the action starts, I want to give you your platform because obviously you have the chance. Just a short snippet of who you are and what you're here to represent, my man.
Man, I'm not the biggest caster. I'm just coming from a small country called Switzerland, but I'm so happy to be here, and it's gonna be a great thing. Like, I even was in the green room before with the other casters. It was such a vibe, and I'm so happy to be a part of this huge event.
Hey man, that is absolutely fantastic. Seriously, if we can get some love. He is in Switzerland right now. I don't know if any of you can calculate the time zones out there, but it is absolutely late as could be, and we still have Arctic lending his hand over here. That is such a move. Seriously.
Yeah, thank you. I'm happy to be here, to be honest. But let's go into the game, and like the teams have been playing so well. Like the quality of the games were so great to watch. We even saw like Reftane and stuff like that. It was amazing, and even the fights. It came down to sometimes to one person. We have seen so much things. I'm looking so forward to the next 3 games they're gonna be casting here.
Massive shotgun here.
Absolutely, obviously, right off the bat, you've kind of made mention of it, and you can clearly see here. But I do want to point this out. Before we move forward, yes, as you guys can see in chat and of course on your screen, we have ballooned the donation here. We are now at $74,000, a massive $50,000 dono coming through here to start off our winners bracket. Absolutely crazy. That 50K coming through from Panasonic themselves. A huge shout out to the company, of course, and that money for such a good cause here.
Yeah, thank you. I just want to say, thanks to a charity like Red, we could potentially put an end on AIDS, and let's be honest, one less problem in our world, in our beautiful world, would be nice.
Oh, that was a lot. That was a lot sweeter than I thought it was gonna be. Well said there, Arctic. Either way, obviously, we've got the games underway here. And as you can see, round 1 is already well within its close. And I think most of these teams have had their time to get looted up and hopefully in a good situation as we start to designate exactly where everyone is playing. With Team Rambo here, we are tuning into quite the comp. We've got the Revtane alongside, of course, my advantage, to say the least.
Also, good to note here with the Team Rambo, they almost went into the loser bracket, but could save themselves in the last game there, in game 6 of the group stage. And I'm actually, like you said, this comp is very unorthodox. Like, having advantage, I know, especially with a lot of catalysts, it's gonna be really hard. But now immediately go to the next fight here, snipe them in the middle of nowhere. Now it goes back to his teammates, but it seems like both of those teams call it truce.
Yeah, right immediately there, as you guys can see, that exhibit coming down is just a massive red flag out in the open. No one wants to play into it here. It does look like it was on the opposite side, snipe down, so using that ultimate as a sense of recovery to give them their escape and hopefully maybe even a rotation back towards that first zone. For We The People, though, they're still holding on to all of their cards, waiting to potentially pull the trigger, or as you guys can currently see, start rotating out.
Yeah, they have to move now, and I actually don't know where the zone is going there, but like I said, like we already talked about, most of the zones towards the south went towards the bridge there. We are currently on barometer, and already a lot of fights going on here. I see that one team in the middle is very low. Phony. I just want to mention Phony here. He has played so well in Group B. Even though he was one day in the ALGS at the first rank with FaZe Clan, I still think that he's one of the most underrated IGLs in the NA.
Oh, there are so many people that also hold a similar opinion to you there. For Phony, it looks like a bit of a tussle with the Shiv squad just a second ago, albeit not completely wiped out. They are still in it if you are a Shiv fan, albeit maybe not the best position for themselves. It does seem like a lot of the teams here are beginning to start to invest within this barometer area. As you can see, of course, Kashera up there on height in full control of the barometer spire.
Hey, Kashera, one of the EMEA boys, and I know him very well because I am following EMEA very closely. I really like him. Even saw like recently a Jayhawk video about him and about Extendo Wall. And they have a great positioning up here on the high ground, and it seems like they even have zone scanner, so they should be able to have a lot of information here.
Yeah, it definitely looks like, as you guys can currently see, we've got deep zone play in barometer. But I'll tell you what, Arctic, if you're a big EMEA fan, I think the two of us are going to be very, very good friends. I know there's a lot of NA love out there, but you've brought 2 Europeans onto the cast. I know I sound North American, but my heart is in Europe.
Maybe remember when I first slid in the DM, I thought you were European because you do so much for EMEA, right? So that you're a howdy boy? I didn't even expect that.
Yeah, the howdy man is a little subtle sometimes, but I promise, I still represent Texas where I can here. Team Sweet Dreams already well and set up, albeit on this north side of zone. It doesn't often cater to this exact position, so we might see some rotations in store. But I'll tell you what, when it comes to zones 1 and 2, you can bet it, Sweet Dream Squad is more than handedly in place. I love seeing that in the kill feed, though. Hal Finan drops already.
Yeah, Hal is absolutely going ham. The thing about Hal is he is individually really strong, but I still think maybe, especially with the tournament today, we see who is the better IGL maybe? Because the thing about Sweet, I'm gonna be very controversial actually. The thing about Sweet, he is micromanaging so well, and I think the game that they actually won is due to Hal. Due to Sweet just knowing how to use a tool. It doesn't even matter if he has high grade tools like normally in NRG. He can use everything to build a great house and win a game.
I'll tell you what, when it comes to all the squads here, we'll have to see if Sweet can keep up and especially maybe potentially prove others wrong or the fans of Hal. But as it currently stands, Designful, the first squad wiped out, and it is at none other than the hands of the CEO himself.
Yeah, Sweet here as well with the charge rifle, just doing a lot of damage, and that's one thing that he's probably gonna use a lot because those pro players know exactly how to fight someone out of a position. Nocturnal here on the Shire, and he knows how to do damage with it. He has been so great with that weapon so far, especially winning that game 1 that was so insane in Group A.
We've obviously seen how Rampart has kind of come through and influenced the North American region here, and there's still some squads taking advantage of it where they can. Nocturnal obviously playing through with it and setting up some height defense to gatekeep those northern squads. I do want to point out, though, that we did just see Team Waltzy go down, and that was one of the best squads out of our first group.
Yeah, but let's be honest, we kind of expected, and Moist Waltzy is a really great player. He has also great players in his pocket to play with, and they totally deserve it. I've watched some games that were up about them, and he was insane. Let's be honest about that. Meanwhile, we are here on Team Snipe them, and they're currently holding that choke point there. I think that's going to be a fight breaking out in the next few seconds here.
Maybe, potentially. Obviously, a huge chunk in terms of a rotation, still well in supply towards that north side, directly through those spider caves. 4 teams sniped down. They're more than happy to head back towards south here, and maybe start to find that rotation across. It's going to be difficult. It is not easy to make your way towards Barometer, but if some of those buildings are potentially available, which they are, they could do so. Hopefully, though, they may not have to. Maybe this zone pulls a little bit further back towards that southwest side.
Yeah, but I think that's gonna be like more to the middle of this zone there where Energy Sweet is. There could potentially be one of the zones. I could also see it east of Barometer where a lot of people are already going. Interesting as well, Noko's still very far away. Now, to be honest, it doesn't matter that much, but they have to move in the next few seconds. Maybe even hit up one more crafter and just upgrade the armor.
Yeah, might take the time to pull back here. Sadly, as they do so, we'll be saying goodbye to a few squads. Ben is going to be one of those that actually assists in the damage, but Team Rambo seemed to be done before it even started. Just a quick cleanup to bring us down to 17. And this is the building that I was talking about as a potential investment for some of those squads, notably Team Snipe Down out there towards the west. For our friends from South America, this seems like a current position that could bode well for the endgame.
Yeah, for sure. And Barometer endgames are always kind of interesting to see, especially to watch, in my opinion, because they can be so much happening, and especially with the high ground there. If someone is with the charge rifle there, the LOS is really hard to avoid at some places. You really need to choose your place carefully, and your rotation have to be on point here.
We'll see if it comes into play at some point. Obviously, you've begun to bring up this idea regarding spacing and zone control. Hopefully, I don't know if we have dono goes, but if we get to a certain amount, I'd be happy to personally go to every individual pro and start to talk to them about the charge rifle and potentially putting it away for the rest of these series here, because I personally don't care to see it.
I will be honest, the charge rifle is a bit overrated, but in a lobby like this where you have also a lot of amateur players that maybe do not know where the LOS are falling, you can get a lot of damage in. Currently we have this nuts here, and I see Alliance Hawk is back there. Is he alone alive and just sliding down that hill?
I'm not seeing any damage being taken, so that implies he might be just somewhere amongst the rocks where it be. We do finally start to see that tick out in a way there as we pin in towards that south side, so potentially wrapping, all the way around here through Shipfall. Hockey's the last member alive of his squad, and I'm gonna tell you, it ain't gonna get much easier. You come out through the west here, it completely opens up on your entrance towards the Barometer South area.
Yeah, but if you know Hockey's for something, is that he's a very smart man, and Alliance was one of those teams that actually brought Vintage and Rampart into the scene because they started playing that in the EMEA scrims before the ALG even started. So never disregard Hockey's here, and he should be able to get into the next zone. But let's look at the overall map. We currently see that it's gonna actually go more into the west side of Barometer, and we see Snipe Down actually in a great position as well as Tyler's team.
I'll tell you what, we might get a little bit of a split here. Look at that beach, that kind of island hillside to the east of Cenote Cave. We have a couple little divots and that bridge as well. That might be exactly where our pull ends up. For so many of our squads who invested into this barometer direct area, that's going to be some huge moves necessary here, at least not in this next zone, but potentially that further pull.
But Team Hal is already trying to find a fight here. And we know that most of those players can actually play. 72H coming from the Fortnite scene, and he has made a good clutch, I think, even in one of the games. So he's actually pretty good in Apex as well. Okay, very cool to see that people that convert from other games can play Apex on a high level.
Yeah, absolutely. It does transfer over. I know we got Colazzo also playing within this tournament, and I know he himself, another Fortnite pro. But all that being said, Imperial Hal's squad here is playing a bit of the gatekeeper. If they can defend this bridge, it is a fantastic transition into that end game. And I love already Hal on those upward angles, trying to abuse the horizon and make sure he lays stake in claim as Noko heads west, Hardeki to the east.
Molmork here trying to get some damage done with the triple take. I will be honest, the triple take is always really hard to kind of work around with. But if you hit your shots, it does a lot of damage. And they have a lot of snipers actually in their team Noko. So they have to watch out, especially later on when the zone gets even smaller.
We'll be saying goodbye to Artini here for the moment. Our next squad to fall, heading out in 17th right now. Zone finally on its close as we start to discuss our round 4. Surprisingly, nobody towards this west side has actually faced their own difficulties. But I'll tell you what, it's about to get even worse here. None of Barometer is available. Yes, we are going towards East Cenote Cave. And I'll tell you what, there's just a little hair's breadth of that West Barometer area that you might be able to work with, but you've got to be here. I'll tell you what, if your team's sniped down, you are absolutely loving this current position.
I want to say exactly the same thing, because they are currently probably in one of the god spots there, in that corner up there. Team Fitian, they almost, also like Rambo's team, almost didn't make it to the winners final, but at the end with the game 6 they could find it. Currently playing under the bridge, a really strong point, but you just have to watch out that they're not getting griefed here.
Yeah, this is a tough situation to be in. Obviously, a place you need to be for our next Zone 5 pull. But when we talk about so many of these other squads, the angles galore that will come in from the east side and the opposite end of that bridge are just going to be so dangerous. It's going to be a true challenge to see if Ryan can potentially hold on to this one.
Yeah, we the people currently in the nuts there. If they choose the timing right, or even they could actually even just stay in there and just late rotate into the zone. So I'm more concerned about the teams that were barometer, but currently Team Noko was just getting eliminated.
See it!
And yeah, only 15 squads left now.
Literally right there on the feed with the missiles coming down. You see the final moments of Team Noko behind that rock. We know for a fact that Hal's squad was watching that location over there towards the west. And finally, they were able to remove and clean out their backside, but they still don't quite have that direct position in zone yet. They want to be somewhere closer to right here. Hardeki squad, though, rotating in from behind. Hal's doing a fantastic job keeping them at bay. Hardeki is on 2.
But Hal gets the kill at least, but then at the end... Oh, wait, he's still alive? Wait a minute, no. At the end, Imperial Hal goes down. Wait, no, he's alive.
No, my man is good. He is ripe as rain. But at the end of the day, a 1v3 is albeit just too difficult here. Hardeki is able to pull that one off. But let's give credit where it was due. That's almost 400 damage to potentially pull that one off.
I didn't even see that, but let's immediately go to the nuts where we the people were on Sweet have to win this fight. It's getting really hard. Sweet currently now trying to do a lot of damage here towards the bridge. But Kali goes down during this fight. Samus Sky also got eliminated. We're only down to 11 teams now.
Hardeki will be picked off there to take us to our final 10 as we split the half. Sweet with the Dark Veil trying to extend a rotation back over to the bridge for now is allowed to do so. But remember, we're talking 30 seconds on an ultimate like this. Sweet taking shots here from our east side to see if he can lay in damage, but none particularly found as Yvette. Still pressuring this, albeit he is a solo.
Oh, but I see it took a lot of damage because of Vitan's team there, and now he has to back down there, and then Haki's also in the middle there. Currently riding in the middle between the both of this Palm team. This is not a vacation, this is Apex Legends. But it seems like currently it's working. Only 7 squads here left now. We are in the top 10. Face Team Chant here. He has a great position, but they have to at some point rotate, and if they don't have a catalyst, it's gonna get hard.
Mind you, Gent is rocking Kraber Charge Rifle here, playing the long distance game. I don't know if Hardeki, or my apologies, I don't know if Hockey's absolutely knows this, but one wrong move, one false step, and that might be all but done there. To take away that island would be absolutely huge, but the timing is so crucial. No Dark Veil available, albeit the exhibit is in the hands of Hades.
Yeah, that's gonna be hard, and I don't think they're gonna have any ult excels, and the zone is gonna close in 30 seconds. After that, there's gonna be a lot of damage. But actually, they're gonna push now. Haki's in the middle, and he should be able to get down. He actually goes away here with the ability of Wraith, and that's gonna be now a good shot. But oh, maybe with the Kraber, he can find someone from Vitan's team. Gets actually a hit. Meanwhile, Haki goes down here now. Only 6 still alive here.
2 shots in the barrel, but no quite the drops that follow there. Gonna have to switch this one back over to the flat line for now, as we, the people, Ryan, are all down and out. Our final 4 full squads remaining. We talk about early investment here. Team Jet have found themselves in position, but they are quickly punished and brought down. FUT rotating through both these squads, trying to extend themselves, and Nocturnal is racking up the kills on the side.
Yeah, they even want to probably go for the Jimmy Turtles there. But meanwhile, Face Snipe Down like a king is just above the rocks, just waiting for his prey to be hunted. But not
revive. Oh. Absolutely perfect there. A quick slide in with the Sheila on some of the final bullets left, capitalizing on some of those unorthodox picks here. And immediately, he turns around, a perfect position onto Snipe Down. Little but nothing in terms of his health left. This should be the go button for this squad. We talk about the zone. We talk about the control.
Nocturnal had such a great team, but we're gonna have now a raw 3v3. The Dark Void is gonna come up now. Even the CO is gonna get popped here. Now it's gonna be Face Snipe Down going up the hill. Selen gets a cruise. But Cyber immediately comes through the refract here. It's just a 2 versus 1 now, I think. This is gonna be interesting. Snipe Down has to find someone. Snipe Down almost goes down, but no! Snipe Down wins this game 1 of the winner bracket.
Team Snipe Down. They invested early. They called for this zone. They play in Cenote Cave. And at the end of it all, they come out as the first winners here in our winners finals.
And to be honest, I'm not surprised. Team Snipe Down and Team Nocturnal are one of my favorite teams here in this tournament currently, because I feel like they gonna have a great day, especially like if they make it to the finals, in my opinion.
We'll see if they can do it. Obviously, still 5 games left to go. Let's pull this one back and bring John into the action here. How did you enjoy that one? Was it as exciting as you expected? Finally, the top 20 of our participants coming together.
Not as exciting as that hype we just brought from you. I love the Zephyr hype is real, my friend. That was awesome, though. Look, it's the winners bracket final. It's the cream of the crop, perhaps a foreshadowing of what's to come tomorrow with the grand final. And the fact that Snipe Down was the one that did it in game 1, playing with Liquid Chat Fortnite Pro. We got a little 72 hours chat rivalry going on. Snipe Down Hal, former teammates rivalry. You love to see this stuff. And my boy Cruz is a mouse and keyboard masters level player. They were going to play with Baker Mayfield, actually. Baker had to back out. Got replaced by Chap, and that helped them elevate, Artie.
Yeah, it seems like it, and especially with that God spot there, basically the zone pulling in their way. They literally had to just watch over their prey being hunted there and just go in the right moment to take those KPs.
That's right. Yeah, we'll get. It looks like we do have the leaderboards up and ready. So let's take a look at the results from game number 1. And of course, as you'd expect, Team Snipe Down on top, but right behind them, FaZe Clan's very own Gent. So FaZe shows up big time in game number 1. 2-point lead for Snipe Down, but FaZe Gent right behind him, representing all of the tripods here. Nick Merckx couldn't play in this, obviously just had a baby boy. Congratulations to Nick and baby Nico. Of course, they also have Nocturnal from XSET in third place, Team Bin and Phony after that. So of the top 5 teams, Zephyr, 3 of them are FaZe's finest.
Oh. And could we even be surprised after what we have seen in North America this split? Albeit, I've expected potentially some of our other friends to maybe shore up those weaknesses. But as we've said before, 5 games to go here. I'm looking for the rest of the lobby to step up the pace. I don't want to be singing the praises of FaZe all night long. We get enough of that on ALGS. Where's my EMEA boys at?
You know, Hakis. Yeah, Hakis
Yeah.
went down really fast. You know, that's the thing. Or even Kashera, even though he had a great position in Barometer, they went down quite early. So, hey, sometimes NA has to take over here.
Yeah, you know, it's interesting. One team I was not expecting to be in this winners bracket final. I'm just going to be completely honest with you. I used to put so much gas and respect on his name. It's insane. Back when they were Flavor of the Month, they were champions with Pia and Noth, and I stopped gassing them up because they kept breaking my heart in ALGS after it was the Foot Esports boys. But Taylor showed up big time in the winners bracket round 1 matchup. I'm really looking forward to seeing if he can wake up and represent EMEA alongside Hockey. It's getting late over there in Europe. It's going to be tough to do, but they got to try and maybe chug a Monster or a Red Bull or something to stay awake.
It's been a very, very long day, and we're very thankful for everyone across any one of our regions coming out to support whatever hour it may be.
Right. Wait, one thing we missed right before we went into that gameplay. Y'all may have seen the total fundraise go up to $75,000. How did that happen? Well, out of nowhere, Panasonic dropped a $50,000 donation. A major, major thank you to Panasonic and, of course, their gaming headset SoundSlayer, a immersive sound headset that goes around your neck. I've been wearing it all broadcast long. The surround sound speakers let you feel the sound all around you and immerses you in the center of the action. Perfect for Apex Legends or FPS titles. Make sure to show love to Panasonic. And a huge thank you. Are you kidding? We went from $24,000 to $74,000. Now we reached the $75K threshold, which is unbelievable. Please, everybody, W's in the chat for Panasonic and SoundSlayer. And please, if you're considering an immersive gaming experience and a headset, consider this thing. It's as comfortable as it gets. I've been wearing it for 5 hours now, and I barely feel like I have anything around my neck, Zephyr.
I didn't even know that was a headset. I mean, it looks cool. I may have to pick one up myself. But can I say what I find absolutely incredible there? We talk about Panasonic coming through with $50,000. The community alone is breaching half that amount, $25K themselves. I mean, that is an absolutely ludicrous total to potentially work with here. And I mean, seriously, I told John to pat himself on the back. Any of you who have been out there providing your money to help this happen, you guys deserve all the pats on the back in the world.
That's an absolute fact right there. Artie, talk to me about how this community's shown up big time for Red.
Yeah, for sure. Like, look, at the end of the day, things like AIDS, you have to go with like step by step. Like small things can change the world. And with that, thank you, Apex community. That's so nice of you. Let's fight this problem.
I love that. Artie, I love that. Let's fight this problem, this global injustice, this pandemic, really, that is AIDS. And hopefully we can fix it. And hopefully we can find a cure in our lifetime. And Red's really contributing to that. Until then, of course, also helping people live with AIDS. You can support and you can help with this problem as well by taking out your phone, scanning the QR code on your page. Please, please consider any donation of any size if you'd be willing to help support. We're at $75,000. We're $18 away from $75,500. Again, thanks so much, everybody, for supporting this amazing, amazing cause. And Artie, you really hit the nail on the head. Listen, there's a quote that says, never doubt that a few small people can change the world. In fact, it's the only thing that ever has. A few people got together and organized this event. And now a few community members in the grand scope of the world, 2,000, 5,000, 10,000 people watching this event are changing the world by raising $75,000 for Red. That got Panasonic to donate as well. So thank you, everybody, for all the support. Looks like gameplay is ready. It's the winners bracket final. Snipe down 1, game number 1. Who will win game number 2? We'll find out as we throw it over to Zephyr and Artie.
And I haven't seen any big change like in the character selection. So teams really want to play the same way. Do you think that's a good idea, Zephyr?
I'll tell you what, we had plenty of teams in that end game. And honestly, we talk about the competitive nature that is available across all of the games that we've seen here today. To have 16 squads alive into a Zone 4 is just absurd. That is an incredibly tense and what's a fantastic word for that? It is a very dense end game to potentially look out there, and it brings with it the chaos and hopefully the success for some of these teams to rack up that KP that sends them forward.
If you're already looking at the map, what is one of your favorite end zones? I for particularly like North Pad. What do you think about that?
Hey, I'm all for North Pad, but if I have to represent a home on Stormpoint, then man, I'm a Cenote Cave stan here. One of the rarest end zone pulls, but personally, I think it is one of the most fun places for teams to potentially end up and have to contest. It's never a super guarantee, but I'll tell you what might be guaranteed. Hardeki here picking up the first knock of the game, or my apologies, Team Hardeki. Parabellum who finds that one.
Yeah, seems like they win the contest. They're probably just gonna abandon their teammate. It's not worth it to fight over that too much. Maybe you can even get the banner later on. But Hardeki obviously not gonna say no to free KP in the situation.
No, I don't know if I'd call it free, but they made it look like it was. At the end of the day, that's going to be that first full wipe here. And as early as it is, it might be a little bit too difficult to route back in here and potentially pick that teammate up. Of course, as the loot hasn't even come through in its entirety here for Command Center. There's plenty of time as that banner ticks away.
You know, it's like always in Apex Legends. First game, you just tip your toe into the pool, but now the sharks are in the pool and you have to somehow swim through. Especially now that we are in the winner brackets, you have to give your best to get through that pool to get that golden tickets into the finals.
I like that. And it's not just that golden ticket. We talk about the, albeit minor, but the additional points that can help you secure a place when we talk about tomorrow's final. I wish I could be there, but I don't think it'll be anytime soon here. Team We the People, Team Snipe Down. We saw this last time around. Once again, utilizing that exhibit to pull away for now, slow things down.
And it seems like the teams are much more trigger happy now. I think we are currently now in Cenote Caves and they're trying to fight here. We the People has to use a smoke here to just somehow get away from there. And now slowly tries to reset himself, but they know that someone is in this building and this is gonna be a fight that they have to fight here.
I like this, choking them out step by step. Someone is below. Clover on the side, trying to go for the swing forward as We the People above will find the knock onto Cruz. Reigns on the other side to take down 40 Chap. It's just one last standing individual. Potentially rat or run away. It's right in the face of Reigns here. A PK into the sky, but not quite the knock. I can't believe he's sitting on one.
Yeah, that was unfortunate. Now they're looking with the heartbeat sensor somehow. But no, Team Snipe Down is down after winning the first game. They're already out as the second team.
The second team down here. Team Snipe Down after taking the lead. They're going to have a lot to potentially make up. It's the perfect opportunity for this rest of the lobby to potentially close that gap. I know I talk about 5 games, but the reality is it all counts. Every single point. We get close to ties every step of the way.
You know, one of the things that's just about Apex, you can't get sloppy. One game that's away, it's one game less with points, and you want to be in that threshold of around 40 to 45 points to get into the top 10 of this bracket. Immediately go here, we see the American team in the nuts, and they have a team behind them and in front of them. This is going to be really hard for them now.
Now, I'll tell you what, if this is deep investment towards that Gale Station area, you can clearly see FaZe is on the mine. You got Gent and Phony there, setting themselves up in those 2 buildings respectively, hoping that we might see this one continue to carry forward. We may get to take a minor peek at an early control scan sometime here in the future, but it does seem that the majority of these rosters are finding their way out towards the east.
Yeah, and it seems like the shipfall could be a shipfall ending, maybe even an antenna ending, and those are really rough sometimes to play because the choke points are really big, but somehow still small because a lot of people are gonna be holding those.
It's true. It is incredibly difficult here. I have to give props over FaZe because at the end of the day, when we talk about those late rotating squad, they're going to meet up exactly where you point out there. Right on top of that grab cannon area is one of the most difficult areas to eclipse unless you potentially have something like that Valkyrie redeploy to work with. And granted, that's not even a guarantee.
Yeah, for sure. The thing that was interesting about the tournament so far is that most of the teams haven't even played like Edge. Most of the teams played hard zone, and with hard zone you have to play around a lot of buildings. Meanwhile, Hades went down here, but the rest should be able to come through.
Yeah, we know Ardini are in that nut building just across. Our South American friends on the other side. Team Jet more than happy to pick themselves up here. Albeit, it is the damage and it is the knock. All it's really going to do is burn resources. Speaking of burning, though, Al's looking to do so. Hardeki forced to drop towards that low ground. Does he have angles?
And you know how he is hungry and he wants some kills. Seems like it's kind of went down. That means Hardeki is probably... yeah, he probably got away from this fight. But Hardeki is still hunting here.
Already finding one knock there. Lost is down. You know they're at an advantage. And albeit, I think the exhibit is just a little bit short on that back end there. Hal squad still tries to eclipse and push this building. Hal himself already taking towards the stairwell. Steffi on the other side, choking out both doors. Nate to come through, breaks it down.
Yeah, I think I'm trying to hold as fast as possible. Now with the thermal thrown, they have still 7 minutes, but they're just gonna use a lot of nades here. They want to play this really safe, not risking anything, because potentially there could be a team party. Team Knocker goes down, Rambo went down as well, but now they're gonna get pushed out. Team Imperial wants those kill, Paralexum goes down as well, and that means Team Hardeki is now officially eliminated.
It's a shame there. You saw them hook, line, and sinker find themselves in the prime position to wipe that squad out. Granted, 3v2 as hard as it gets usually here, but the reset looked just as clean for Team Imperial Hal. I will say things are a little bit quicker this time around. As you guys can see, Zone 2, we are already down to our 15 squads remaining, so maybe not as dense of an end zone. For Team Sweet, they find a knock on Taka. May potentially be following that one up, albeit could be potentially too far away.
This is probably one of the zones that was actually recently in the LGS that pulled towards that rock that you just see before the last cam shot. Energy Sweet is probably trying to go down to ship force and just trying to get a good position here to get a nice high ground and shoot around with the Flatline and Nemesis.
Now, this is that area that we had a little bit of a discussion at the very beginning of the game about, where we talked about the difficulties of some of these zones. Now, granted, some of our teams are heavily investing towards that Gale Station area, but we can't quite count out Shipfall just yet, especially this village directly out towards its northern side. Team Sweet Dreams, they themselves actually pulling quite far in away, literally to the direct edge of our Zone 3. Get that next scan, and it does show the early information that this is going to be a western pull. It's going to be our finish alongside that ridgeline. For so many of these rosters that have presented themselves in Gale Station, they now have big moves coming, potentially a switch that they have to make here.
Some of the pros know this zone probably by heart, because this is one of a zone that falls so often here in Shift Falls. Meanwhile, Shift goes down as the first player, and now it's not looking good anymore for Team Samurai Sky. He has a gold knock, so they should be still fine if they get the rest, and they should be able to go through. So they kind of go safe here, but still there's a lot of action going down. Mr. Kansas is now down to HP, and he goes down. Samurai Sky immediately goes back to answer back. But it seems like a big thing, and that means Samurai Sky is eliminated, and only 14 teams left now.
We see Team Gent there peek out to provide a majority of that damage, but from just across, Team Kushera is also pumping in just as much to punish the outskirts of these buildings. And that's what we talk about when we start to discuss coming in late, especially to positions like this. It's so quick to find excessive punishment. For Team Gent, they continue to defend this building, but we talk about that earlier point, that rotation towards the west. We'll have to wait and see, but with 3 death boxes on their belt, they're going to be more than well acquainted with the loot.
If you look at the teams left here, it's for sure much more aggressive now. People kind of felt each other out and now know how hard the rotations are gonna be, and it seems like they really want to get those KPs and obviously secure here golden tickets into the finals.
Yeah, I mean, get nasty, get dirty with it, find the kills where you can, because they seem to be slipping away. Team Noko to finish off. My friend, my lover from EMEA Hockeys is down in 14th. Doesn't get to rat this time around. A little bit sad for me, but hopefully we see a return on our final iteration of Stormpoint.
If I know Alliance or something, it's more the World's Edge, not a Storm Point. Maybe it's just not going, but hey, you have to sometimes just pull through even if you die in the first 2 games, because you still have 4 games going. Team Gent here still in this building for like already 5 minutes, but why would you give it away? Because you're in a perfect zone right now.
Well, for now, you know, we have that dramatic irony, which is the big problem they're about to find out here in 25 seconds when we do get a little bit more of a slight decisive cut on that next zone. As it stands currently, they feel more than comfortable, more than safe in this position, and yeah, there was no reason, at least as it stands, to give it away.
Look especially at the utility that is on the ground, that they have so much healing in that building. They don't even carry it because they know they can camp here for a bit. Currently just holding that knot because they know that they could potentially be a big threat, especially when they have to go out there for the rotation. And Walt's team actually put out the Shyla, so they're probably trying to get a fight here in the next few seconds.
Well, we talked about gatekeeping in early zone rotations. All those buildings we discussed now officially. Everyone knows the curtain has come down and revealed. There is going to be a mass exodus from the Gale Station area, and Team Waltzy technically is the team best assisted and well acquainted to potentially punish these squads here. They've got the Sheila out, they got the walls down. Heck, they'll take shots at the sky, why not?
They even cracked the Valkyrie there, but at the end they found a nice spot here, and that means Team Fitian finds a way up that rock, but it seems like they're only a duo team, so they're gonna have a bit of problems. Even have to rotate now because I think that's Team Energy, Team Sweet Dreams that's shooting here from the ship falls, and Takution PTV is probably going down here actually.
Oh, it's gonna be so close there. I can't believe they make it behind the rock. And instead, of course, it's We the People up here that faces knocks of their own from the opposite-ended side of Shipfall. Dark Veil down, a couple of ordinances, and a last-minute stick as Rain is brought back into it here. They were able to defend and push them away.
Yeah, but it should be still fine, especially thanks to that Dark Veil. They could easily reset now. It's just depending if they're gonna get pushed now in the next few seconds. Kadat is just throwing around his
very nice
ability. Yeah.
Dark Veil is down though, so that kind of combo no longer available, but albeit the exhibit is definitely going to last just a hair's breadth longer here. Love this peek from We the People to see if he can find just the crack that he needs. Albeit, it might come back down to a gentleman's agreement. These two squads are going to have so many of these squads rotate in from the eastern side and potentially have to share these happy homes.
And something I just want to mention here, having the holo with the bang is such a great combo. Especially now, once the zone is even getting smaller, they're gonna have to, gonna have a big advantage against the other teams that probably don't have a holo. Actually, do you know what is in the crafter currently?
I actually do not. Hey, chat, let Zephyr and Arctic know, is Digi in the crafter? Thank you.
Because if the Digi is in the crafter, sometimes sometimes a lot of teams could have it, and then they can actually actually get encountered by the smokes yourself. I've seen that a lot of times actually in the ALGS and in scrims. Yeah. So they have to be a bit watchful. Team Designful here, there was the team that actually was fighting here, with the People team, and they've done a good job just to do as much possible. But hey, look at this. JMV goes down here. It seems like FaZe Funi, the IGL of FaZe, just eliminated JMV.
This was just off the tail end of what we saw as the removal of Waltzy there. The third party up from Team Phony to find their way into now this dominant position. There's still some nut investment just below them. They're going to wait, but even without the rampart, now they get to have these walls in play as well. The best of both worlds.
And the interesting thing now about Phony's team here, they could easily just rotate from the left side, but they also could go right side, but on the right side it's much more open, so I feel like they're probably going the left side there.
It's going to be tough. It is really going to be tough in terms of this rotation. I'm not exactly sure who's here. We saw Artini fairly early on, and Shares seemed to also be providing some shots there, but with that makes me a little sad. Gent's finding knocks onto him, if not, I believe, a full wipe. Meanwhile, towards that lower end, there's Artin on the other side, pressuring on this low ground. I believe that's Team Gent that seems to be just stuck in between a rock and a hard place.
Yeah, look at Team Noko. If they get a good timing here, that you could actually just third party that fight as well. Jimmy Turtle gets the shield up, so it means maybe that he can get easy reset there, but they get nailed there like hell. And meanwhile, Artini with his South American boys just trying to do as much damage as possible.
Team Noko here, the ones that put down the majority of the damage against Team Gent. That knockdown shield can't possibly have that much health left upon it. And immediately, as the poke comes through there, we see a minor bit of damage, and finally, the wipe. Team Gent is eliminated. Credit, there was a bit of that piercing spike utilized as a defensive action in that rotation, albeit it didn't last very long.
Yeah, now we're getting into the top 10, and it seems like Designful wants to try this fight again. Before it didn't work, they went for a truce there, but now they want those KPs, they want that place. And they need to fight this now. Designful here just spamming with the G7, but the Dark Veil is probably gonna make some space here again for Team...
I believe We The People.
We The People.
Yeah. Coming through on this opposite side, like you said, so much space now created from that Dark Veil, and even still, they are able to find beams through the other side here! An excellent tracking from Designful, a knock onto Rain, and potentially more, but I believe for We The People's team, they've found their way to the low ground, and albeit they are hunting, I believe Sweet on the opposite side, the early investor in our zone, is more than happy to clean that one up, and might be a wrap below.
Yeah, trying to get those KP down there, but Zona goes down, Beetlejuice goes also down. This is not looking good anymore for Designful. Can he at least get some kills here? And no, Team Kashera, the EMEA IGL for Ascent goes down. Only 7 teams left here, and now the zone getting tighter and tighter.
Imperial Hal's team will fall as well. We talk about Sweet with the early movements towards shipfall. This man knows where the zones are supposed to be here, and you can just see how he lays control across every little piece of action. Team Noko, we say farewell to them and potentially more here as more space is assumed here by Team Sweet.
Yeah, only things that you can hide behind are those stones here. It's gonna be really tough. Sweet Dreams probably trying to get a win here out of this game. It would be huge for him, and have had great rotation so far. Let's see what they can do. Kaylee with the Arcside could do a lot of damage against that back here, and actually Fitian goes down as well, so only 4 teams left now.
It's Sweet on the opposite side, creating massive angles towards the west that finishes that fight. Artin, our South American friends, have found their way as Team Taylor, FUT, at least managed to make it all the way to top 4. Designful squad has rotated through the back end of the north, and I have to say, it looks like Artin's might be pinched out.
Yeah, they're gonna have a hard time, and actually, I just want to say, Designful resing his teammates is actually pretty huge. So we have a raw 3 versus 3 versus 3, and this could be really, really hard here for both teams. Whoever makes the first move could potentially be the Haunted at the end. Designful walking up towards that shipwreck on the ground, but the Dark Veil is probably once again taking some time here for that South American team.
Team Artin there, though, will still face damage in Designful Spray, but the problem is this fight is too direct. Already facing knocks on both angles. You know Sweet is licking his lips from the other side. There's already all the damage in the world. Why, he's punching! Oh, okay, all right. We just hand that one over. We don't even attempt to try in the end of game 2.
But the thing exactly happened what I said. Whoever makes the first move could potentially actually be that team that lost, and Designful went down before that South American team, so Team Sweet Dreams easily gets that win in game 2.
Hey, I'll tell you what, congratulations to Team Sweet Dreams. We talked about early investment where everyone seemed to be playing for Gale Station. They seem to know where it exactly pulled, and they come through with the win. I'm seeing a sort of pattern start to evolve here.
That's right. The pattern is Team Sweet Dreams, and Sweet as the IGL of the century performing is the pattern. We saw it last series. We saw it again here. Now, jokes aside, Sweet's playing out of his mind right now. It's amazing to see. Look, I'll be honest. I got to kind of try and find a way to balance the teams. And overall, look, it's hard to balance a content creator charity tournament. But pat on my back a little bit. You told me to pat on my back earlier. Sweet's playing with one of the harder teams. I mean, he's playing with Chino and Callie. Callie's barely just got the diamond for the first time last season. She's new to competitive Apex, came from Overwatch. Chino's a grinder, but electrician that works 60 hours a week and still finds a way to make Masters or High Diamond. He had one of the teams that I thought was maybe a little underpowered, and he's still making it work in such a significant way, Zephyr. It's so much fun to watch as we take a look at the standings here.
I'll tell you what, he just knows how to dictate, and that's so important. You can see how it delivers Sweet Dreams to the top with a 20-point game. But we gotta hand it to Team Designful, and yes, Team Artin there. Even that squad coming through over from Gale Station squad still finds their way into the top 3 with residual 12.
That's right.
Yeah, I also want to mention Tylo, because we said like the MEA boys maybe a bit weak, but hey, at least 4th place here with 11 points.
Yeah, very, very impressive for Taylor. EMEA, hey, listen, I called him out. They showed up. That's a solid 4th place, 11-point game for Taylor and EMEA. I think I saw Hockey's there in the top 5, top 7 perhaps. So a really even distribution of points. One team you did not see there, well, it was Team Imperial Hal. Not the best start for them, Zephyrs. I know we're calculating the overall standings here in a bit. We'll see if they can bring it back.
They're still finding their tempo when it comes to the aggression. It seems like the investment of time pulling back towards that north side might have held them back just a little bit when it came to getting down kind of into that shipfall area, because it really was that zone 4 collapse that punished them and took them out. Albeit, I think it was closer to roughly position 7 or 8 there.
Yeah, that's right.
But never say never in Apex, because you can always win with one big game. You could actually be immediately into the top 10 once again, so never give up in Apex Legends.
Yeah, that's a good point. One big game, 12, 15 kill game, and boom, you're in the top 10 to make it to the grand finals. But hey, look, good news. We got the overall standings ready after 2 games. It's currently Sweet Dreams on top by 1, right ahead of Team Gentrifying. Of course, Gent in 2nd. Snipe Down falls to 3rd after getting taken out earlier in a 50-50. Taylor of EMEA showing up big time. Wow. Tony holds on to 5th place. And you're right, Zephyr, you called it. Hal's still right there in 6th. Top 10 overall, followed by Designful, F-Chan, Artin, and Nocturnal just barely in the top 10, Zephyr.
I'll tell you what, it's closer than I think anyone expected. We talk about our winners from game 1. None of them match up exactly in the same way as we head towards that shipfall area. And as a result, we have probably one of the closest leaderboards to represent before we get into our final game of Storm Point.
Yeah, also, one thing that I'm kind of curious about, Voltsy was steamrolling in the group stage, and now in the winner bracket, not the best performance there, having died a lot of times due to the early fights. Not the best look right now.
Yeah, that's a good point. Obviously, they had a bullseye on them as the only team with 2 pro ALGS players. I got some flack for that, but look, Lachlan is the only player in this competition that has no Apex experience at all, so I get the 2 pros is stacked, but nonetheless, I gotta still give respect to what Lachlan's able to do and the fact that he's playing in this tournament, which is awesome. And you had to give him a little bit of a juicer team. But they're also subbing in Koala. They're gonna be subbing in Break tomorrow to even out that team a little bit. But they're struggling right now. We'll see if they qualify even for the grand finals. But hey, next game's right around the corner. Before we get there, we have to also, of course, we'd be remiss to not drive some donations and some views right to our Red Tiltify campaign. Look, we are at $75,000. We've been sitting in that 75,000 mark for a long time. So please, y'all, let's break the 75,000. Let's get to 76K. Just $107 is all that we need. scan the QR code on your screen. Just check out the donation page. You don't even have to donate. You can just let it hover there. Maybe think about it. So, let it simmer for a little bit. Then maybe you can give $5, $10, $15, or $20 if you're feeling generous today. Just a cup of coffee or a meal that goes towards an amazing cause and providing treatment and preventions to those living with HIV and AIDS globally. Thank you so much, everybody, for supporting the Global Fund and Red, the Cadillac of charities, as I call them. They are as premier as it gets ever.
Yeah, absolutely. And hopefully, maybe we get to that 76,000 mark. Maybe some teams perform. Maybe Zephyr throws in a little bit of his money of his own. We'll have to see where it ends up here after the next 4 games. I want a big move to get me on that way because I'd love to put my money where my mouth is.
That's right. Yeah. I will have to join you there in the donation train here in a little bit. But with that said, one more shout out has to go to our broadcast partner, Airlock. None of this would be possible. They're running 2 broadcasts simultaneously. They're dealing with the insanity, the madman vision I had to let 25 plus casters and observers and broadcast aspiring talent come to this broadcast and use this as a chance to catapult, or at least let people see what they got, what their skills are. So thank you so much to Airlock GG, the official broadcast partner and production partner of the Apex Rising Charity Pro-Am. And with that said, looks like gameplay is just around the corner here. Game number 3, our last and final game on Storm Point here in our winners bracket final. Before we wrap up for the night, let's go ahead and throw it over to Zephyr and Artie. We're going to call the action here, as I think gameplay should be starting here in just a moment.
Yeah, thank you so much. That means we're going into the last Storm Point, and I'm really excited now. People now found out how this group is going to be played out, and I'm very curious. Are fights like some teams fighting early again, or are they this time going for the placement points?
Sometimes, as we've kind of started to see with the progression of these games, the action has started to find a little bit of its tempo. I don't think it's full force yet. I don't think we're seeing anyone drop and start to find early 50-50s, but who knows? As those points get closer and closer, teams may need to do something in search of bigger games.
Yeah, but so far we had always end zones basically in the south. I wish that we maybe one end zone towards wall. That would be nice.
Luck of the draw here. We'll see if we get Northern Zone and Storm Point. That brutal Northern Zone having to traverse all the way up a mountain, essentially, with the elevation change. But look, Legend Select is here. Gameplay is starting. We'll snipe down, bounce back after getting eliminated early in game number 2. We'll find out. As we got Kashera, we got Taylor, we got Hockey. So we got Emiya showing up here. We know you'll love to see that, Zephyr. Let's go ahead and throw it over to you and Artie to call the action.
I'll tell you what, I'm always happy to see something like that. Now, granted, I do want to follow up a little bit on your point there, Arctic. I'd be happy to see Northern Zone. We talked about it early when we got into the very beginning of our matches here today. And hopefully, a little gift to send you on your way on your final cast of the day.
Yeah, look, John already said it, but it's literally an uphill battle if the zone goes north, because the big problem about north zones is that you have to rotate very early because it gets really hard. Most of the teams are going to have high ground on you, and those teams are basically saying how the fights are going to be or how it's going to be played, and you don't want to be the team that is then at the bad end.
Yeah, low ground there. So you're telling me you kind of want to see some of these teams struggle? Maybe put them through a little bit more of the storm, I suppose?
Yeah, for sure, because so far, most of the times, especially if the zone pulls north, most of the teams just sitting in those buildings. And yes, it's cool and everything, but we want to have some variety now.
Okay, all right. I like a little bit of the variety, a little bit of the maestro, the artists at work here. I'll tell you what, we'll see how the guns themselves and the masters that be will find their own artistry in the fights that have begun. We already have We the People. Once again, the initial knock onto Team Snipedown has already occurred there. Big peek from We the People himself, but it is going to be Reigns that comes around the side and pulls this one back together. Cruz is fully wiped out. One last standing member of Team Snipedown residing above.
Same thing like last game. It seems like We the People is very confident. If I'm right, he's actually Bloodhound man currently playing on the Bangalore, but he's doing a great job. Actually found FaZe Snipe down there as the first person, so hey, that's a big respect. But both play in the ALGS obviously, so they know each other.
Yeah, they've had their introductions potentially in the past, maybe long ago here. Team Snipedown, I like this. Big recoveries. 40 Chap and the man himself are, of course, back in it. Banner recovered. And, well, hey, Team We the People wanted to find themselves in a better place of loot directly in Cenote Cave, and that's actually going to be a handshake given back over to Team Snipedown. They're going to be able to find this full revive.
Yeah, that's pretty good here for Snipedown, that they still get the res. But I will be honest, I thought that maybe We the People could actually wipe them, so kind of curious why they decided against it.
Tough to tell, tough to tell. I will say they had a bit of a lockdown when it comes to that Catalyst in play. Some of that passive barricading the doors there made it maybe just a little bit too difficult to find a full assault forward. But hey, Team Snipedown's more than happy to take the wins where they can be found, okay? They walk out of that one clean, albeit maybe a little dirty, but, I mean, they're heading to the dry cleaners.
Yeah, and especially back there, not many teams have been dropped, so that means crews can easily, once they find the revive, gear up.
Well, at least for now, it is a wide and extended rotation that Snipedown squad does take here to potentially find that potential respawn, but either way, I'm sorry to say it, it does not look like we will be delivering towards a north zone just yet, and I guess at all for Storm Point here. In fact, this one, almost a bit of a deja vu, albeit, I will say, so much more of fish farms and Gale Station well within play. Teams can be confident that our zone, well, at least seems to be polling here.
And one of the things, if it pulls into the fish farms, that Mirage can be such a big god spot there. They're actually popping the Valk ult here, and let's see where they're going.
Oh!
It got cancelled!
Oh, what a shame there. Now, granted, we are only talking about a 25% holdback, but for Team Wolfsy, you never want to be delayed even the hair's breadth of a second. They set themselves up a little bit further on the height here, potentially set for that next rotation. Maybe only a couple seconds, but Tridents are coming through. Teams are investing. Gale Station's gonna get a little bit more hairy to hold on to, or to potentially find that redeploy.
I always get scared when I see tripods because I still have that one clip from Furia against Opti Gaming at the playoff finals. That was insane, and now they're gonna pop the Valk ult again here. Let's see where they're probably going, but I think they want to try to get a nice building here in the fish farms.
Obviously, a big portion of this zone that they already have early reads from, of course, playing off Lockheed there. And I will say, when we talk about buildings may be available in terms of this current time, I definitely think they've found themselves a happy home, dead center, I will say, in fish farms.
Yeah, and those homes, like you perfectly said, they are, in my opinion, pretty easy to hold. Now, they don't have a catalyst, so there are going to be some complications, but still, I feel like if they're going to have it like this should be fine enough.
Yeah, at the end of the day, you walk up there, you get a couple walls in place right alongside the door, and anybody who does want to take their chances peeking is looking right in the face of an empowered bullet.
Yeah, for sure. The thing is also with Rampart, you have so many opportunities, even in open fields, to create some space for your teammates. The only one concern I have is, like I said, Mirage is, if the zone pulls into fish farm, Mirage is such a great high ground. And I think recently in the LGS we have seen Meat Lovers win that zone easily just because they had that high ground and have done so much damage and got a lot of KP out of it.
Potentially a transition point, but we'll have to see. I know it doesn't exactly land directly on the Mirage Etoile there. Now, as we tune back in with Team Snipedown, a full respawn has found its way forward, but it is Team Designful to find that knock onto the namesake himself. So we're back once again as a duo to potentially find their own pace of survival. Now, granted, it's very early on. This zone isn't quite ticking. That's why you see Team Designful taking their times. Zona with the charge rifle, trying to find that damage, but it just barely is covered by the IMC.
Yeah, it's still fine. It's just round one zone, so they can easily survive this, and they should be able to have enough utility here to heal them back up. So I think they're actually gonna push you for a kill potentially, and it seems like the Designful is actually walking to the treasury now.
Not exactly in terms of best hearing, but I believe that IMC Armory in the midst of being cleared. And obviously, Team Designful are more than happy to wait this one out, given the fact that the Replicator is right alongside them. Craft up all the med kits in the world to be more than well acquainted, especially when we talk about potentially turning for a fight like this. 11 seconds, round 1 close on the opposite end of our zone. Our 4th place squad, Team Taylor, gatekeeping height.
Yeah, it was last the whole leader ranking right now was in the 5th place. Let's see how they're gonna play this out. They have this nice building here in the forest, like you said. And they try to do some damage, but this is gonna be again probably a really hard fight, and I don't think that there's not gonna be too much happening now in the next few minutes.
No, it definitely sometimes comes to a bit more of a lulled pace. When we talk about fish farms directly, it is one of the more supportive POIs that exist on the map. There's a lot more buildings in play. There's a lot of squads that do tend to find some presentation there in terms of keeping themselves alive and happy. That can't paint my picture better. We literally have almost the entirety of everybody already set up, and I can promise you this. We talk about the grates, we talk about the minor fence lines. There is still space within that POI to potentially work with. Albeit, I'm going to set this up now. When we talk about where we start to predict that final zone, I look a little bit further up towards that northeastern side of fish farms, and even potentially where you see this hill and prowler's nest.
Launchpad is here currently, Team Hardeki. He had a great game before. Let's see if he can actually do it again. Launchpad is a really good PI because you get a lot of utility there, as well as guns, and you have that crafter that gives you a bit of an edge here against other teams. But they have to move now, because especially like you already said, fish farms has so many nooks and crannies you can easily hide in. Still 19 teams are still left, so it's actually even more contested than in the first game.
It's more contested, but you do say the number 19. While we were in that map there, I do believe we saw Team Nocturnal fall. So one of the bigger names to potentially face their difficulties on their final performance today of Storm Point here. I will address this, though. I don't actually mind Team Hardeki's position, albeit it is, yes, very late in terms of getting to fish farms. Like I said, Howler's Nest, that northeastern area, I'm not worried too much.
Seems like Samurai Sky already doing a dance party here, because the zone is currently looking perfect for them if it keeps going like that. I already talked about it. Mirage, if they get the nice zone into fish farms, this is going to be really hard for the other teams there, and they're enjoying it to the fullest. Let's go back to Harkis here. They took over that house and they are still alive, so yeah, like I said, I don't think that the teams are gonna fight here, because it's just way too risky. We have seen it before on the map. Everybody is basically in fish farms, and once someone is trying to push, trust me, everybody else wants a piece of that cake.
Ooh, a piece of that cake, potentially a treat Nakis is looking for right now. I can't imagine a superb reason to extend the portal other than what looks like a kidnap. Just barely, I believe it misses out there. Team Hockey's unable to really set that one up, and obviously as he pulls that one back, you can see how the portal is already set up in the air to get that slight little bit of time. Meanwhile, Team Imperial Hal, Team Designful, making short work of them.
And they know each other very well. Steffi is almost down, but now Imperial Hal gets the kill against Beetlejuice. She goes, whatever. He got knocked, and it seems like Imperial doesn't want to give them any chance. He immediately goes for the kill onto Sona, and also now finally kills Beetlejuice. That was very masterclassy once again from the CEO himself.
I like that. Masterclass from the CEO himself. Start taking lessons, queue up for the course line, albeit it isn't exactly an A+. Designful does make his way out of that one and keeps the dream going here. Still, 18 squads remain. Now, team We the People, we talk about late, Cenote Cave, just starting to make their way in. You have to wonder, where do they present themselves within this zone? Remember, they don't have the objective nature of, say, something like that Valkyrie, so they're almost forced to go towards that Imperial House side. And now that they're crafting, I mean, you might as well be shouting that you're here.
Yeah, but I just saw that Reigns went down. That's actually not a good situation. They still had 2 minutes here to somehow get a lot of healing resources to make it out of the zone, but this is now not looking good anymore, and they have to play this basically in a two versus anything. Oh, and look at this. Imperial Hall obviously wants those KSP, immediately spams here with the Nemesis and gets a lot of damage done. This is actually pretty bad here for We the People, because they easily can just, yeah, hold them here.
Yeah, like I said, more than happy to stay within this position. 1 minute, 20 seconds to go. Team Imperial Hal obviously investing, especially after finding that knock there. They know that Team We the People have nowhere to potentially present themselves, and if they do head towards that opposite side, I mean, you might as well be saying, job done already. Find a bit of damage, rotate a little bit around, look for those that may be below.
But let's go back to the fish farms, because like I said, there are still so many teams left, and still 18 teams alive in 45 seconds. The zone is gonna be smaller and smaller, but the zone is exactly what I said from zone 1. This is gonna be a fish farm endings, and whoever is in that Mirage gonna have a big party. Hey, Shiv, I know him. He is a party guy, so he's gonna enjoy that so much.
Yeah, Team Samurai Sky definitely in a good spot there, but you always have to worry. There's the potential for one of these squads to rip a zip line on a potential moment of distraction. Maybe come up there, take the direct 3v3. I love this free cam here. A massive call out to the fantastic observation skills of the team behind our event today. And in the middle of it, we do get to see Designful as a rat surviving in the single grate alongside Team Kushera.
I also see Team Rambo back there, Phony as well. Like, there's so many teams with great IGLs, and this is really going down to who makes rotation at the right time. I'm so excited to see the song getting played out, because this is a great quality of a game.
Yeah, you're right. In terms of the caliber of this lobby, it is as good as it gets. But with this round 3 close, we are almost guaranteed, especially to see some of those later squads who maybe didn't quite get here early, potentially fall. If you're Designful, you are happy, potentially. Well, I was about to say that Team Kushera doesn't have a seer on this roster, but they clearly see that rat.
Ooh, and I see that up north is probably a fight breaking out, but again, so many teams still alive in fish farms. This is actually pretty... Oh, wait a minute! Imperial Hal goes down, at least his teammate 72, and now Imperial Hal is down to half HP. He goes here for the shield battery and tries to reset it, but he's gonna get shot from everywhere here, and that is it! Team Imperial Hal is eliminated.
I talk about the speed, the necessary requirement in terms of mobility here. We talk about the weakness coming out of game 2, and it's even worse in our third and final storm point there. Team Imperial Hal down in 18th. Hardeki to follow quickly after by Team Bin here on our northern side.
Yeah, but once the fourth zone is getting closer and tighter, the game is going to be an absolutely war zone. 16 teams are still alive, and Team Bin has to now prepare and take this loot as much as possible, because they are going to need it.
Yeah, in terms of a good rotational ability, Thalys does have potentially the redeploy to work with here, but it might not be worth. Sadly, that's a bit of a shame. Team Designful, or more notably Designful as that singular rat, is inevitably spotted and found out. We take a look, of course, at our feed on the top right. You'll notice 15 squads left, but 44 players. We got one duo.
Yeah, this is absolutely going ham. 30 seconds left until it's going to close down, and like I said, Team Samurai Sky up that Mirage is going to be a big threat to everybody. I'm actually pretty curious what FaZe Phony is going to do here, because Sweet is there in his proximity as well, and we know that both of those players are great IGL. I'm looking forward to this.
Now, we talk about this current zone and how it particularly plays out. We are going to see a reduction of the buildings. Notably, there is still a lot of great space available. And I don't mean great as in terms of good. I mean literally great. There are greats available for these teams to potentially play down and into if they want to continue to survive. Deep, Team Yakis on that furthest northern building with their own redeploy. The full split, where do they land?
Yeah, probably on top of this building, but I have to watch out. Oh, no, even the other team Valgold, so they have to watch out. That's gonna be really tough. But I think Team Phony right now has a great position because actually that zone I've predicted was more to the south, but this went totally to the more north. But this totally went to the south. Team Noko as well. They're behind that stone. Has used a dark veil, and the shots are gonna get fired everywhere.
Team Hockey's there across from Team Snipe Down, trying to pin it where they can. Both of them hugging the same second, or my apologies, third floor building from opposite sides. They could potentially be shot, but hey, Hockey's have found their way in. They've actually guaranteed themselves a spot on the interior of that second floor. Hey, now it's up to Snipe Down to potentially do the same. They can't break through to the other side. Forced to drop down below to thrive.
Yeah, Team Phony now, I think that they can have a big KP game here if they do it in the right time, and they have so much control over this, especially thanks to that Catalyst just totally just denying those doors. Now they find a good angle towards the door, to the top of this building. Get a bit of damage there done, but don't commit fully on it. But Phony just trying to fight any angle, almost gets the kill against that bike that tried to go up there on the roof.
Now I'll tell you what, sadly, even though Phony's squad found their way deep into this game, problem still lies ahead. They let Team Hockey's allow themselves into that second floor, and that's sadly where that next pull is more directly catering towards. So they're actually going to have to compete not against just a single 3v3, but potentially more than that to see themselves surviving in the next 12 seconds. We've only dropped one more additional squad. Team Ben will make it potentially another Team Rambo playing with the Revenant. It's going to be finally the Death Totem crack that brings them back. Not quite the Nox.
Yeah, the Reftain combo is such a deadly combo, and I remember the old times where this was very, very popular in the ALGS as well. It was really annoying and people were crying about it, but hey, I will be honest, I'm happy to see some other picks than always here, right? But look at this. Team Kashira tries to take control over this building, but they're gonna have some problems with that team above because they're not gonna give away this building themselves.
No, Team Hockey's clearly have laid staking claim there, but I will say the bullet with the fence lines already being set up, an interceptor pylon down, more than happy. I think they are completely safe there. Shanae's got to be a little bit careful. Meanwhile, Waltzy, Snipe Down, We the People, Taylor in fourth, all these massive names make it Rambo as well. I think it's 8 squads remaining.
Yeah, everybody the kill feed is just going ham here. Team Energy Sweet here actually has a great position here right now. They should be able to get a lot of KPs as well if they find some good opportunities here, but also now they have to watch out about the teams here in the building itself, because the zone is actually really interesting. It's gonna pull up in the middle, and there's one team towards that stairs there, towards that north, so they have currently a good chance here because they could catch everybody rotating.
I have to say, I'm impressed here from Sweet and Kamo Kali with the immaculate portal play to find themselves towards the top of that roof. It came through at the exact particular moment it needed to happen. Team Artin, Team Samurai Sky sharing great upon great action. It is a triple scan on the micro drones, and they're going to take full advantage with that information, but they need to clean this one up immediately. It is a swap towards the height, but it is a full wipe and a shield swap reset for Team Samurai Sky, but the ordinances come through almost immediately. A double knockdown. Mr. Can's crush and Shiv as well. Can Samurai Sky pull for the revive?
This reset is gonna be really hard to pull over, but it seems like they should be fine because they are so far away. And if they get a good reset there, they're gonna have a good positioning actually. Meanwhile, at the building, there are so many teams there. It's so hard to even actually know what's going on there. Bombing, Catalyst Q, everything is just going down. Even a respawn beacon is getting dropped now onto the map. And Team Phony actually has a great position down the building because everybody has at some point to jump down.
Team Samurai Sky moving forward. Team Phony might likely to do the same. Probably going to be an open-ended finish. It's Sweet with the Dark Veil to cut everybody off. Already well in play here. Maybe it's a little too early. We'll have to wait and see. Team Samurai Squad eliminated. Everyone now starting to make their exit from our building.
Oh, even
my
Dark Veil.
gosh.
That's just basically 3 zones in one in itself. But there everybody's going down. Team Hawkins is now eliminated. Only 4 teams are left here. But still, I have a big faith in Team Phony because they are able, probably after that Dark Veil is going down, to do a lot of damage. They're currently just trying to reset and go into the next fight as strong as possible. Dangult is also putting it down, but FaZe Phony is doing a lot of damage, you know. And Kashiro's team goes down here as well.
Phony with a nice reset. Full red armor. Sweet Dreams Dark Veil was too early. A rotate on the side. A final arc. And a win for the man and his team himself.
Yeah, like I said, Team Phony, they just played that very well. They're going for the resets. And then after that Dark Veil went down, went full ham, does a lot of damage. And congratulations here again to Team Phony.
I talked about the timing. We start to analyze those Dark Veils in the very, very end there. And hey, props to Sweet. He had the right idea, the right positioning, exactly where that team needed to be. It just might have been a tad bit early. Instead, it's Team Phony who are more than well acquainted with the timing, find that one up, and are allowed to survive.
I am loving what I'm seeing, guys. Are you not entertained? Zephyr already, I know you are, but Sweet Chat is popping off right now about how entertaining this format is. How this is better to watch than ALGS and more competitive. Because look, these lobbies, it's not just the best of the best, but they're balanced teams and it's people that maybe are human, right? Like every single one of us when we play Apex, Zephyr. I don't know about you, but I'm not perfect. And it's so awesome to see a human element in Apex and these amateur players that are learning as they're going. It has just been a blast. I know people are loving it. I hope you're all enjoying it at home as well. Let's take a look at the game results. But wow, oh wow, what a game that was for Team Phony. However, Team Hardeki, is that it? Hardeki popped off like that?
I would be absolutely shocked if it was Team Hardeki sitting at 27 points there.
That's gotta be a typo, right?
It might be a typo because I'm pretty sure we saw Team Hardeki fall in the northern side just south of Hill below the Grav Station Cannon on Zone 3 close.
Yeah, but I'm not sure. Maybe Team Phony went there more for the positioning, like for the placement points, I mean, and didn't have make that many KP. So there's sometimes the chance that the first place is not the first place overall with the score.
And yeah, same. I don't think Phony got first with 2 kills. I think that's got to be a typo or an error. And
there we go.
Wait, bring him back.
Hey, bring him back. Bring him back. We have him.
Maybe they're updating them again. There we go. Oh my God, I love it. This is the best broadcast, man. I get to boss the director around. Shout to BMIC. I'm just kidding. Love you, BMIC. Here we are. Team Phony in first place with 23 kills. Their Jordan game with Light Years, by the way, a female competitor in the Celestial Cup. She plays for AM or Aftermath. You'd like to see that. Team FChan showing up, man. Team FChan barely snuck in 10th place. They get second. Team Samurai Sky, another female competitor in the Celestial Cup, in the top 3, Zephyr.
A fantastic switcheroo here from so many of our squads. I do have to say, though, Sweet is on that tail end on 4th, albeit is not the top there. Tying that one up is still keeping likely the dreams alive on our overall standings.
Yeah,
wow, that is an awesome situation because guess what? That's going to shake things up, right? Team Samurai Sky, they kind of needed that. Yeah, Phony's going to leapfrog. They'll take first place. Sweet's going to be chilling in the top 3. But Team Samurai Sky really, really needed a game like that. Team FChan needed a game like that. And FChan, just that Cinderella story, you know, Zephyr already, you know it from ALGS champs. And of course, even in London, they always just found a way to sneak in. They were playing 2v3 and like barely made it to the next round. And they're doing it again in this tournament. It's like the FChan special, Artie.
Yeah.
It happens. Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
Don't worry. Yeah, but the F-Chan is like someone to always watch out. They're like slippery like an eel, always making it through somehow through the brackets, right? And hey, it was Fish Farm. Maybe there's some, connection.
There's some linkage there.
Yeah.
Slippery like an eel. Fish is found there in our POI, and something that keeps them going. Let's take a look at our overall leaderboard. See exactly where all of our squads have fallen. Like Fallout said, Team Phony does take that one away. Leapfrogs to 39 above the rest.
That's right. Massive game for Phony Head, who's hands-on most underrated IGL in Apex, and really showing why he's hard carrying this FaZe roster. I'm just gonna say it. I got a lot of love for my boy Snipe, and of course Frex. Phony is hard carrying this roster, much like he hard carried ESA last year. In my opinion, he's playing out of his mind, and it's showing. F-Chan breaks into the top 3 though. Futz Taylor in 4th. So again, FaZe slips a little bit outside of Phony, who skyrockets. Gent and Snipe down to 5th and 6th. Al in 8th. They're right on the fringe here, Artie.
Yeah, look. Team Snipedom only 1 plus 0.9 since the win is maybe not the best thing, because at the end of the day, after 6 games, it's more about being consistent in Apex Legends and that kind of tournaments, right? You don't want to have maybe the biggest win. Sometimes you just want to have consistent KPs and placement points. And currently something is not working, because even the early contestants, they didn't have the best fights there.
Yeah, good point. Look, you're right. Consistency's been great for Phony, but then on the flip side, teams like Samurai Sky and F-Chan with a big 1-game pop-off game. So can they stay consistent, or will that 1 game sneak them in the top 10 still? We'll find out. But look, next game's right around the corner. We're finally going to be moving off of Stormpoint onto World's Edge, which I think a lot of pros are excited about, given these Stormpoint hard South Pole zones. But with that said, let's take a look at our donation link and QR code. Everybody, please, $78,000. We broke the 75K curse by a long shot, up to $78,000 donated. Thank you sincerely every single person who has contributed to that. Let's keep it rolling. Can we hit 100K tonight? I know it's lofty, but please, if y'all could dig deep and donate to a great cause. 100K on the first night would be unbelievable, with a $50,000 donation. Of course, that came from Panasonic earlier. They dropped it out of nowhere, which was so nice of them. So big shout out, thank you to Panasonic. Please hit that QR code live on your stream. And as we say that, the live donation counter is popping off. Things you love to see. Thank you so much, everybody, for all the support. We really, really appreciate it as we get ready for game number 4. Any predictions from y'all? Zephyr and Artie, I want to hear from y'all. Who do you think is going to pop off here on World's Edge? If you had to pick one team, who's going to have a redemption tour or just continue to dominate? Zephyr, starting with you.
That is toughy as it could be. I'm looking for Team Kashare to put one up here. This is a team that we know has one of the best in terms of players, and in terms of World's Edge, this is somewhat of that solved puzzle when we talk about Apex Legends. Any one of our superhumans, as I'm now going to call them alongside our humans, will be hopefully on a better path forward now that we talk about a map that seems to bring a little less chaos.
That's right. But Artie.
Yeah, like I said, I'm from EMEA, so I also want to believe in the EMEA boys, and I hope that Team Hakis finds as well here much more points on World's Edge.
All right, you're rooting for Team Hakis. Listen, he's been absolutely crushing it on World's Edge for a very, very long time. But look, Artie, thank you so much for joining us and representing all of EMEA with this broadcast. I know it's late over there, so thank you sincerely for staying up late with us. We're grateful. Have a great night. Have a great sleep. And of course, we'll take a very quick break. I think Zephyr's going to be back with me right after the break, so we'll come right back for 3 more games to close out World's Edge right after this. Welcome back, everybody, to the Apex Rising Charity Pro-Am, where we just had a little bit of a break there. Make sure to give our talent team and, of course, all the players a chance to reset. But look, I had a chance in the middle of that break to go chat with the insanely far ahead leading charitable donation fundraising team, Team Nocturnal, who has raised 7.5K. The second team behind them is at like 3K. They are crushing it. I had to give a big shout out to them. And it turns out it's because they made Nocturnal eat a gluten-free crust pineapple pizza to get to 5K, which is a true story. But look, enough of that. We got to introduce the man, the myth, the legend, coming all the way from EMEA, Sandstorm. I met him at ALGS London. He's gracing us with his talent today. How you doing, my friend? I love you so much. Thank you for joining us. It turns out I was muted in VMix the whole time, so I don't think the chat heard me. But look, they heard you, which is what matters. Nocturnal raised 7.5K for charity. Had to eat a pineapple pizza. Wait, sorry, what was that? One more time. The production's talking to me live in my ear here, and I keep getting baited by production.
should be here now, I hope.
With that said,
there we go.
Back. I wasn't muted. Sandstorm was muted. Now I got it. We're on the same page. Zephyr's melting in his chair.
Listen,
the world is falling apart.
Listen, one thing that happens with me, which is very unfortunate, is the fact that I always somehow mute my VMix. But that's because the mixer just decided to, give me some technical difficulties. We've started with that. I guess it's only fair that we kind of end with it as well.
That's right. That's right. It's typically how it works. I threw BMIC under the bus the whole time. It was actually your fault. I'm a jerk. Now, jokes aside, good to have you joining us. Hey, Sandstorm, for those that don't know you, give us a quick introduction and help us understand what you do.
Well, my name's Dawood Sandstorm Dawood, and yes, my first name and my last name are the same. You can thank my parents for their lovely imagination on that one. I've been working in PUBG Mobile mostly for the past couple of years, and I've been dreaming, honestly, of one day jumping on Apex Legends. So I'm very happy to be here, and I'm very excited for the last few games.
Well, lucky to have you, man. I can't believe you flew all the way to LGS London. I had a chance to meet you. I just saw how great your personality was. So many people, the Verholz family met you and fell in love with you. I fell in love with you. So the first thing I did, you weren't on the original shortlist our team did. I went, did Sandstorm apply? He did. Bring him up. We're lucky to have you, man. Let's go ahead and kick it off because gameplay is just about ready. World's Edge games 4 through 6. Right now, Team Nocturnal, that leading fundraising team, well, they're currently not going to qualify. They got to have a big World's Edge here. They got to lock it in. We'll see if they can do exactly that as we get ready for this next game. Almost, we're $1 away.
$1. We're less than $1.
Just
40 cents. Someone do
We're
it.
so close.
Come on,
exactly.
Please, before the game.
It's like Magneto. No, it didn't happen.
No.
I'll throw it over to you guys.
Listen, I'm just going to be staring at the left side of the screen at the moment. I'm just waiting to see that 80K. It's just going to be so satisfying. But, ladies and gentlemen, Game 4 underway. We're looking at the character selection so far, and it seems to be the usual kind of character selection that we're expecting. Seer is always going to be making his presence here. And, of course, we're going to be seeing quite a lot of Catalysts and maybe a decent amount of Valkyries as well. But I do love seeing a couple of Reftains. That's always something very exciting to see in these games.
Hey man, I'm all for it just as much as you are. We got a little bit of a taste of it directly with Rambo last time around on Storm Point, but albeit I need a bit more than that. I need the totem in full force if we're truly going to be representing that composition right. But for those of you, a lovely overview of our map here as it makes its, well, not first appearance today, but first appearance of our series, and see exactly where some of these teams land. Sometimes we get a little bit of a contest early on, but I can't imagine it. I'll tell you what, World's Edge, the most perfect of maps.
And I mean, look at that path as well. This is just perfection. This is what I like to see. Everyone's gonna have a fair chance at landing exactly where they want to go. We're gonna be starting off with, well, what do you know? Jen Burton starting us off with the first fight here. Not gonna be going his way though. Takes quite a lot of damage. Has to fall back here. Waiting on the backup from Kula as well as Break. But looks like they're not going to be going for that fight early on. They're going to try and run away a little bit. Just try some time, make sure that Jen Burton has the time to heal. Killa instantly going to get broken here. Might be seeing a push from the other side. Steffi and Hardeki, we can see on the kill feed on the top right side. Not the best when it comes to Hardeki, but we're going to be focusing on what's in front of us right now. And again, just a couple of cracks here and there, but still no push. And they managed to actually get one in their favor, but it's going to be 2v2. Unfortunately, Jen Burton's going to be the last one alive and in. Before you know it, he is down and out. They're going to be the first team knocked out here in Game 4.
Well, that may not be all, but over there I can see Reigns on the chat as well. I believe Team We the People also likely directly in the area. Or Team Ben, they're already far and out of this situation. Fragment has brought with it the smoke here. I believe Team We the People now gonna enjoy the lion's share of their spoils, but from behind, We the People with the PK drop.
just with that quick bump, takes him down, finishes the kill, gets the KP. Meanwhile, Ben is just going to be forced to run away. Great start for We The People here. This is exactly what they need, considering that they're not really at the highest level at the moment. They need to get themselves as close as possible to that top 5, because like we saw when it comes to the point system, top 5, when you end with today's games, you're going to be starting off the finals with 5 points. It's going to be equal footing for these top 5 teams, but let's see what's going to happen here, because I believe we'll be seeing just another KP going over inside of We The People. Perfect for them. That's going to be the second one starting off this game. Beautiful start for this team.
Yeah, fantastic right off the bat here. Potentially follow up with the KP that they may be able to find, but I'm not super sold in terms of their resources just yet. Double blue on white isn't always the best, but some swaps should be coming through here fairly soon. For Team Taylor, just across from them, Team Designful stuck in Lava Fissure right now. In exchange for an exchange, shields for shields, broken upon broken. And while that might be the send forward, it's more likely to pull away for just a moment.
And of course, you'll love to see a couple of charge rifles, a couple of beams here and there. Meanwhile, Bangalore instantly, we're going to be seeing that smoke, and then that gives them the opportunity to go for the push. But of course, with that catalyst, you have a few more seconds, a few more moments for yourself to make sure you have the time, barricade the door. Don't allow the enemy to instantly go for that push. We're going to be seeing gold armor on that Wraith, Designful. Decide this might not be the right time to push because of the catalyst barricades. They decide to back off and maybe pick another time to go for this fight, but looks like Design will be getting up on that roof. Catalyst wall not going to be allowing him to spot the enemy so far. Meanwhile, I don't think that this fight's going to be going on, but we are going to be seeing some people on Mirage Atois at the moment. Well, on his ship for now.
Yeah, might just be the bit more of the paced action taken here by so many of these squads as we talk about getting yourself set up and providing what will be that next rotation. For Team Designful, obviously nothing to come out on top of yet, so instead it's back to the norm, back to the lay-in waste here in Lava Fissure to see if they can get themselves more acquainted and set up before we start to talk about where exactly we're heading in that zone.
Yeah, that's going to be very, very important over the next couple of minutes. Obviously, depending on the compositions that these teams are going to be playing, we're going to be seeing quite a few. Just try to bunker up in the middle of the zone as fast as possible. But I'm actually quite surprised by that last comp that we saw, Wraith, Bangalore, and Pathfinder. I think Pathfinder has been the least picked legend so far in today's games. I would love to see a little bit more of him, though.
I'm always a happy man to see my best buddy Pathfinder make their way into potentially playing. But, you know, in terms of the meta, it's rough. It's a tough time to be a Pathy fan.
It really is. Yeah, I have to agree with you there. But you know what? The whole point of this tournament is to give kind of a mix when it comes to competitive and a little bit of enjoyment. Oh boy, Average Toad is trying to fly away here. Rambo got instantly picked off. No revive going to be going there. And we're going to be seeing the beams one right after the other. And I believe it is going to be Imperial Hal securing that kill onto Rambo. But they will be able to get that banner back off. But the question is, will Imperial Hal's team go for the push, or are they just going to hold for now?
Is it the beams or is it the memes here? A charge rifle so punishing from across Lava Siphon. And it's taking out my favorite legend in our matchup today. The one I called out before we even got into World's Edge. A Revenant out in a powered position. Now forced to expend themselves back into the zone. Potentially all the way out to Dome here to get this revive off.
Yeah, they will have to suffer a little bit of that zone damage, but at the end of the day, that's going to be worth it. So they might be able to get themselves a little bit more loot in that area as well. Let's see what happens when it comes to them. Team Designful was actually eliminated. If you look at the top right, Nocturnal is going to be the kill leader at the moment. We saw him start off the beginning of the day, game 1, game 2, with insane plays. We saw that charge rifle 1v1 close, I believe, against Timmy's team. And then at the beginning, in the first game, with that PK shot, it was just absolutely beautiful seeing Nocturnal do his job. And now, him being the kill leader, him getting a decent amount of kills for the team, this is exactly what his team needs as well. But it's still early days. We still have 17 teams. We still have 50 people left alive. Quite a lot to go through here.
It's a tough place to be there for now. Team Hockey's already starting to invest as we do get a little bit of a dip into where our zone is pulling. So much of our Mirage Etoile area as well as that southern side of the Lava Fissure likely to be in play here. Always a good investment for this geyser village, the Toile itself, or potentially up on that train line if we cater more towards that northwestern side. That's where I've got my eyes peeled for now. But I do just want to take a moment to say we hyped it up so much before we got into game, but we never really touched on it because we got into so much action. A massive congratulations, a massive props to everyone behind the stream. We did break that 80K barrier.
Let's go.
Seriously, W's in the chat, an absurd amount, and I want to see it. 100K by the end of the night. We still have 3 excellent games of Apex Legends to go. I know this community can put it together.
Yeah, they always can when it matters, and especially when a cause like this is in front of us. Definitely have to give a shout out to Red and all the work that they're doing, all the help that they're giving out to people around the world, especially when it comes to fighting something like the pandemic that is AIDS. Ladies and gentlemen, this is what we are here for. At the end of the day, we're here with a beautiful stream, some of the best players in the world, amateurs getting a chance to play as well, casters getting an opportunity in front of this amazing crowd, and at the end of the day, we're supporting a great cause. So yeah, 100% agree. Shout out to everyone, whether it's casters, whether it's players, whether it's amateurs, whether it's admins, observers, every single one of you. Thank you very much for being here, and I can't wait to see what's going to happen over the course of the rest of the day, and of course over tomorrow's games as well. But now, let's go back into the action. We are going to be jumping into Team Imperial Hal. Imperial Hal and his squad, and I believe himself had the most damage when it comes to the group stage for Group A. And I believe Hardeki as well came with the highest amount of damage in his group as well. But both teams seem to be struggling so far in the first half of the winner's bracket. But let's see how they're going to be able to turn it around with 3 games to go. And now we're going to be moving over to Mirage Etoile once again. Team Foot are going to be on top, and Uncle Noko on the bottom for now, just going to be securing that low ground. And they're going to be perfectly safe. Keyword being for now.
Team Noko set up below. Obviously, maybe not the best of positions, but given where we are starting to see this zone cater, could potentially work out. I know during day 2 of North America, we saw Team BBB win from a position just on the side of the zone, albeit it was just a little bit more towards the southern side.
Just a smidge.
That hill. Just a smidge.
Just a whisker.
A pinch, a fraction of a decimal of a centimeter of an inch there. But granted, when we talk about where the zone could also potentially end up, don't just look at the Mirage Etoile. Across from that there, they've got that lovely hillside with our bloom bin boxes and fence lines that can also provide just as much safety, albeit potentially a little bit more height. But granted, something that I haven't gotten really to see is how the Mirage Etoile truly affects that with its own line of sight that it now provides.
Yeah, now Snipe Down, I believe he's going to have quite a nice line of sight on the team on Mirage Etoile at the moment, so he's going to be able to gather quite a lot of information. You have a couple of teams as well around that's going to be, I want to say, that around the same level as Mirage Etoile, so not going to be a lot of cover, and there's going to be a lot of information out there to gather for these squads. And of course, you'll love to see the charge rifle, take that white armor, turn it into red in a couple of minutes, and then just keep on switching. I definitely don't do that in my games. I don't know what you're talking about. Stop looking at me.
Trust me, I coach a competitive team on the side, and they take full advantage of popping the Evos where they can there, albeit not a fan favorite in my own eyes. But hey, it is what it is when it comes to Apex Legends. We will say, though, most of our squads seem to have found themselves a happy home when it comes to these edges of the zone. Arc Royal with that charge rifle, a crack and a knock. Team Snipe Down facing difficulties there. We'll see if they can get revives.
Yeah, and that might be a reason for the team to actually go for a push. But speaking of a push, we're going to be seeing one right now for Team Imperial Hal. Whipping out that R9. That's going to be the first knife. There's the second. And the third should be easy to follow. And that's going to be a quick 3K for the CEO of Apex Legends, ladies and gentlemen, once again. And that's going to be 7 KP so far for Team Imperial Hal. Beautiful game, beautiful start. But let's see if they manage to get a beautiful finish as well, as we see yet another team pull up, and it is going to be Average Jonas. Here we go, Imperial Hal, push part 2. I wonder what's going to happen this time. Is it going to be the same result, or is it going to be a little bit different?
Team Rambo here. We talk about late rotations, and it doesn't seem like they find themselves at the fair edge of this turn. Hal with the wide swing across to bring down Average Jonas after 72 finds the knock on Yori. Rambo stuck on the interior here, chugging away at what I can only assume is his last syringes. Hal's squad, eyes like hawks, trained upon the choke. I think Rambo will make it through because they've got other problems to worry about towards landslide.
Yeah, exactly. And I'm just trying to do some quick math here. So out of the, I want to say, okay, out of the 16 people that have been taken out, 9 have gone in favor of Team Imperial Hal so far.
Wow.
That's fantastic. And the fact that he's already on 1.2k damage, like, that definitely backs up the point. This is what I was looking forward to. This is what I wanted to see from his team. But another team that was struggling was Team Hardeki. And the question is, are they able to perform at the same level, considering I believe they were even lower than Team Imperial Hal?
It's been rough moves for Hardeki alongside Gaiman, but or Gaiman, my apologies. But we'll see who else can roll it up. When we last checked in with her overall, I do want to point out it was very, very close in terms of who exactly was where. And Hal's team wasn't quite in that top 5 yet at all.
Yeah, and they definitely need to do a little bit more work. They just need to combine the elimination points that they have at the moment with a high enough placement points, and they should be good to go, and they should be able to jump right to that top 5, top 4. Obviously, depending on what the teams at the top level are doing at the moment. But we're still going to be sticking with Team Imperial Hal. They're looking for more kills, but looks like they're going to have to go back a little bit. Can't be too aggressive all the time. I mean, I say that, but they're going to do it anyways.
We'll see where that places them a bit later on. It's Team Sweet, though, on the other hand, who were finding their own success. Last we had checked in with them, they had started to find knocks down here below this train line. Now, albeit, I don't think we've seen much else start to persist. Gina Lisa still looking for some potential angles here out towards the staging area, and at least for now, I think this squad will find themselves in this car, take their time, get geared up, especially with the abuse of that low.
Yeah, definitely one of my favorites to play when it comes to low, but just because, you know, it's just a lot easier when it comes to looting in the later stages of the game, but we'll get to that a little bit later as Imperial Hal forced to run in the zone at the moment, but you got a team to your right. You might have to decide to take the fight or just take the damage from the zone. Never mind, you managed to get in just in time. Fortunately, your Valkyrie, the legend that allows you to reposition, is out for the count. And I'm not sure that there's a possibility for them to actually go for the revive. They have 11 KP in total so far, 1.6k almost damage for Imperial Hal himself. Now the thing, I believe it's just going to be calming down just a little bit. Oh, there we go. Yeah, they're going to have a beacon. But when it comes to loot, it might not be the best. And Seer might want to take some cover. That's exactly what he's going to do. Question is the revive going to come through, or will we see a couple of nades as a surprise coming in for Hal's team?
It's tough to say here when we talk about exactly what teams may be able to assault. There's so many positions on that western side that we know squads like Team Sweet Dreams aren't going to be giving up anytime soon. Steffi, of course, with that respawn ship coming in here, you got to see if she makes it to the ground. Only actually notably taking a handful, gonna be running almost immediately back to
never mind. She took a lot more than a handful at that point. There, I think, how many teams were focusing them at that point?
My
Too many. You know what? I think you jinxed it. Yeah, and they're dead.
Well, there's still a beacon. There's still a beacon if they want to try this again. They've lost out on the mobile respawn, but I think they're going to cut their losses. Eyes were trained, and they want to force Team Imperial Hal to play this one out as a duo. I'll say, even if Team Imperial Hal goes down in 14th, I think they've already eclipsed such a scoreline with their KP alone.
Yeah, but still managing to get 14th or 13th. With that, not going to be the best of results. Obviously, you'd want to go for top 6, top 5, but now that you're down to only 2 members, and there's no way for you to get that 3rd member back, you might have to play just a little bit passive. But the question is, are the other teams going to give them that opportunity? I highly doubt it. Now we're going to be seeing Nocturnal with the 3 KP that he's had since the beginning of the game. Not much has changed in terms of the points that he has gathered with his team so far. But we're still seeing the charge rifles ever prevalent, ever present. when it comes to the kill feed so far. I both love and hate to see it, personally.
Well, we're going to see something maybe a little bit more up close and personal here. Team Imperial Hal, Rainbow and above, Artin just above on the train line. I think we've got a bit of a tiered cake situation. So many of our teams sharing the floors that exist between each player here. Now with a bit of direction, Nemesis in hand. I don't know if
this
they
is
shoot.
a 3-2-1. This is a 3-2-1
No,
moment if they want to go for it. If they want to go for it.
If.
Massive.
Oh, they might be spotted out there. Either way, fights arrive above them, whether you like it or not. Phony on the interior, Sweet Dreams. They've got problems galore. Doors are broken. A peek on the outside will find the knock necessary as Callie and everyone says goodbye to our friends in the car.
Yeah, Phony, lovely little hip fire control there with the car. Just dangerous when it comes to that close range fight. Now Hal, we missed the fight there, but it looks like Team Martina was eliminated. Imperial Hal was able to secure the kills, but I believe he also lost the second member, so he might just be a solo. Yeah, he is currently knocked down, but might be able to get the revive. Yeah, he should be able to. And top 11 as well. Look at 13 KP! 13! Are you mad?
13k fee already in the hands. I'll tell you what, here we're getting to that place where the actual placement does start to matter. Now granted, Ice Trained, Seer in action. Oh, come on!
Give the man a break!
Give him a break! Let him thrive! Mind you, I love this from our obs. Rambo, the entire time. Below, straight chilling. Man,
listen,
is
the closer
far from grilling.
The closer you are to danger, the further you are away from harm. That's what I think Rambo is doing right now. Stick to Imperial Hal, but let everyone focus him rather than Rambo at that point. And look at that! Free KP for Rambo in 3, 2... No! No! That wasn't supposed to happen! Oh, no! No! It was supposed to be the other way around! We had a deal! That wasn't it! No! This ain't it, Chief! And now it's 14 KP! He doesn't stop! But he might now, because he's going to try and go for a fight in a 1v2, possibly a 1v3. Throws out his ultimate, but now he's going to get pushed from every angle. Tries to take the 1v1, but he's under massive beat, 100 damage. Gets the armor swap on the Valkyrie, almost manages to get the knock. But my god, what a performance from Team Imperial Hal in the second half of these games.
I'll tell you what, it's not quite a win, but it sure almost feels like it when we talk about points. So many of our teams finally dropping. It's Team Taylor who contested on the Mirage Etoile that's forced to finally be knocked down. Team Hockey's, we just saw them on the back end of a Dark Veil, still retaining their own ultimate, so that's coming from another squad. They do stick the full revive on the namesake himself. Team Nocturnal eliminated in 7th.
Now down to 6 squads, 17 players. That means we have one probably playing as a duo at the moment. Zone's going to be closing in 20 seconds. Let's see who's going to be able to survive. A couple of teams already spot each other out, and look at this. So many of these teams are going to be jumping off probably around the same time, I want to say. Question is, who's going to be the one to benefit the most? Who's going to be the one to make the move at the last possible second? I believe it might be... Ooh, I think it should be maybe Shiv's team? Yeah, Team Samurai Sky. Yeah, Team Samurai Sky. Okay, might be using the Nox Bomb on the bottom here. Just keep yeeting those caustic traps one after the other. Just don't get knocked, though.
It's tough here. Samurai Sky, she's got to head back down, taking too much damage from this peaked angle, and as a result, likely now to go maybe for that entirely full drop. Truck line below, constantly she's hanging on to that Nox gas grenade, waiting for the exact moment, but it may be too late. Team Snipe down, Chap and the man himself finding quick eliminations. They bide their time and they find success.
And they still have the high ground just for a few short moments. We're down to the last 5 squads now in this 4th game.
Gosh.
So many rockets. Uncle Noko gonna try and go for a push, gonna try and go for a 1v1 here. Don't think it's gonna be going his way. Modelmore trying to back him up, trying to go for that trade. They will be able to secure the kill. Team JMW will be taken out. They should be able to get the revive, should be able to heal and reset. We are now down to the last 4 squads. Last 4 full squads in this game. And this is exactly what I want to see from the side of Team Hakis. if they manage to completely control the high ground, which is exactly what they need to do right now, and they do by taking out Team Kashera. And now they control the high ground.
Controlling the high ground, albeit slightly. They still got to contest from across on the other side. Kashera will find, or my apologies, Snipetown will find their own success after wiping. A quick fly up from the Valkyrie, and the knock that follows suit means that this is going to be the second win of the day, potentially, for this roster. There's no way they can eclipse height. No-Go is stuck down to burn, to die within the zone.
I mean, I thought we were playing Apex Legends. I didn't think we were watching Star Wars at this point. But at the end of the day, high ground reigns supreme, and Snipetown will take his dub.
Starts off the day with big dubs on Storm Point. Why don't we bring it right back around and take it on World's Edge as well? It is a re-entry from Team Snipetown as we go into Game 4 here. They weren't liking it. They didn't enjoy the fact that that was taken away from on the leaderboard. They had to make it up somewhere.
And they did it. They certainly made it up. What a game for Team Snipetown playing with my boy Cruz. By the way, shout out to Cruz, aka Crucifier. Good friend of mine and Baker Mayfield. It was actually going to be Baker as the third on this team. Baker had to back out last minute. Slight upgrade picking up Chap. He's been here before competing at the highest level in Fortnite. Also at Apex Grinder. And guess what? We already have the last game results ready. Sandstorm, walk us through the results here from game number 4.
Well, let's have a look. Team Snipetown, 20 valuable points in this game. Noka as well, capitalizing on that one. But Imperial Hal and his squad managing to get 16 points in that one game. And I believe 14 of them were from eliminations? Oh my god, that is ridiculous for a performance in one game.
What? Excuse me? 14 kills for Team Imperial Hal. What a showing for them. Only 2 placement points. Therefore, we know what they're capable of, and it looks like this team is just all edge, all ultra aggression all day.
They seem to want to just ego out anybody that exists in these lobbies. They know they're more than capable, apparently, of taking every 3v3 that comes their way. I'll say that, though. JMW Hockeys, they round out our top 5, and they continue to push pedal to the metal in keeping this leaderboard as close as possible.
Insane. And that will certainly be enough to keep Hal in the top 10, certainly maybe even the top 7. Maybe even breaking that top 5. We'll find out what that does in the overall leaderboards as soon as we have that ready. Meanwhile, Team Walty, really struggling here. And I actually did find out that they're playing with Break and Koala Bear. So they're actually not playing with Lachlan or Waltzy. It's Jen Burton holding down the fort for the squad here. Lachlan had to leave and take care of some things. And Waltzy is trying to even things out, but not allowing 2 pros in one team, which I respect. But they're going to have to grind through the losers bracket unless they can do something crazy here, Sandstorm. I think the overall leaderboard should be ready here soon. But Team Waltzy, after dominating series number 1, struggling a little bit today.
Yeah, let's have a look at the leaderboard and see what changed in terms of top 5. And looks like Imperial Hal will be breaking into it with 33 points, tied with Team Fightan, but it is still going to be Phony with 43 points, and his squad only a 4-point difference between him and Team Snipetown. Incredible performance from these teams. I love seeing the fact that, you know, we brought up the idea of Imperial Hal having or rather struggling at the beginning of these games, but managing to bring it back. Beautiful to see, but now we want to see the teams like Team Hardeki, Team Rambo. They really have to step it up, and of course, I want to bring up Bin as well. He had an incredible performance in the first half of the day, and again seems to be struggling in these games.
Well, I'll tell you what, it's one game, one good game, guys. At the end of the day, the point spread between bottom 20 and 11th is not enough to really sell it out in just a single instant here. And that's all that matters. Go into Game 5, Game 6, strut your stuff, and find your way to tomorrow's finals.
That's right. Tomorrow will be the losers bracket final and the grand final, the championship final. We'll see who will make it there, because only, of course, 30 teams. We also have our losers bracket right now going on, do or die in that one. But look, this is all for a great cause. It's all for a great purpose, raising money for a premier charity, one of the best charities in the world, which makes so much impact. $700 million raised total already for Red. We can contribute to that. Apex family, please ask you to dig deep by finding any level of donation. $5, $15, $50, anything you can do. Literally just $20, $50 would go such a long way. I don't think people realize, but a single pill to help people with AIDS costs 15 cents. Every single dollar raised is going directly to treatments like that to help people around the world in communities that are impoverished that need the support. And of course, every dollar you contribute will be part of that effort. Thank you so much, Apex community, for standing up. Such a great cause and helping out in such a great way. Please, please, please scan that QR code. $81,000. We're $3 away from 81K. Let's make it happen. And a big thank you to every single person for supporting. With that, Zephyr, also got to give mad love. Sorry, not Zephyr. I got to give my own personal mad love to Panasonic's Sound Slayer. Thank you so much to Panasonic Sound Slayer, a partner of Red, for not only supporting Red with Red products, but also for sponsoring and partnering with this tournament, courtesy of their gaming brand. It's Sound Slayer. It's a surround sound immersive experience headset you wear around your neck. Now I'm at hour 6, hour 5 of wearing this headset. Haven't felt a single thing. Super comfortable, remarkable sound. If you click a button right here, it changes from RPG mode to FPS mode to music mode. This thing's amazing. It looks like I'm in the future right now with Panasonic Sound Slayers ever.
I'm just staring. I'm looking. Yeah, baby! Let's go! $81,000 in the bank. Massive hype in chat. We're talking, we cross another threshold, and it continues to rise.
Wow.
Ladies and gentlemen, 2 games to go. We're less than $19,000 from breaking that 100K mark. Come on, baby!
We're so close! And just listen, just the fact that we've managed to gather 81,000 through the first day. We haven't even wrapped up the first day of this 2-day tournament, and we've gathered so much. So massive shout out to the community. Massive thank you guys for all your support, and I can't wait to see what's going to happen over the course of the next day as well. And of course, you know what, I was actually going to be scanning that code. I want to pop it up again. You know what, I'll get it after the next game.
We'll let you scan that next time. We got a lot of time to be able to donate. Every single person that's willing to give anything you got, really appreciate it. But look, game number 5 is here. It's time to jump right into it. We got Snipe Down, who won their second game of this series. Let's see if he can go and make it a third. Let's go ahead and pass it over to Zephyr and Sandstorm to call the action.
Well, I'll tell you what, we get a re-entry from Snipe Down in the team alongside him. Chap and Cruz put it up on the board, but the job ain't done until the fat lady sings, Sandstorm. 2 games to go here, and plenty of action galore to see who finds their way in our top 10. And trust me, you want to avoid falling here. Remember, it's not just a place in finals, it's also some of those extra points to find maybe a nice start in our final 6-game series.
Yeah, and we know when it comes to that final game, or when it comes to the finals at the end of the day, you know what? Again, we're getting another lovely path here. What is going on? I mean, look, I know that the script for this at the beginning was a little bit rough, but I like the fact that we're changing it up a little bit here.
Hopefully we can change up our zone location. I don't get the staging to the west very often, but more than happy to pair it somewhere else on World's Edge. Remember, it was last time around Storm Point, we had, I don't know, a little bit too much of that south side medicine. I was getting sick of it. But for now, fights have already begun, and come on, it's none other than the CEO himself. Looking to display and put business down, but that's purple on the opposite side, and a drop on the main man. It's up to Steffi in 72 to find a return.
I'm going to try and go for the revive here, but 72H isn't going to be close enough to actually help out. This year is going to be able to cancel the revive as well. Going to be going for the push. Massive 90 there from the Mastiff. Doesn't manage to connect the second one, and it's going to be a 1v2, I believe, at the end. Let's see if 72H can be able to bring this back. But it's going to be Purple Armor and Imperial Hal and his squad get eliminated early on. Unfortunate start, but this is the duality of his squad, I believe. Incredible performance on one hand, and then, unfortunately, the next one, just a massive fumble.
Oh, man. That hurts right in the Apex heart. And I'll tell you
sure.
what.
Now the blue shows up. Now the blue shows up. Okay.
Purple on the other side. I don't actually know exactly where that one might have been a shield swap somewhere along the way. Who knows? Either way, it's going to be back to the drawing board for that final game. Team Hardeki, they're more than happy with it. We talk about having to catch up that bottom 10. That's where you want to see yourself. You just wiped out a monster in this lobby. That should leave you feeling confident.
Oh yeah, especially with it being one of the teams in the top 5 at the moment. That should definitely give you a massive boost. And see what Team Hardeki will be able to do with the rest of this game. If they can combine that once again, get a couple more eliminations, combine that with some placement points, and you should be good to go. Make it easier for yourself when you come into that last final game. I'm sorry, 2 bats right next to each other. A third? Okay. I'm sorry.
Decisions.
I don't.
Crucial decisions must be made. Okay, inventory management is getting tough out here. Oh my gosh, it's a double shield bat out of it with a steel chair.
Oh my god. The steel chair. It's always the steel chair that catches them off guard. We're gonna mosey on over here and see what's going to happen on this side of the map. We're going to be starting off with Team Bin. We brought them up before. This is one of the squads that's at the bottom 5. And I believe if they don't have a massive game this game right now, they're going to struggle coming into the final one. And they're going to need the dub in the final game if they want to get into the top 10. Otherwise, they're going to be going to the losers bracket, and that's just going to be a lot of stress on that squad.
Tough place to be here, but it's still a chance, right? And you can pull back a lot of that pressure by finding yourself in good footing in Game 5 here. For Team Bin, it's a bit of damage down onto Tinhu for now, potentially the Assault 4, but granted, this is Fragment. There's plenty of space available to find yourself happy homes, defensible positions, and potentially opportunity to reset. Bang, all down, Rolling Thunder. I don't know if that's from Bin or our posers, but it still finds a way to group up Team Bin.
So close. I was fearing that one of those rockets was finally going to explode from the Rolling Thunder and maybe take him out. Wasn't sure if it was his or the enemy's. I was right there with you, but he should be able to escape. Manages to heal. They should be fine for now. They have the Seer ultimate as well to give them that extra bit of information. Just going to be able to bat up and ready up once again. I don't think they're going to be pushed at this point either, but we are going to be jumping to outside the zone at the moment. And let's see what's going to happen here with Team Kashera and Team Rambo. We already have 2 members of Team Rambo that are cracked. Not the best time to go for a fight right now, but
Rambo.
they will be able to heal.
Come on, Rambo!
We want to see you go full Rambo.
I need to see full Rambo. I need to see full Revenant available here. Maybe not now, but potentially within this game. And it starts at this fight. This 3v3 has to be successful or some form of good for this roster. It's a moment where they absolutely need it.
Yeah, but Yori's skill is in a very good position. If they don't pay attention, if they just instantly peek to the left side here, should be able to beam at least one of them and give his team the advantage they need in this fight. Because right now they're just bleeding meds. They finally get pushed. They managed to take down one. That's gonna be a 1-for-1 trade. But now Rambo's stuck in a 1v2. He's gonna think about finishing the kill, but no, he decides to go for that 1v1 once again. Nice little couple of pumps here, a couple of bursts from the Prowler. Trying to use that shield as quick as possible, then instantly push and go for that fight. Take that 1v1, secure the kill. Beautiful from Rambo. That's what you want to see. You asked for it, and that's what you get.
We finally find delivery in a moment where it counts, but revives will come through. Sticks and rotations still necessary, especially for a zone this far away. We're headed back up towards Skyhook for the ends of our round 1, and it's gonna be tough. Last time around we talked about slow rotations from Team Rambo. They were picked up by the likes of the Hal himself.
Yep, they were. And something else we picked up another 1,000, I believe. We got to 82K. Thank you very much, everybody. Appreciate every dollar, every bit of support that you guys are giving to the lovely organization of Red. And all the help that they're doing, all the good work that they're doing around the world. Let's see, hopefully within the next hour, I'm hoping we could get to 90, hoping we can get to 100,000 by the end of the day. That would be the dream. And hopefully keep on going in day 2. But now we're going to be setting our sights onto Nocturnal. See what him and his team are going to be able to do for now. We see the charge rifle on the highest of grounds right now.
On our edges of trials and the Ravens bite here, Team Nocturnal will take advantage of this distance before they fight. When we talk about zones, though, it does seem like we will be addressing Skyhook in its entirety. And I don't know which side we are directly getting. I don't think it's going to be our far western pole, but it could still lend itself given how much of Countdown is available. Team Waltzy coming right through this POI as we speak. Are looking at the tail end of a beautiful Dark Veil that no longer covers where it counts. Break, on the other hand, makes it up for Jen Burton there, finding that lovely knock onto Zero Love Given, forcing now the guy back to hide behind boxes.
Where's he getting shot from?
Get knocked. Oh, it's knock. It's knock from above.
The charge rifle strikes again. Jen Burton gets knocked down, but there's not going to be a push. They should be fine for now. The revive will be there. The heals will be there. I mean, they're just going to suffer at the hands of Nocturnal at this point, and they decide, you know what? We don't even want to be here anymore. You know what? You can keep this side of the POI. I'm done. All right? I'm done. I'm just going to take... if I have to spin and walk all the way around the other side of the map, I will.
Hey, even if it's not rotating all the way around, just laying stake and claim, especially with a catalyst in the hands of Break here, is more than enough to get yourself situated and set up for this endgame. It is going to pull back towards Skyhook, and that's a decision that will need to come through. But hey, Jen Burton can just call to wait this one out, pull for a redeploy, come in late. There's usually space available in Skyhook.
There always will be. It's kind of hard to completely lock down that area. I think even if you have 20 squad, it's still going to be quite spread out. Because we see how some teams end up being, I want to say 2 squads, 3 squads in the same building. All right, so we're just going to have a charge rifle off between Nocturnal and Break. Some very exciting gameplay. Now, we're going to be looking at the map here, and this is going to be a nice little finish. I appreciate this. What do you think, Zephyr?
Yeah, deep into the Skyhook direct. We get a finish either on that west side of the spire or potentially the south. But what I'm more interested in is it's Team Snipedown coming off the back end of their big World's Edge win. I think they just picked up a large swath of Team Rambo, leaving it to, like I've said many times in the past, the namesake himself. Granted, I don't think this puts it directly in the face of Team Snipedown in a good spot just yet either. They've still got a long way to go, albeit I think they're safe in the top 10.
Yeah, I was just freaking out there because I saw Rambo getting damaged and I wasn't sure if he fell in the lava or if Snipedown's team hit him a little bit. I think because he was on the left side, it might have actually been him falling, but we're going to be switching the action right over to the side of Team Bin with that Nemesis. Big damage, and he already managed to get one knock for his squad, and he is going to be going for that push. And going to try and see if he can actually secure those kills. You can put the ultimate all you want, but a 2v1 push will wrap it up, and there it is. We the people get eliminated.
Shot down before they can thrive here. That duo is picked apart. Team Bin are more than happy to take away this building and more, albeit some damage is being exchanged. Got to be careful. Only so much time left available to really go out in the full sake of Skyhook and loot like this. I can't believe we're seeing full controller looting. No problems whatsoever. No movement. No damage. No damage. No damage taken.
Have you not seen all the charge rifles on the kill feed?
Hey, controllers be what controllers be. You don't have a choice there, but I do think it's funny that there's still lots of space. We get a nice little relaxing period, though. Team Phonyhead, they're just chilling. They're hanging out with each other. We get to see a pretty little view of light over there. You know, everyone's
enjoying some tea, maybe some coffee, which is funnily enough, what I'm running on for the past 7 hours. I've been watching the stream from the very beginning, and it is currently 7 a.m. Lovely.
Ooh.
But I want to see the end of these games. Oh, and Snipedown actually, I think, wait, did Rambo get his revenge? He managed to knock down and finish Snipedown, I believe, and we're going to be seeing Nocturnal once again going to town with that charge rifle. All those pings. Still has, what, another 72 bullets at the moment, so he has what, a decent amount of time, decent amount of ammo, no need to move, no need to relocate, and they're still going to be in the zone, I believe. Yeah, they will be right on this current spot. He has 1.4k damage without a single kill.
All right, this is some big moves from Rambo. You talk about ego checking, absolutely laying it forward. Yeah, put the damage down on Team Snipe. Already a 93. It's not quite the knock to follow suit. It's going to be Team Waltzy walking forward. But there we go. 3 damage, and Rambo gets his revenge.
Revenge is a dish best served cold, and Rambo somehow, as the solo, is the kill leader with 4 at the moment. Charge rifle and 140. Oh my god.
You would think as a solo, you slow it down and say, okay, I'm ratting this one out. Rambo don't care. Rambo like a wild honey badger. He just don't give a.
He doesn't care, and he's just gonna keep on going. And the fights continue with the charge rifle. You dare challenge me? Have you not seen what I can do? All the damage, 1.5k at the moment for Rambo with those 4 elims.
I'll tell you what here, he's set in stone in terms of the KP to hopefully push Team Rambo back towards that game 6, but we gotta look at the facts. 10 seconds to go, a zone in the skyhook area, and movement necessary. Now usually that choke is held, and I don't know if Rambo will be able to survive, but if he does make it through to those buildings, there's so many places to rat and slide through, find the cracks, nooks, and crannies to give you your placement.
Yeah, but there's also so many charge rifles to counter that as well. You can run, you can try to hide, but the beam will always find you. I mean, you just got beams from Nocturnal on the left side, and look, there's another one coming in from the right. And once again, give it 2 seconds here, you're gonna see one coming in from the middle as well. In the middle of Skyhook, but we're gonna be moving over. Love the panning over from production. Perfection, ladies and gentlemen. This is what we love to see. Now we're gonna be jumping over.
Taylor versus Designful here. Building across building. The thing that's going to come down to this is that zone pull, and we're going to get a bit more of a distance one out towards this west side. Usually, we either get the hard pull directly towards the landscape itself, or this has a little bit more of a mixed area that pulls that very final western skyhook building, where we tend to get 5 or 6 teams stacking up in its multi-levels. Whichever one it may be, one fact remains true. The max exodus from the eastern side of this zone is imminent within a minute.
1 minute, 10 seconds. The time is ticking. We see a couple of squads still outside Team Taylor. They do have to make a move. And the second they leave the building, they're going to be exposed to Nocturnal's side. Unless Nocturnal should be forced to move out as well. But they should have the Catalyst wall, so they should be able to stay safe just for a little bit. Nocturnal squad again. Now finally giving up the high ground. And forced to jump down here with the rest of the lobby.
This is tough. It's a bad place to be if your Team Nocturnal. We'll have to see how they set themselves up. They're going to lose out on trials. Now, this is that far western building that we started to discuss, and it's in the hands of none other than Team Gent. Now, I believe this will likely be well and into play. It's not a guarantee that you survive and finish top of the leaderboard, but it's definitely more than dominant of a position. Mind you, by the way, Nocturnal, we talk about all this problems and strife and next position. Man, still finding Nox with the charge rifle.
Yep. Nothing's changed for him or his squad so far. They're getting the knocks, they're getting the damage. Now you're seeing Team Gent as well with the charge rifle, just trying to upgrade their armors for now. And they're still in a perfectly good location. They don't have to move. They have decent view of the areas around them as well, but the second team start to push.
Gosh!
Okay, yo, listen, I know we like circles and all, but hey!
We like triangles too!
Yes, we do!
Potentially some diamonds in our sight line when we talk about these potential combos, but this is where everybody begins to fall. Team Hardecki looking for some kind of entrance in, but they aren't quite there. Team Waltzy eliminated. Team Taylor eliminated. Rambo's still in it, but I can't imagine he makes it any further. Eliminated. Phony head down and out, even from height. It's Team Samurai Sky that they've got to hold their laurels in place from over the fence line. The full assault from Bin sends them home in 12.
Now, Team Bin have themselves a total of 5 kills, 11 squads left with 30 players left alive. And they're on the very edge on the zone as well. And they're on the opposite side of it as well, so I'm not sure how they're going to be able to make it there. They might be able to Valkyrie ultimate, but honestly, with the amount of charge rifles, not the best of choices. Really not the best. Don't do it. Really, please don't do it.
I'll tell you what, things are starting to close down just a little bit here. And when it comes to getting yourself set up, you might not need that. You might need some close range that's found at the hands of Frosty Girl. A 301 in hand, and she finds Nox onto Team Arton here. It's a place within this building, and why not? Black Market Boutique, get yourself looted up even as the Arc Stars come on in.
All the nades are coming in, but come on in. We dare you. I have Sheila. She wants to have a chat.
Oh my God!
Don't do it! No, it was a joke! It was a joke! Listen, it's just a prank. You really don't want to go up those stairs.
JMW here, Sheila in hand. That information is known, but I'll tell you what, with the zone closing, I don't know how much its effectiveness will be shared. We need big hops and movement to get over to the opposite side of this dome. Team Hockeys will find their way out in 10th nonetheless.
Yeah, and Team Hardecki will be able to move out, but I believe Noko is going to be located just under them.
Nocturnal.
And that will be used as a distraction, and Team Nocturnal once again will be able to benefit a bit by getting themselves a couple of knocks. Yeah, I mean, look, it's free real estate. That's what they're getting right now. Still 8 squads left. By the way, he has 2.9k damage with 1 kill. Shameless. Absolutely shameless.
Well, I'll tell you what, they don't quite find the knocks off of that building, but now they've got to lay stake and claim to the opposite side. It did seem like there was damage coming through, but from the back end, Bin on this rotation up pulls that attention away. It's going to be Tin Huzera on their way down as from behind, Ashwi with the Prowler knocks, and Nocturnal says, you know what, I'm somewhat of a janitor myself. Onto the opposite side, Dougal knock drop, J&W, Bin, F-Chan, all sending themselves home, and why don't we make it a couple more?
They just keep going. They can't stop. They won't stop. And now we're down to the last 3 squads. Who will be the one to take this dub home? Once again, Noctur, are you kidding me? Just change it. At close range fights, and he's still going to pull up with a charge rifle. You're running out of ammo when it comes to the Prowler. I don't know what you're going to do. Meanwhile, Sweet just chilling in the middle. We have the last 2 squads finally.
Ooh, Team Gent rolling on up. They found big damage onto Celine here, and they might know that this is their movement forward, but the height is so good. Dark Veil on the cross section might allow them to step in. It's going to be the big Horizon Wombo coming with the singularity. And Arcstow down, and Celine is still stuck. Ordnance is thrown on the backside, double stuck on the edge to pull back into potentially a place of cover. The team makes it happen, and they waste all of Jed's cooldowns.
Yeah, but look at the ammo. Prowler, 10 bullets, R9 on another member of Nocturnal. Only 1 extra clip. If they get pushed, they
There's ammo.
will
There's
lose.
ammo. There's ammo. Ammo from the other side, but Jen with the nemesis. Now it's up to our humans, as Fallout likes to call them, to find and send this one home. A single box of cover for themselves to potentially survive with. There's flesh found, but the piercing spikes, they find damage just as well. Celine, first one to find damage, first one to be pulled back apart, but Team Jen, the winners of your Game 5.
Unbelievable, absolutely unbelievable finish from Team Gent. And we brought it up before, the location they had 2 zones ago. They were in prime location to take control of the end of that game. And I have so many question marks when it comes to the charge rifle. You had 150 bullets when it comes to the sniper, but 1 clip when it came to your R9. What is happening?
Ammunition control, you know, and management is the key answer there. Usually it's the opposite. You never find sniper ammo anywhere you go. You find all the light ammo in the world, but instead, obviously opting for the clear charge rifle advantage there. The Rambo plays were hilarious. The whole thing was prime. What a game that was. In the end, Team Gent with another big dub. But Team Nocturnal really needed that, Zephyr. They were not in the top 10 on the leaderboards.
No, not at all there, but albeit we didn't really see a ton of KP coming to this game. Most of their scoring, when we start to take a look at this last overall leaderboard, mostly gonna be from that second place positioning. It's only the 6 there that they were truly able to pick up. Still good, still very good.
Right, 6 KP will help them. You wonder how much it's gonna do for them. That'll certainly break them into the top 10, I believe, but they're gonna have a pretty big game number 6 here. It's gonna be a fun one. Going into this last and final game. You like to see Team Gent with a monstrous performance, though. That is a huge 21-point game for them. Team Sweet Dreams continues the consistency, and Team Hardeki with the big fight over Team Imperial Hal, as we just saw there as well, Sandstorm.
Yeah, Team Hardeki, we brought them up when it came to Game 4. They needed to step it up, and they finally managed to do so in Game 5. 11 points, definitely going to benefit them. Same can be said for Bin and Rambo. So what's going on? Do I mention teams and they just do a little bit better? Am I like the opposite of the caster curse? Who should I pick next? I'm not sure. I feel like this is too much power for one person.
Yeah, exactly. You better be careful. With great power comes great responsibility, my friend. Choose wisely. We just got the individual stats from game number 5. I don't know if we have the overall stats. It looks like we do not. So the game 5 stats individually, Gentrifying had 9 kills. 9 kills for Gent. Nocturnal was 6. Sweet Dreams was 7. Bin with 8. That's a pop-off game for Bin. Rambo, as a solo, picked up 6 ever.
That is just absurd. I mean, truly a full send to put them on top of the rest there, even when it was starting to look like dire straits. Let's take a look at that overall leaderboard, see exactly if it's finally found their way into the top 10, and oh my gosh, it's so close there. Still, Gent now in 3rd with 43.
Yeah, that's right. 48 points. Sweet Dreams in 1st. They are dominating. Sweet is looking so good in this format. Phony right behind in 2nd. So again, sniped down in 3rd and 4th. Team FaZe on top. FaZe Clan showing up big time, whether it's the FaZe Clan full roster or the FaZe Clan quote-unquote content tripods roster. Gentrifying, aka Gent, holding it down in 3rd overall, looking great. FChan still holding it down in 5th. You love to see it. Japan is showing up in this global competition hosted on NA servers. A team of 3 Japanese players is going huge. And of course, Nocturnal sneaks into 6th. Hal now at risk, Sandstorm, of potentially dropping out of the top 10 unless he can have a big game 6.
Yeah, exactly. Another question is, do I pick him or do I not? That is the question. It is very, very close. 33 points, 32 right behind him is Noko. 30 points when it comes to Team Foot as well. And then we go to Team Hakis with 25, tied with Team Bin. That is going to be very, very close. Hardeki, Designful, just so many teams. You have a 5-point difference from 10th all the way to 16th. You want to add another one? 17th included in that with Team JMW. This last game is going to be an absolute bloodbath, and I cannot wait to see it. Who's going to qualify? Who's going to make it into the finals? I'm not sure, but I want to see it.
Wow. Oh my gosh, you're spot on. All the way down to 16th, 17th place. They could leapfrog with a big first place win. 18-point game at that will do it for them. It's going to be a crazy finish here, but before we jump into the last finish, look, this is the last game of the night, everybody. I'm going to ask you one more time, please consider donating. Dig deep to support a great cause by scanning the QR code on your screen. We're at 82K. We set a bit of a stretch goal tonight to try and hit $100,000. Is there any way that someone can go huge and get this Steam train rolling? We need your help. Please, please, please consider donating and helping us reach our fundraising goal. $100,000 tonight was our stretch goal. Let's see if we can do it. Panasonic dropped an insane $50,000 donation earlier, which was unreal. Nocturnals donated 1,000. Sweet Dreams has donated 1,000. Let's keep it rolling, everybody.
I do want to bring it back to Nocturnal, though. I have several questions regarding what did he eat exactly and why?
What is what? Sorry, say that again?
Something about a pizza with pineapple and several other things. Can you please elaborate? I have so many questions.
Nocturnal tremendously. They're actually creating like donation goals and getting people excited with all types of weird things. They said he's gonna have to eat a pickle pizza with gluten-free crust if they got to 7,500. I committed if they got to 15,000 eating a deep dish pizza with whatever toppings that they want. So with that said, a lot of crazy donation goals. If you can get Team Nocturnal, if you want to pick him, get them to $15,000. I'll eat a crazy deep dish pizza, Chicago style. But of course, before we jump into the 6th and final game, gotta also give love to Airlock GG. Massive thank you to Airlock, our partner here. Broadcast partner, production partners, produce such great content, videos. 2 streams, by the way, crushing it. Sam Tiki, Valorize, Steezy, and the entire Airlock crew. We're so grateful for you. Thank you for supporting the Apex Rising charity program, the inaugural pro-am event of the Apex Rising. But look, Game 6 is here. I just saw the donation number update, so whoever did that, thank you. Let's go ahead and get ready to jump into gameplay, everybody. It's our last and final game. Start donating. Let's get to $100,000. I'm about to go drop a big donut myself, perhaps. Let's make it happen. Let's get ready for game number 6, the last and final game. Top 10 teams will make it to the championship final. Bottom 10 have to grind to the loser's bracket. Zephyr, Sandstorm, for the very last time tonight, take it away.
$17,625 away. It's a number we will continue to count down upon as we make our way through our last moments of just today's stream. And I'm telling you right now, 100,000, it feels more than close. It feels absolutely possible because I know this Apex community is greater than anyone could have ever imagined. And this event is proof of that in itself.
Yeah, I mean, this event was what, pulled together over the past 2 months? Over the past 2 months, and look at what we're seeing. The players that are involved, the level of production that we have available. We're running 2 streams at the same time. Having the ad for the tournament in Times Square, I believe, as well. That's insane. That's absolutely ridiculous. And now, yet another ridiculous path. It is once again the map going to be cut in half. I am such a fan of whoever wrote the script for today's games. But, ladies and gentlemen, the final game of today, and it starts once again with some action. And it looks like it's going to be Team Imperial Hell suffering at the hands of Hardeki once again. They will secure not 1, not 2, but maybe the 3rd in just a few short seconds. Hell going to be the last one alive in a 1v3. I think even if you had red armor at this point, it is still not going to be possible. Not against the likes of Hardeki anyways. Let's see what they're going to be able to do. Are they going to secure that last kill? Is Hal going to run away with his tail tucked between his legs? Or is he going to be able to get those banners? Oh, Jesus. Hey, he's the one with the purple armor now. How are the turntables? Now he gets chased once again. And Hardeki, he is out for blood. But I believe Hardeki did secure 1. Imperial Hal's going to be taking the 1v1 with the R9. Come on! Beam! But once again, it is Hardeki and his squad coming out on top, and now Imperial Hal is in danger. And now it makes me think, should I have picked him?
I don't know.
Zephyr, what have I done?
No mistakes.
I don't deserve this power.
Hold on. We represent Amiya here tonight. Hal's fine. Hal's fine.
True.
33 points. I feel it in my bones that we see him into finals there. But Hardeki needs this. He needs this. 22 points in 12. 22 points in 12. And need one more good game to send themselves into the top 10. It's big successes and big wins. They know they can feel it.
Yeah, but may I remind you the fact that when you're looking at the standings, you have 17th place with 19 points, 6 points away from 10th. That is super close. So many teams are going to be contesting those last couple of spots. And I think even with the 33 points that Imperial Hal's team has at the moment, I'm not sure that's enough. I don't think so.
We'll see. We'll see. We'll let it. What did I say? Something about singing fat ladies? Well, they're still singing. Wait, no, that would be the opposite.
What are you calling me again?
They're not supposed to sing yet. Either way, we'll put a joke on
this
that.
is strike 2, young man. This is strike 2. Strike 3 and you're out.
We'll see if we can get to 3 before the night's over. There's only so much time. We'll take a look at our zone here finally, though. We've had such a wealth of spread when we talk about all of our zones on World's Edge, not like our brother Storm Point. And we found our way, what looks to be out towards our northern side. Big portions of Survey, of course, and Epi well into play. Granted, there's big spots of landslide there, and I wouldn't like it to go over there.
I was thinking I would love to see an end naming fragment between East and West, just because I like chaos.
Yeah. I like a good respawn beacon ending out there. you know that empty spire where we get someone on height. Feels like Kingdom Come. I tend to like that one, albeit with that second zone pull, we do see an inlay that continues to heavily divert itself towards that northeastern serving side, which leads us to believe it's going to be that POI. Rambo, though, he's got to pull this one off again. It's none other than Team Kashera. The heals are coming through. Shayne, she is back up on full purple. Make it Kasher as well. Oh, it might be Rat Rambo at it again.
Well, last time he managed to get himself and the team a total of 6 kills. Definitely wouldn't doubt him in this game. He might be getting shot at from Kishera, but no, it's just going to be the kill secured onto Yuri still. That means that Rambo has to survive for as long as possible. You know, just get yourself a charge rifle. You do exactly the same thing you did last game. Just do it again.
I don't know.
Obviously easier said than done.
I'm not going to be putting any of my investments into Charge Apex at any point. All right? I don't want to spread the disease any further than it needs to go.
What happened to you coaching a team, huh? I thought
they do it against their will. I don't tell them to do it. Either way, F-Chan, I think he's being held against his own will, stuck in pinch. Takayun, of course, and Milo Shiki will be able to find their way back into the opposite end of this train line. I don't think they stick a revive, or at least maybe they pull Banner back. It's a little tight here. There's that box. We fly right by it. Team Gent, more than happy to spread.
And more than happy to chill at this point as well, especially after the performance they had in the last game. Just need to do a little bit more. It would guarantee your spot.
Oh.
Looks like they're going to try and go for a little bit of looting, a little bit of fighting. Little column A, little column B. B, a little column C, because they get instantly knocked by the charge rifle, and that signals what, my friend? That signals the full push, maybe. Just gonna try to make sure that the revive isn't there. Instantly nades and ultis. Ooh, do they get it?
It's back. Oh, the minute it comes through, and correct me if I'm wrong, I'm seeing F-Chan as that individual who finds the drop. I thought we said goodbye there. Might be wrong. Whether it be Team Gent are now the opposite end of this fight, facing difficulties on their own off of big wins here. They need a miracle. Jimmy Turtle taken to 50. A shield bat stuck behind, and just barely to our micro drones miss. It's a moment longer, but still little to no health.
Didn't you ever hear look left and right before you cross Jimmy Turtle? Look left and right, and this is what happens. You get instantly knocked by the Prowler, and there's going to be the full push still, I guess, against Gent's team. And this is very, very dangerous for him and his squad. And I don't think he's going to be able to run away from this one. He either has to take the fight, slow them down, or just find a way, find a distraction.
I'll tell you what, though.
Or just get the banner and run? Question mark?
Banner, double banner, delivery a beacon back into Skyhook. It's all possibilities on the board here for Team Gent, but I gotta say where it counts, though. F-Chan there with the recovery. The respawn back into the action. Double knocks found. Remember, this is your 5th place team. Our friends from Japan displaying where it counts. I have no idea when that respawn came through. F-Chan went down. He was completely knocked out, and that team brought him back to life. And then he delivered revenge with a fury.
That is exactly what they do. And I did want to I was just pointing something out, or I wanted to point something out when it came to Gent. He did throw his gravity lift next to a building and continue running. I'm going to assume that was a little bit of a bait. Just, oh yeah, you know, I definitely went into this building right here. I definitely stopped running. So I love those little kind of tips and tricks, but Gent instantly exits the tunnel, coming up from the side of Skyhook, but instantly gets shot at, decides to go right back in, and now he's going to be stuck between, I think, 6 squads, maybe 4 on one side, or 5 on one side and 1 on the other. 5 being, I believe, or 4 being in the Skyhook area. And now, these are just going to calm down for a bit. We're still alive with, or we still have 18 squads, 52 players, but I don't think that's going to last for long, because now Nocturnal and his team are on the hunt. They want some kills. They want some points, and they want them right now. Looks like Team Design just gonna be chilling in the building for now. This year Ultimate not gonna be able to provide them with that much information.
No, Nocturnal up there. Gotta be careful in the face of that exhibit out of the ultimate for now. We'll see if they can maybe find a reapproach, but the problem is height. Height here is so difficult to climax and find yourself in return to, and while they are back on that opposite building, they still face such a chunk of damage in return. Granted, I think this is fairly safe now. I think they are good.
Yeah, not so sure, because you got a couple of thermites coming in, trying your luck with the GG threat through the smoke, but they're still losing out on those trades. They're being pushed from the left side, from the right side. The question is, can anyone provide cover? Will they be able to heal up? I don't think so, because the first one will be going down, and that's the Seer taking out. Nocturnal trades it, though. Might be able to even it out here, Zephyr.
Potentially a 2v1, or my apologies, a 2v2 situation here for Team Nocturnal. It's those opposite angles that pull them back into it. Now, granted, I don't think they got the full thirst, so if they don't capitalize, that revive is going to come through here. And Nocturnal may be slowed down. Remember, they don't have banner. And I think they're gonna leave Celine.
That's unfortunate, and they don't have a support character either, or a support legend, so they won't be able to craft that, so they will be forced to continue the rest of the game as a duo. And that is going to be a massive disadvantage, especially in this last game. But I believe Nocturnal and his squad had a good performance in the last game. They managed to get a decent amount of points, so maybe securing enough placement points and they should be safe. Just because of how close the bottom teams are, it is still possible.
Tough spot to be, but definitely still well and survivable. We take a look back towards our direct zone here, and hey, our double winner on the day of. Team Snipedown lays stake and claim to that epicenter high ground. And I'll tell you what, I'm not the biggest fan of a position that's obviously, for those of you who don't know, tidbit, you can't have a zone end directly on top of this, or at least near the epicenter right here. So rotation is necessary at some point, and I don't even think they really truly found the apparent damage.
Yeah, at the moment, we can see Cruz still 0 damage. They're just chilling. They're not really trying to pick anyone off.
Wow.
I'm sorry.
You're rude. Gosh.
No, listen. Okay, listen. Well, at least he's using a sentinel, right? It requires skill.
All right. Props
right?
where it is due. Weapon
He's using a sentinel. He's not using a charge rifle.
But if it was me, I wouldn't be caught dead in a situation like that. I wouldn't be caught dead. Either way, Team Designful, this was that squad we saw in the return up against Team Gent. A bit later back, it does seem like they got that full revive, well acquainted with their current position. Now this choke, it gets a little spicy. And I'll tell you what, I'd be surprised if, maybe not directly here on this wall, but there's got to be someone potentially out there towards their east who could be watching.
I'm just noticing, and I'm watching the kill feed. I noticed that Chap managed to knock down 2. Hardeki, now we're going to be moving towards him. Is Chap going to be able to secure yet another one here? He's going to try and look for that last member. He's going to try to look for Hardeki, but it looks like Hardeki's the one that found him. It's going to be pretty close. He tries to use the spikes as well, but the thermite actually finish him. No, he's going to be just 1 HP. Tries to go for the shield battery as well. Will be able to get it off.
Oh my gosh.
Oh, he is playing this so well. Why are you whipping out the charge rifle? If he pushes, oh my god, and that's what's gonna happen. You need to switch to the car. That's what you need to do. He gets the knock and he gets eliminated as well. And Team Hardeki comes out on top at the end of that one.
Big whoops-a-daisy there for Team Snipedown. We say goodbye to our double winner. We know they're safe, but it could have been so good. Hardeki, massive clutch, finds the bat, finds the angle, gets big damage, gets the revive onto Parabellum, and takes this squad forward. Remember, this is the team that's been knocking Team Imperial Hal and needs to win big if we talk about getting them into the top 10. We take a look at our zone, and it's going to be actually largely sparing a bit of that respawn beacon spire.
Yeah, and I'm looking towards our leader when it comes to the overall ranking so far. Sweet, smack dab in the middle of the zone, but now we can see that the circle is going to be shifting towards that south side. And Kishera and his squad might be one of the teams that benefits the most from that, but you still have Hakis just on the opposite side. And we're going to be taking a look at Kishira and his squad for now. 17 squads still left alive with us. 3 kills and 3 eliminations so far in the hands of Kishira.
Hey, I'll tell you what, I talk about
traps
big...
set up, they have everything set up, and they're going to be chilling for a couple more minutes, but I like actually their positioning, because I was looking towards the left side of the map where Hakis is going to be with his team, and it would be quite difficult for them to actually push them, especially with the traps and the fences being set up.
I'll tell you what, we talk about big moves needed, and while we say goodbye to Hardeki, likely down to our losers bracket. Kishira's no better. Currently 14th overall in a similar point situation. And Waltzy, well, that's about as bad as it gets. Very bottom here, the RE45 in the hands of Jen Burton with the Digi threat is more than nasty. And I love this. Blake and Koala on the other side. Break, most notably, picking up the majority of those kills off of the swing. A fantastic movement share.
Yeah, lovely communication there on Jen Burton's team with Break. Let's see what they're going to be able to do after that. Oh no, don't tell me he got stuck with that one. So many nades, so many arc stars just exploding left, right, and center. And now, finally, gets taken down. Koala's going to be the first to fall. That's not going to be the best of situations at the moment, and Jen Burton's team might have to back off just a little bit.
Tough spot for Team Taylor across from Waltzy here. Neither are particularly close to this next zone. Might be a potential redeploy. We look towards our low ground though. Team 18 across from, hey, Team Phony there. Pinched between 2. They got some minor height, but they're just barely spraying and praying.
Spray and pray. How did you know that was my motto?
I got a sense of it. I just heard it in your voice.
Get out of my head. 14 squads left, ladies and gentlemen. 37 players. Not long now until we find out who will be the 10 teams that guarantee their place in the finals tomorrow. And who will be dropping down, just like Lyris, I believe, at the moment. With that charge rifle coming out from Kishira.
Come on. Come on, Revives. Stick them while you have time. Phony is making this count, and Arcstar is thrown that way, blocked by the knockdown for now. He needs just a second to get Light Years back into it. And as that fight's on the opposite side, this might be their moment. Team Samurai Sky, we say goodbye as we send them out in 12th.
Now with 11 left to go, 31 players, and the next circle is going to be moving in a minute 20. Meanwhile, Team Nocturnal has Ashby as their last surviving player, their last surviving member. But if you look at the kill feed, teams are dropping one right after the other. Now we're down to 9. The charge rifle is going to work. But we got a little fortress set up over here with the rampart charge. But no! Yeah! Oh, the thermite is going to cook them! It's going to cook them and fry them one by one. The first knock should be in there a couple of seconds. Frosting will be the first one to fall. It looks like Bife as well will be surely next. And that is the entire JMW squad. I like the idea. I love it. But you forgot one thing. You don't have a Watson. There's no Jenny. The traps, the nades rather, will take you down. And that is exactly what happened. And now we have 6 squads left here, Zephyr.
Team Designful on one end of height. Team Kishira on the other. Hockeys in the middle. Face Phony just trying to sneak their way up through the cracks while they can. Everybody, though, not quite catering directly to that zone just of yet. A Dark Veil is expended on the opposite side. It's going to split attention. Designful squad actually might be completely alone.
We're going to be looking at once again towards the side of Team Hakis. We mentioned before how Team Kishira had a lovely position. Now Hakis and his squad just going to try and loot up as much as possible, get themselves a couple more bats.
Whoa!
Switching over to the wingman. Okay. Love to see that in the final couple of circles here. Lovely little
Team Design
bird's eye view.
Rotating
What's
down.
The do?
Gotta have some kind of success here, and they never quite pulled the trigger. Instead, Team Bin, they find height, they find the assault, and they find everything in the world to send punishment forward towards the Design squad. It's just up to the two, Zona and Design. Last one's left remaining. The namesake himself looking for a shield swap, but right into the face of his enemy, he will fall.
Now with 4 squads and a solo trying to survive, and I believe that solo might actually be Bin, and it will be pushed by a duo, but somehow, nothing yet. Or rather, that's actually his squad.
Ooh. I don't know how Keshera lost height so aggressively there, was on top of the world for so long, but inevitably lost that one out. Team Phony has still left in with this. I can't believe from this position they've been allowed to survive. Phony himself, bit of a caster curse, we say farewell.
Yeah, and now we're going to be down to the last 2 squads, and it is going to be a 3v3. Hakis versus Bin. 2 teams, 2 squads that are in dire need of points here. I believe they're contesting each other at this point for the last couple of squads. Okay, I see like 7 billion batteries being thrown, but I think the other team saw that as well. Rolling Thunder will be thrown out as well. This last 3v3, this last fight, this last skirmish.
Control height.
This last game. Who gets the height here? Zephyr. Who gets the first knock? Zephyr. It might actually be Team Hakis. He gets taken down, and now it's going to be a 3v2. 2v. No, it's a 3v1 as well. They managed to take down another, and now it's going to be Royal, the last one to get taken out. And Team Bin clutch it out and get themselves the dub they need.
Team Bin coming up from the low ground finds success when they absolutely need it here. They were in 10th before this game. The last possible spot before facing loser bracket relegation with only 25 points. We don't have the math on hand. I've never been quite good at it, but it's going to be close.
I can't wait to see these standings. Are you kidding me? Wow. Team Bin, Team Keshera, the Portuguese-speaking sensations do it in game number 6. It's a global affair, and the global affair certainly showed as Hakis from Sweden also in 2nd place in that game. Let's take a look at the results of that game right away. Let's jump into it and see where things ended up. Team Bin with 24. That should be enough, you got to think. We'll find out. Did Hakis get his team to the top 10 is another big question. Team Keshera in 2nd. I'd love to see this performance from these squads here, Sandstorm.
Yeah, but it's just the fact that the points are, like the majority of them have gone just to the top 3 teams. 6 points for 5th, 6th for 6th, and 7th. This, like the point distribution is mad in this last game. And we were talking about how 17th place has the opportunity to get to 10th. The difference was a mere 6-7 points as well. But now the fact that Team Bin and Team Keshera dominated this game alongside Team Hakis, it's going to be incredibly close. Listen, I don't even want to wait. I want to know. I want to see what happened. Who made it? Who's going to the finals?
I mean, listen, our production team is good. I don't know if they're that good. They're still calculating things. Looks like they have it ready here in just a moment. I can't wait for them to pull it up. By the way, until then, $83,000 raised, everybody. $83,000. But look, please, one last push, one last try before we show you this donation link. If you would consider any donation, small or large, to an amazing cause to help fight and ultimately end AIDS. We can end AIDS in our lifetime if we contribute to amazing causes like research and, of course, preventable treatments, medicine. 1 pill for a daily treatment of AIDS and HIV costs 15 cents. Your $1, your $5 goes a long way to help a mother suffering from AIDS, making sure that, wait, look at this. Look at this guy.
Come on.
Oh, my God. I'm joining you. I got to join you right now.
You got to join up.
It's the same here. Same
Come
here.
on. Come on.
This happen. Nah. I can't let this
You
fly.
gotta
can't
put
be the
it.
only one.
I'm doing it. It's happening right now. I'm joining you. Donate.
Yeah, hold up. I'm doing it on my phone, so give me a few minutes.
Come on,
That's
everybody.
the code. Donations are coming through right now as we speak.
Make it
I'm
happen.
adding a comment. Boom. Donate. I have to create an account? No, come on.
No, you're good. You don't. You don't.
Oh, my credit.
Listen,
wait,
you know what?
it's not
We'll post a tweet. We'll
Where's the
post a
PayPal
tweet.
option? Where's the PayPal option?
I don't think there is, but you can pull out the credit card.
Listen, can you guys carry this broadcast?
Don't show it on stream. Do not show it on stream.
Go ahead.
I'm not sure.
Right
exactly. I gotta be careful not to show it on stream. You guys gotta carry this broadcast because I'm literally gonna
All
lose
right,
my login.
listen, Zephyr. Listen, I gotta say, the energy in these games, the level of excitement, the hype, it was just incredible. What a way to wrap up only day 1 of this tournament. We still have another 12 games tomorrow to find out who's going to be getting or who's going to be taking away the dub, who's going to be taking away the title of champion of this lovely tournament. And I just want to say, I guess at this point, while we have a few minutes, once again, shout out to everyone that's been working behind the scenes, everyone that's putting in the effort and helped out in any way, shape, or form in making this tournament happen. And just the fact that this all came together within the last 2 months as well. Fallout, massive shout out to you for all the work and all the effort that you put in.
All right. Go ahead. We're good.
Don't show it on stream.
I'll tell you what, John's gonna be right back. As you heard him, he's gonna go get his credit card. The man has to donate. I'll tell you what, Panasonic, they come in big. $50,000, a huge shout out to them. But come on, Apex Legends, $33,000 from our community, $33,660 to round out our day. I know we can do better than that. You've got to put your money where put your money where your mouth is here. I've donated.
Don't you dare call me that again. I was okay.
Sandstorm is donating. John's donating. Everybody's got to come out and finish off day 1 with a bang.
All right, well, look, I just donated $1,000. Boom, there it is, baby.
Yeah!
Live on stream. Let's keep it rolling, everybody. If we can do it some way, somehow, $5,000 to hit our $90,000 goal. Even just that would mean so much. I say even just. I mean, Panasonic donated $50,000. The community can match it. Let's hit that 100K mark if we can tonight. But look, until then, I know you all are waiting for one thing. Look at that, number's ticking up. 83.78K.
Yes!
Thank you so much, everybody. Holy cow, Apex community all are amazing, showing up in a big way to bring the heat for Red and for the fight against AIDS. But look, the leaderboards are ready. We know everyone's itching to find out who will qualify, who made it through to the grand finals tomorrow. Let's take a look. Zephyr's ready. And it is. Taylor barely makes it. Turtle makes it. And misses it by 2.
The death at the beginning of the game was what does Hal in here. 33 points, 11th place. We'll be seeing the CEO in the losers bracket.
Unbelievable. No one would have expected this. A heavy favorite coming into this competition. 72 hours, obviously. Longtime competitor, pro player in Fortnite. Hal and Steffi have to climb through the losers bracket tomorrow. But if it's anyone can do it, 100% it's Hal. He's been here before. Excited to see what he can do. And Noko barely missing. Designful barely missing as well. I mean, it's just unfortunate, right? What happened to Hal? He gets landed on by Hardeki. They 50-50, and that's a lose-lose situation. I mean, just look at the standings here, Sandstorm. Both of them, Hardeki and Hal, not making it.
I mean, I feel like I have squandered my power. And I feel like I should give that away after not. I mean, the results speak for themselves, but realistically, looking at the results, very happy with what I've seen from Sweet Dreams and his team. The consistency from game 1 till game 6 has been insane. And they look at Team Bin bringing it back. They were at the very bottom before when we started this second half of these games, and now they're top 3. Massive change, massive. So incredibly proud of what they've been able to do so far in this game. Happy to see these 10 teams making it into the finals, and very curious to see what's going to happen with the other 10 teams. And as well, I do want to give a shout out to Team Rambo. They only managed to get 14 points, but the fact that, you know, I want to say 8 or 9 of those points were from one game from Rambo surviving long enough, getting 6 kills as well. Ridiculous from him on his own, but definitely excited to see what's going to happen in day 2 of this tournament. So far, it's been an absolute blast.
Yeah, that's right. And I don't know if for first front page on Twitch or we got rated or something insane. 2,000 people watching right now. Thanks so much, everyone, for tuning in. And look, it's been an amazing day. For those that don't know, my name is John Kefaloukos, also known as Fallout. We started the Apex Rising Charity Initiative as a way to try and give everyone in Apex Legends a chance to rise up, to act on their passion for Apex, because really it's not fair to the people that are just aspirationally trying to go pro, that the top tournaments are kind of left for the top pros and content creators only. So we have 80 amateur players playing with 40 pro players, and it's been so much fun. I mean, the content's been amazing, Zephyr, and we're all doing it for a great cause. $85,000. We're $44 away from getting to that $85,000 mark. So if y'all could try and rally one more time for tonight, take out your cell phones, everybody. The QR code is live on screen. Scan that QR code, and please, please consider donating anything. 10, 15, 20, $25. I don't know what, no matter what it is, it's a huge help. We really appreciate y'all. Every dollar goes such a long way for such a great, great cause. We hope you guys are having so much fun watching this. A big shout out to players like Light Years and Samurai Sky and so many others. Cali Overwatch has been crushing it from our community here. All these people have had a chance. Chino crushing it on Team Sweet Dreams. All these people have had a chance for the very first time to play in a competitive Apex Legends tournament, and it's showing so much love and so much gratitude for everyone that's been donating and supporting and helping making the Apex Rising initiative a reality. Zephyr, your thoughts on what you've seen so far?
It has been a plethora of action, and to a much higher degree than I think anyone could have expected, between your humans, your superheroes, and anything in between when it comes to the Apex Rising Tournament Series. And trust me, it's only going to get better. This is day one, folks. Tomorrow we introduce the final losers bracket and into the finals, where we round this one off with a bang. You absolutely don't want to miss it, because we'll keep this one going. We'll keep the donations coming through, and we will represent as an Apex community.
Oh my God. I love that gas. I love that fire. Sandstorm, any final thoughts on your end, my friend?
I just love the fact that we get to see the Apex community come together in at an event like this. Professional players, amateur players, celebrities, it doesn't matter. Everyone just coming together for one reason and one reason only: the love of the game and giving back to the community, giving back to the world, and just helping out anyone that you can. And being a part of that, even a small part, whether it's caster, observer, admin, whatever. Everyone playing their part, everyone doing their job. It's just amazing to see, and I'm just very glad to be a part of it, and thank you for the opportunity.
I love it, man. We're so grateful to have you. And that's the reality, man. It's not just the 80 amateur players. We've had 20 plus shoutcasters have a chance to cast on the big stage in front of the entire Apex community. Sandstorm, you did a brilliant job, man. Shout out to, of course, Ten and Ashervok from earlier, Tom and Q, Zephyr and Sandstorm, Dia, CB Chan, and so many more that were on the other broadcast, Galactic Games Space Station broadcast as well. We hit the $85,000 threshold, which is amazing.
Let's go.
If y'all want to keep it rolling all night long, baby. Let's try to raise more as we go into tomorrow. Of course, none of this would not be possible if it wasn't for Panasonic and SoundSlayer headphones. If you have not had a chance to pick up or see a SoundSlayer headset, do so. I'm wearing mine around my neck. It's an immersive audio experience that is unbelievable for gaming. Surround sound in gaming. It is as great as it gets. This is what it looks like here. Like I said, I've been wearing it the entire night. I haven't felt it around my neck once. Super comfortable. Tremendous audio. You can set it into RPG mode and FPS mode and music mode. No matter what type of game you're playing, you can experience surround sound without having to buy like a $20,000 surround sound speaker setup for your basement. Just pick up the Panasonic SoundSlayer. Oh, and by the way, it's a Red product. So what that means is a portion of the proceeds goes to Red and helps save lives through life-saving treatments and prevention of AIDS. So with that said, thank you sincerely, the bottom of my heart, to the entire Apex Legends community. We hope you guys have had so much fun watching tonight. It's only day one. We got day two tomorrow. You won't want to miss it. It's going to be 6 o'clock to midnight Eastern time zone. Friday night fun in Apex Legends. Will Imperial Hal be able to climb back out of that loser's bracket and do the miraculous thing we've seen him do so many times again? Will Sweet Dreams keep dominating these content tournaments that he does such a good job of? Or will a player like Ben from South America have a chance to show the world how talented he is? Because South America, EMEA, APAC North, APAC South don't really have a chance to play in these content creation tournaments in Apex. So it's going to be a ton of fun. Zephyr, you'll be back. Sandstorm, I think you'll be back as well. Any final words, though, guys? I'll throw it to y'all for any final words. Hopefully, we'll keep raising money here. $85,100 raised already. But Zephyr, any final words? Starting with you.
No, I think it's a fantastic thing you put together here, John, and I want to say thank you to all of the community that's come out, not just to donate, but also to support the stream, spread the word, and get out there to support your favorite content creators. That goes just as far as a single dollar when it comes to the Apex Rising event that we're putting on here, and I personally couldn't be more thankful, but I'm happy to see it.
Sandstorm?
All I have to say is, just because the stream won't be live doesn't mean that you guys can't donate. The link is going to be everywhere, so hopefully, I would love to see tomorrow us starting off the stream and seeing 6 digits, seeing that 100,000. And I'm going to try my best because for some reason, my camera wasn't working. It didn't the QR code. I don't know. I'll post a tweet. I'll get my donation on there as well. Help out any way I can, and hopefully we'll see you guys tomorrow.
That means a lot. And you guys are both amazing. Yeah, keep donating, keep raising money, and keep bringing the heat for AIDS. And Zephyr, spot on. If you can't donate, no worries at all. No pressure. A retweet, any promotion, just your eyeballs watching the stream and spreading the word and helping the Apex Legends scene grow is more than enough. And again, thank you so much, everyone, for watching. On behalf of myself, the entire Apex Rising community team, I'm going to miss people, I'm sure, but Kylie Kovac, Kira, Kirsten, Kuro, KJ Castleberry, yes, all their names start with an A for some reason. Chrono, Bella, the entire red team, Hugh Davies, Chief Communications Officer. It's been such a pleasure working with this entire team. We're so grateful, minus Tempo and Yusaki for helping us with the tournament operations of this event. It's a true by the community, for the community initiative. And of course, our entire production team, our technical director, Beemic, and who's been crushing it on the broadcast the entire time, Sam, aka Tiki, and Valorize, coming from Space Station's Airlock. Thanks, everyone, for watching. Thank you so much for all the support. Let's keep this thing rolling into tomorrow. We'll catch you tomorrow for day number 2 and more opportunity to make a great impact for Red. Have a good night, everybody.